Hello everyone and welcome to the Gamestars League Season 1 for Brawl Stars. We had Group A yesterday, Group B today of the International Finals, and we've got plenty more days ahead of us. I am Lethal, joined with me and making a return as well. It is Teddy, of course. Teddy, nice to see your beautiful mug again. How are you getting on?
I'm doing good, man. I'm happy to be back. Had a little bit of a one-day break of Gamestars, but we'll be on for the rest of the season. Of course, yeah, lucky to be here with my man Lethal. We got some super exciting games ahead of us today in this group, but also in the next couple of groups as well. I'm super thrilled about this one, particularly today. Blood Diamond, Big, Zero Zone Spain versus Unima as well. But if you look at Group C and Group D, I mean, they're going to be absolutely stacked as well. SK, BB Army, Tea Drinkers, Reply, Totem in Group C. Group D is AC Milan, Clash, Noble Elite, EXO Free Agents, and Team Activium. We already had Group A yesterday. That turned out to be Navi and Kozaki getting on top with 2 wins. So, yeah, they'll be moving on to the next and final stage of the competition.
I don't even know where to begin here, Teddy, with this group. Yesterday was just weird. Like, anything I predicted just went completely out the window. Like, Navi taking a Mood Gaming 3-0, slightly understandable. But the problem is, like, we knew there was real trouble when 3T Gaming defeated Mood Gaming. We were thinking to ourselves, why are they, getting map control and why are they doing such a good job damage-wise, but just not doing anything with it. And I think there was, of course, some internal struggles possibly with that team, making some of these assumptions. So it's probably why Mood Gaming were predicted to be one of the favourites to actually becoming bottom of that group. But that was Group A yesterday. Today we do have Blood Diamond Russia versus Big, a great way to open the today up. And we do have Zero Zone Spain versus Unima Gaming. Unima Gaming had a real tough ride trying to make it into the final 16. They are here though. They've put a lot of effort into this and had to go through a lot of obstacles trying to make it here today and a lot of hurdles in the process. But we'll see how they get on. There's a couple of favourites in the mix, some heavy hitters as well, but definitely could be a close one to make the top 2.
Yeah, I mean, so far, man, this top 16 has been extremely stacked. All the top contenders are there, and it seems to be like that in every single group. Now, I think Group C is a bit of a group of death, so that is going to be tomorrow. Today's still a pretty stacked group, all things considered. Big, Zero Zone, Unima, Blood Diamond, they've all had some really impressive results in the past. But I think this is a really interesting group, especially since we don't really have like one of the best teams in the world in here, but we do have a lot of contenders for that spot. And it's really gonna go down to, who is gonna perform better today in this particular group to make it through to the next and final stage.
Yeah, you should have seen it yesterday, Teddy. I thought it was going to be the least interesting group because it was predictable who the top 2 were going to be. But the amount of drama there was in that group, it was just absolute madness. But I think, yeah, popular ballers, standard, same every day on a daily basis. I could have told you before I even saw the graphic. Only thing we can say, pick rate, Barley dropped from 7 to 6%. So, yeah, not really much of a difference at all. We can skip that anyway. But one thing we won't skip, though, Teddy, is a little video from Big and to see how they feel going into the international finals. There we have it. That's the interview from Big, and we can see how they do in this opening match. Had a little bit of a struggle during stage one, but they had some, again, some juggernauts to deal with in stage one. But, they're looking to try and qualify for the next stage, into the top 8, Teddy, and being curious to see not only if they'll be able to make it, but if these series are close or not.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be a tough one to estimate. It's also teams that in Brawl Esports compete in different region for the Brawl Stars Championship, whereas Blood Diamond is going to be playing in EECA, so the Russian region. Big Clan, they play in EMEA, so Europe. So that's a bit of a difference as well, which means that they will have encountered each other a bit less than some other teams have. They will have scrimmed a bit less, so maybe a bit more of a mystery element. But they're two teams that have had some serious performances in their respective regions here, of course, because Gamestars is EU and that Blood Diamond is, kind of in between. They're going to be facing each other, and that's not something you see every single day, since in official events they don't compete together. So I'm just interested to say how it plays out. I think that anything is possible, to be honest. I feel like Big Clan, they have fallen off a bit from where they were. They are also going through some internal struggles, and it's not exactly going as planned for them. But I would say, normally I would favor Big Clan. I do feel like with their recent struggles, Blood Diamond might be coming on top of this one.
Yeah, if they are having some struggles as a team, then I think it could ruin their mentality going into this. I've seen it happen on numerous occasions in many esports over the years, and it's not going to look pretty. And it's 7-8 times out of 10 they can't really look at it from a business professional approach, and then that's where things fall apart a little bit. But we'll have to see as we're going to look at the head-to-head between Lao Yu and Nadine. We're not going to go too much about the damage or the star player count. This is have a look at the KDs. But I think KDs overall in terms of percentage, roughly the same. So not really too much to say there. But you're right, though. How are Big, what we're going to see from them? Are they going to be on form? Are they going to be able to turn up okay? Because I've seen teams like Na'Vi who've made some dramatic improvements over the last fortnight, but Big weren't looking actually too bad either. They've made a few improvements, not as big as Na'Vi, but they've made like some steady improvements to try and break into that next tier. But it's a shame that, from what you've said, they're just having a little bit of, a little bit of a struggle here and there. And hopefully, Big can just look at this from, business perspective and crack on and try and win this group as well. Because this is the final week now, so there's no reason not to. And there's a lot of, in terms of prize pool, there's a lot at stake here as well as everything else. But let's have a look at the bans anyway to see exactly what we're going to be dealing with. And it looks like the Bell will be banned for Blood Diamond and Big have banned for Stewie, Teddy.
Yeah, I think, we don't have to say too much about those bans, do we? Probably the two most banned brawlers overall in this GameStar season. So I don't really feel like we need to explain furthermore. They're just powerhouses of a brawler. Both of them just so strong in any scenario, so versatile as well. So it just makes sense to get them out of the picture. One thing about this match is, very often we're going to be saying like, yeah, on a good day, they can beat them. I think that on a regular day, Big would beat Blood Diamond. The problem is lately, they haven't had a lot of regular days. It's been a lot of lesser days. And that is going to be a bit complicated on their end, because then suddenly I definitely can see Blood Diamond run away with this one. I think that Big, they need to perform a bit more like they used to, and then they should be fine. But it could absolutely go either way in this one. We'll have to see how their form is today. Undermine in Gem Grab, turn around in Heist, Boxing Day in Brawl, and then if required, Robo Highway and Siege Split in Hot Zone. Those will be our maps and modes for this first match of the day. Overall, not too much to say. Quite a bit of versatility. We are not going to be seeing any bounty. And not a whole lot of competitive maps either, because the only one here is going to be in set 5 on Split. So we might have, a bit of an interesting story like usual. There's just a lot of an impact in playing some of those maps because they scrim them less, they're less aware. So it comes down to a bit more of your overall versatility and how fast you're able to come up with scumps and how good they are going to be on some a bit more unknown territory.
Yeah, you're right there. When it compared to map pool, when it's outside of that, it's all about which team can improvise the best out of any other team. And I don't even think it's going to come to maps and modes here today. I kind of feel like now, from what you said earlier, it's what type of Big are we going to see today? Blood Russia. That was a nice little name there. So Blood Diamond Russia, it depends. Doesn't depend on how they play today. I think it depends on how Big play today, because like I said, they were making steady improvements a month ago. Obviously, there's been a lot of changes over the last week, so it depends how how they're going to perform. It's not about their inconsistencies or their peak performance, anything like that. It's either are they going to come in and are they going to actually try their best, or is something going to stop them from doing that? There's a lot of things to take into account, so it could come all down to this. And if Blood Diamond Russia actually know about this, then they could be like, well, let's try and take advantage of this if we can. If we actually take the first set, their mentality is going to be straight out the window, straight out the door, and they're not going to even be thinking straight, and they can take advantage of that and then clean up the series 3-0. And it will be a sad way to get, maybe not knocked out, but a sad way to maybe come second or third into this group, because it's not something they want to do or see, but they need to still continue to take this seriously, because there's a lot of money on the line, a lot of prize pool at stake, and they don't want to waste the last 5 weeks of going through stage after stage to lead up to this one moment where you need to be as serious as possible, and then just let it go straight down the toilet.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point. Obviously, Blood Diamond, they're also themselves maybe not always the most consistent team either. Even in official events, it's like sometimes they're arguably the or second best a team of the region, and then the week after they have some very poor performances. They're pretty inconsistent, so I do think that they will need to show their A game here against Big Clan. But as you rightly said, it's not just about Big Clan having a good or a bad day. I think that it is a big part of how Blood Diamond deals with that. If they're able to get some really nice pressure early on, because they're going to be just fine if they're not being challenged, But once they're back against the corner. That's when things could get a bit more complicated, when people might lose some patience, and that's the beginning of the end from there. So. Yeah, that's a very fair point. I think that Blood Diamond, they want to start things off with a big explosion in the first set or two. Just try to have some very nice early pressure, and try to play as much as possible with Big Clan's minds and with their morale. I think that's a very important factor coming into this match.
Yeah, I don't know what the age range is from the team on Big Clan as well. The reason why I say that is because it's about maturity as a team as well. If you've got like one member who's like a little bit older than the others, then they can kind of like not just play the IGL role in game, but also be a good leader outside of game, to try and control anything that happens. I've done the same as well. Like when I have to deal with a younger group of people because I'm too old to slay anymore or do anything that I was able to do, and actually be able to control exactly how the team progresses on going forward. So long as you've got someone like that who's like very mature and very well disciplined to actually control the aspects of the team, both outside and inside the game, then it should be okay. If you haven't known, then that's when things get a little bit dodgy sometimes. That's why you see a lot of teams, they do just break apart very, very quickly. We know in terms of Brawl Stars overall, a lot of the squads are quite young, in the late teens, early 20s, some a little bit older. So that's why, if you've got that one person who's kind of got that veteran experience or anything like that, then, they can, take this as a business proposition and perspective, and then take this seriously until whatever happens after the event. But, we're going to see, as if you just join us, this is going to be Group B. We had Group A yesterday, where Kozaki and Na'Vi managed to qualify into the final 8 of the international finals. We've got Group C tomorrow, Group D the following day, and then we do have the playoffs, which is across the board Saturday and Sunday, with the quarterfinals all on Saturday, semis and the finals on Sunday. So make sure you stay tuned for that all week long. But let's talk about today, the here and now, in the present, and we're going to see Blood Diamond Russia come against Big in the first game of the day.
All right, so far a bit of a 2v2 on the right-hand side. No one really focusing on the middle too much. Could be needing to go for it, but Lalu is gonna pump his gadget and have some support from that, getting some more middle positioning. Big Clan, they were able to get the first skill, but they haven't really picked up many gems so far, as it was Blood Diamond was a bit more control around the center area. I mean, control is important. It's not only having as much control as possible, it's also just controlling the most important parts of the map.
So he is indeed, as Cube is just looking to support Lao Yu on that left lane. It was a little bit late to the party, but managed to give him a hand anyway and took down Nadine. And now Lars is on that right-hand lane to take out Kagamu. Managed to finish him off in the end, but actually Sugar managed to push in and get that trade anyway. Still vote 7-2 in favor of Blood Diamond Russia. Lao Yu just trying to fight for that left lane against Nadine. He actually wins that bout. Lars takes down Kagamu and now looking to back up. But look how weak both Sugar and Lars are from those engagements, Teddy.
Yeah, they're able to pick up the final gem though, and I just want to point out, man, that pool turned things around from Sugar Snort, getting 7 gems from his opponents, going from a huge lead from Blood Diamond to a countdown for Big. That is quite substantial. Oh, nice tank from Nadine as well, able to get just in front of his teammate to keep him alive from that crow jump. That's going to be Big Clan was the first game secured. And honestly, I was scared early on for Big because we were seeing Blood Diamond was a really, really strong performance. They were able to just dominate through the center area, have so much more control, and especially controlling the important parts, the center part where those gems are spawning. They were up like 8 gems, I think, or something like that. And then suddenly Cube got pulled by Sugar. That was just a home delivery of those gems and was a nice follow-up pull as well from the Tara on Big. They were able to close it out and secure the win. So some pretty solid team play from Big Clan. They didn't need a clutch to win this one. It's not like they were dominating and it was just an easy game. They did need to clutch up some magical pulls from the Gene and the Tara, made sure of that. And yeah, that's already game 1 going their way.
Yeah, nothing really chaotic. It wasn't really out of control. The only thing I will say with Blood Diamonds, that sometimes they're a little bit too spread out away from each other. So when it came to, any kind of support, they just got there a little bit too late, or they would make it in time, but, just a little bit too slow. So they need to be a little bit careful on the distance they keep from each other in order to make sure to be able to just support each other a little bit quicker. We saw it a few times. And the only thing which gave Blood Diamond any kind of advantage during those first half of the game was their individual skill, their fundamentals, their aim skill. They were out dueling a lot of their opponents in either lane, especially in that left lane, in a lot of 1v1s. But, you can't just expect to rely on your individual skill the entire time. There's a lot of times where support is going to be necessary, especially with a game like this. And you saw there, a little bit slow, especially towards that second half of the game. But, it's the first series of the day, isn't it? They've still got left plenty of time to rectify some of these tiny mistakes. But we'll see what Blood Diamond could do here. They did have a very good start, but just got a little bit out of hand towards the end.
Yeah, I agree. I think overall, Blood Diamond did play better for the most part of the game, right? It's just that Big, they won the important find, they had the important pull that turned things around. We'll see if it's going to be a similar story this time around as we get into game number 2. Lars, a bit more aggressive on the left-hand side. We have an Ems now on Kagamu. That's definitely an interesting pick for this map. We'll see how that works out. Sugar is going to fall, but look how many gems on that left-hand side. Lars is going to be using his gadget, but honestly, with an Ems on the other side, that's not going to fare for too long.
Not at all in the slightest. It's still a little bit back and forth, but I do feel like that Big are starting to win a lot more of his individual engagements compared to that last game. Lars doing a very good job in that left lane. He was losing the fights in the first game. Second game is just a completely different story, as he's still just hiding those bushes in that left lane, just keeping Lao Yu and Cube back. Kagamu looking to make this push, but just can't seem to be able to here. Still 8-0 in favour of Big. Big just looking very, very strong. We were talking a lot about them in the pre-game, and it seems like they seem to be doing really well. Just continuing on, business as usual. 2 minutes and 20 left on the clock, but it's nowhere near going to go to the timer with the rate Big are playing. But then again, Blood Diamond Russia are looking a bit better now. Got some more map control, got some better angles, definitely some positional advantage here. Looking to see if I can keep Big back until we can collect the rest of these gems.
Yeah, so far Big are in a pretty good position, but they will need 2 more gems, and it has been Cube in the center catching up a little bit, picking up some gems here and there. Nice pull from Sugar. That's going to open things up a little bit more for him. He needs to be careful because Cube is already on 7 gems, and now it's not that much of a lead for Big anymore. Now they do have a bit more position, and Nadine is going to get gem number 9. If he can get the 10th, it's going to be enough to start a countdown that Blood Diamond can only interrupt with a kill. But look at that nice pinch. Lao uses the pull onto Sugar. Sugar goes down. Lars doesn't have a super, and that's going to be the countdown starting for Blood Diamond.
And Cube is now just going to be out of range, so he should be okay here. But just got to be careful, because if they pick up the 2 gems and kill Kagamu, then that's it. That's going to be pretty much time out for them. But Nadine takes out 1. Cube takes down Lars. It's going to be too little too late here. Not enough DPS towards the end to take either player out. But Blood Diamond, good response from them against Big. It was a little bit worrying at one point. It seems to be the opposite end of the spectrum here, where Big actually put on a much better performance individually, and it looks like the mistakes I mentioned earlier for Blood Diamond, they rectified that yeah, straight away. Good stuff from them.
Yeah, it just seems like it's the same story as game one, but with different protagonists, different
Yeah.
roles for the teams. As the team that was dominating throughout the entire game just choked towards the ends and gives away a pull or a pinch. Yeah, good stuff from that diamond. They needed that one as well, right? Otherwise, it would already have been set one, and a pretty convincing one from Big. So good for them. I think this puts them in a much better position. Obviously, we're all tied up. We're going to go to a decider for this first set, and we'll see who is able to take the gem grab game mode.
Yeah, very back and forth. We can't really tell these apart as of yet. We haven't got much to digest, but that's understandable here. It seems like both players, it's not that they're adapting to each other, they're just rectifying their own mistakes, and I think the adaptability will come into play later on, so we'll have to see how that pans out from then. So how's Big going to respond again? You know, how are they now going to continue on from what happened in that last game? I just kind of feel like Blood Diamond in both games seemed to be you know, a lot more organised. It was just they were too spread out the first game. This game, it seemed to be a lot better. But then again, I kind of feel like Big lost those their positional advantage a lot more than they should have done. And I kind of feel like, you know, they overstayed their welcome a couple of times. And it was only until that very last engagement where one of the players got dropped for overextending, and then they got the pull from both those players in the left lane. That was pretty much it. And by the time on the respawn, Cannons died way too far away, not enough DPS towards the end. So it kind of makes a lot more sense. So do feel like Blood Diamond fundamentally are playing a little bit better, but we'll see what Big can do coming up into this next game, because, you know, this is game number 3. This is going to be the game which is going to decide who's going to take set number 1. It's going to be very, very important, especially for Blood Diamond here.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that in the end, they just want to get that good start, a bit more confidence, a bit of a favorable position for the rest of the match, and this is the one that is going to matter the most. So far, we have a nice early gadget from Lau. You're actually going to get a bit of information because of it. Use some ammo from Sugar and Lars, and he's doing some pretty good job at hitting both players with the same shots, which just maximizes the value, and his super is just healing him up. Laoyu is able to pick up the kill. Cube took the other one, and Kagamo wins his lane as well. That's a very consistent fight there across the whole map in favor of Blood Diamond.
Yeah, this is just the adaptation now of Blood Diamond. Good pull there. Kagami managed to clean up Nadine. Lars has taken a fair amount of damage himself, but Sugar's going to have to either try and trade or regroup. But he does actually take down one of the players and still manages to stay alive. He could actually be a bit more of a nuisance and push up, but realises that that's going to be a big mistake because Lao Yu is waiting on the respawn. Kagami has done a fair amount of damage, hoping maybe one of his teammates can give him some of the support which he so desperately required. But they didn't actually go in to support him. They actually decided just to wait back and wait to regroup, and then decided to push on, which is understandable. Still got plenty of time here, still up 6-4, but that first kill on Lars from Cube is definitely going to be the difference maker, as the Moldovan players is pushing all the way forward, looking to see if he can continue on to put on more pressure. But he's already done all the damage he needs to do, so looking to back away and let his teammates clean up. Kagamu takes down Nadine, and in the process, Sugar did get the trade on Kagamu, but now it's Lars and Sugar left standing with Cube having to pull back and regroup.
Man, we had a bit of a double gene pull towards the center. You don't see it every day, but you love to see it. Nadine is going to get pulled by Cube, though. That could be the opening for Blood Diamond to retake middle control. They have the pull on Laoyu as well in case things go south, but it does seem like a couple of gems are spawning in a pretty good position for Cube to pick them up. That's going to be 10. The countdown starts now, and there's only 7 gems on Big. I don't know if they are able to interrupt the countdown with the gems. It's going to be a close affair, actually. Look at that. Oh my god, he's going to burn down. That's huge. Kagamo steals a gem away, and is going to close it out for Blood Diamond. They pick up the first set here, and honestly, an impressive performance on their end so far. Playing it really, really well. I don't think Big is playing bad either. I do feel like they are underperforming a bit, and that particularly Blood Diamond was really, really strong and dominant in this set.
I completely agree. Both teams are playing well. I think, I understand what you're trying to say about Big. It's literally the tiniest of percentile in terms of like how well they're performing today. Just looking at that just overall, we saw a few instances where, both of them were playing fine, but the adaptation from Blood Diamond was the thing that just made all the difference, and a lot more patience as well. Even talk about the very end, we weren't really too sure if Big was going to have time to get those 10 gems. There was 9 gems left in the middle anyway afterwards, and the next gem was going to appear like 2 seconds after the timer ran out. So I think they were just wanted to absolutely double check and make sure things were going to be perfectly fine. Like, I think they knew it was a little bit risky, just to hold back and just hope for the best. But good stuff for Blood Diamond anyway, nonetheless. As you can see, 2 more kills, 8 more gems. In terms of damage, though, 14,000 more. So it just shows that, you know, they did a little bit better in terms of statistical performance. But yeah, the adaptation from that third game was the big one. Even though Big had more of the majority in terms of possession on the map, you did feel like that there wasn't a moment where Blood Diamond lost too much control. You know, they always managed to regroup, always tried to make sure that they were organised and ready for the, you know, the next pushes which they wanted to execute. So it did look a lot better from their end. We are going to play a little bit of turnaround on Heist here, Teddy, to see if Blood Diamond can continue their strong showing.
Yeah, this map is a bit of a nightmare from my end. I've played it quite a bit in Power League. It is one of the reasons I play less Power League at the moment, let's say it like that. Yeah, this map is quite interesting. The TPs in the center can be quite nice to go for some original pinches. I like that idea. I do think that, like, the lanes with so many bushes and so many walls, they're an absolute nightmare, and I'm expecting something like a Rico perhaps on this map. Amber is really solid here as well, and maybe something like a Colt to open things up. That's what I was seeing the most in the past, but of course you never know, the meta evolves, and I haven't seen this being played in a while, so I'm excited to find out. But one thing I wanted to point out, it was about Bigland in that previous game. I think there was maybe a bit of a lack of commitment and communication on their side, because towards the end, so there are 2 players go to try to interrupt the countdown, and then Sugar was behind going for the tie on gems, hoping that it spawns on time, and if it does, that it spawns near enough that he can pick it up safely. And his teammates were kind of like hesitating. I think one of them overcommitted and got taken down before any of them joined him to help, and then the other one was pushing forward to try to interrupt it, and then he started moving backwards. It was just a lot of hesitation that meant that they were not on the same page and not really agreeing on what decision to make.
Yeah, it's very difficult. That's what makes you from a good team to a great team. Just instead of hesitating, just pushing straight on through. I completely understand this, and I've just realised this map, and yeah, I think I'm gonna have to agree with you in terms of you know, not
nightmares.
Not to my taste, shall we say? Yeah, absolutely. No, maybe not with the nightmares, but I've only played this map a couple of times, and I've just remembered actually how much of yeah, I'm not. Not really a big fan either. We've got 2 minutes left on the clock, and already Big have dropped down to 76%. Blood Diamond have been taken down. Cube is still left standing in that right lane, but looking to try and push back if he can. But even with that, Kari still can do a fair amount here, just trying to push back most of the members of Big, and I think Big are just waiting to see where Lao Yu and Kagamu is going to end up. But Kagamu has been taken down straight away by Sugar, and a little bit of help from Nadine. Last take down Cube after a long engagement in that right lane. Still tickled the safe only a tiny bit here, but they do have that map control on the right side. But Kagamu, though, sorry, just before I pass you on, Kagamu was looking to push that left lane, knowing that all of the members of Big were trying to hold that right lane themselves, but looking to push back. But Sugar just outplaying Kagamu every time.
Yeah, Lars surviving there could have been big, but he's gonna go down before he can get most of his burst out. Cube will fall. So far, a bit of a lead still in favor of Blood Diamond. It's only about 12%, so nothing too substantial, as Lars is gonna get a couple of shots down, essentially taking the lead for Big Clan. But once again, it's only a % difference. It could absolutely turn around before the end of this game.
That's right, and still though, Nadine and Sugar just looking to defend left lane so far, but Sugar's been tickled quite a lot on that left lane and taking a fair amount of damage. Lao Yu has actually been able to finish off Lars in that process. Nadine looking to back away from Cube if he can, but the trade comes out from both players. Kagamu has been taken down by Sugar again, just struggling against Sugar's Rico, and Lars has taken down Lao Yu, and so you can see here Lars looking to push all the way towards that right lane, do a little bit of damage and just extend their lead ever so slightly with 15 seconds left remaining.
Yeah, Lars is gonna try to get as much damage as possible before the end. I think it's gonna be enough here with 5 seconds left or so. Blood Diamond, there's no chance to catch up at this point. Can he even close out? Nope, but 1% left. I mean, a pretty strong win for Big Clan. It was not an easy story for sure, but they make it work. So 1-0 in this set in favor of Big. Yeah, this is going to be their chance to come back. And Blood Diamond, they need to hold on a bit tighter to this set here, because they don't really want to tie things up immediately again. They kind of want to keep that lead up.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to keep that momentum going. You kind of felt like with Big, Kagamu got taken down on a number of occasions against Sugar, and I think it was Nadine was playing that support as well, just abusing the cover, abusing the bushes all the time, to making sure they're as unpredictable as possible, just to keep them away from the safe. It wasn't very well organized to begin with, and then like during that last 3 quarters of the game, I kind of felt like Big just absolutely just ran away with it. Even though the scoreline didn't show that, you can see that from the map control they had. It kind of felt like there was just way too much pressure going on. Even on some occasions, I kind of felt like Big could have ended it maybe a little bit sooner. But nonetheless, the scoreline shows exactly what happened, and I feel like the deficit could have been a bit larger. Maybe they could have took advantage of the objective on a number of occasions. But I think they were just trying to be. I think you're right though. They are still hesitating a little bit, even when they're on the offense, but just trying to be a little bit careful and not make as many mistakes as Blood Diamond.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, we'll find out soon enough here if Blood Diamond can catch up in this high set, or if it's going to go the way of Big Clan. Yeah, some of those maps like this one, I can guarantee no one is practicing this map for fun. Like, no one is going to be playing it for fun. No one is going to practice.
Why would you?
Oh man, it's honestly, I'm suffering. I'm in deep pain when I play this one, man. It's unbelievable. Some of the non-competitive maps, like, I'm fine. It's like Undermine right before that's a pretty good map. But this one, man, I still have nightmares from it. And let me tell you, the Power League randoms, they don't know what to play on this one. We do have a Jesse coming up here from Lalu, actually on Nadine as well. Rico versus Colt on the left-hand side, and then Brock versus Carl. Well, that's going to be a pretty easy matchup up close for Carl. So Cube is going to take that one. It's a 2-on-1 trade, I think. So that's in favor of Big early on, but so far no damage just yet on anyone's save.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see how the changes will come about. Sugar taking down Kagamu again on that left side, and also took down, well, we could say go for the trade on Laoyu. So a very, very good 2-for-1 to start this second game off. Lars taking down Cube, and Lars going straight down that right lane towards the safe just to do a little bit of damage. He's trying to work out how much more he can do. He doesn't want to overstay his welcome, but still a very good start considering how this map plays out normally. Down to 66%. Still got almost full map control, but have pulled back just a little bit because they're worried about Cube pushing along that right-hand side. Laoyu's are going to come in for support, but Lars doing a good job just keeping them back, but Cube's still got a lot of HP to work with. Just biding his time, seeing if he can then take down Lars. A little bit of ring around the rosy from both these players, but at the same time, Laoyu also pushing towards that left lane, and Nadine's been taking so much damage. It should be a push for them here, and they could actually do a fair amount of damage onto this safe, Teddy.
Yeah, this is a pretty good chance to catch up damage-wise. They're still a percent behind, and here we go, a percent in their favor now. Blood Diamond taking the lead, getting a couple more shots down. Lars will be matching a bit more damage as well, but look at that. Already a pretty sizable lead for Blood Diamond. They could take this game away. A couple more shots will do, and here we have it. Blood Diamond to pick this one up. All tied up in this set, and for Blood Diamond that means quite a bit, because this is their chance to double down on that lead and go 2-0 in sets.
That was really clean, Teddy, like much cleaner for what we saw. When I saw Kagamu losing to Shiga again in those fights in left lane, I was like, oh god, here we go. It's gonna literally be the same thing. But you gotta understand though, from Kagamu's perspective, is the fact that, yeah, sure, he's losing a lot of his 1v1 fights, but if he hasn't got the cover which Sugar has, Sugar should win that, every single time that fight. No matter, what the ball, but like, long as you're in those bushes and you're, being unpredictable of where you're going to take the shots off first every time, Kagamu's going to be in a world of trouble, and it's understandable. He should not be winning those fights anyway, just in case anyone looks and tries to think that I'm actually slaying Kagamu heavily. I'm not, because it's just the fact that, if you've got that much cover and you don't know where Sugar is, of course he's going to lose those bouts most of the time. Perfectly understandable. If he does win him, then, yeah, of course, that should not happen. But yeah, as soon as they got that left lane control, they never actually lost it in the slightest. They couldn't come off the respawn. They just got spawn killed every single time, and it ruined their coordination. They couldn't wait for each other long enough to then pressure on forward to keep them out. It was just way too much, and it was just all said and done here. Blood Diamond just playing that much better. Again, that adaptability coming into play.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I do want to point out that Lars was doing a pretty solid stuff on the right lane. He won that fight a couple of times, got pretty much all the damage that Big had in that game. Thing is, on the left-hand side, it was kind of falling apart, as it did go pretty consistently the way of Blood Diamond. And once again, he's going for the Rico play here, Sugar. I'm not entirely sure I agree. Like, I love Rico on this map, but against a Colt, it's not really going to be the easiest, because once those walls are gone, then you kind of lose the purpose of that Rico in the first place, right?
Yeah, 100%. And look at it now, Kagamo allow you pretty much the same setup. Cube just using HP to his advantage to continue on putting the pressure down mid, and the left lane as well, already down to 23% now. And they're being taken down once, but this is literally a replica of the second game, but just done at a much faster pace, ending percent. Teddy, what on earth happened?
That was insanely quick, and honestly, I don't think Rico was the move here for Big. And once again, we have to take into account here, it was Blood Diamond engaging into that fight, right? They were fighting on the side of Big Clan's safe, and once again, they had the Lars in a 1v1 on the right-hand side. But the problem is, even if he wins, he's not really going to get a lot of damage. That's the thing, because he's a Brock, and Brock deals decent damage, but compared to a Jessie, that even if people tank shots, she's going to be able to hit some connections on that save, especially after she gets her turret. It's just unbelievable amounts of damage. And the Colt as well just provides so much value, opening up the map, making the Rico a lot less strong. And then, of course, just getting that high DPS, just constantly targeting towards that save for anyone that dares to stand in front of it.
And you saw there as well, Lao Yu absolutely ecstatic about that win. You can see how much it means to these guys. And, you know, you did the same setup, same structure, and I think everything you mentioned was absolutely spot on, you know, on the money straight away. Maybe that Rico wasn't the right play. And even with the Jessie, like, even with the patch, he hasn't really been nerfed that badly to, you know, what, a couple of hundred on the turret. That's not really, you know, a huge amount, not something which is going to, you know, defy the odds in any way. So it's still a very good brawler to work with, especially on this map. And we have to talk about Cube a lot as well. You know, it's not just about Lao Yu and one of the other players in that left lane. It's also, Kagamo and Lao Yu on that left lane. The fact that with the side of Cube, you know, holding that center bit with Carl and just making sure just to keep the rest of the players on Big. So on the respawn, once he's done any kind of attack, he's actually forcing them into the left lane, and then that's it really. You know, they've already been pincered on the spawn, and they did it every time. That was great stuff on Blood Diamonds, and you can see that's kind of the game plan they had all along with that comp. It was just a matter of how and when they were going to be able to do it. Second game took a bit longer, but the third game, it was literally pretty much instant after the team wipe. Madness.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy, to be completely honest, especially since Big had a pretty strong first game afterwards. And for the second set in a row, by the way, Blood Diamond was the reverse sweep, able to just come back, win 2 in a row and steal away the set. And this game was really convincing. I mean, it was a flawless game on the side of Blood Diamond, let's be honest. So I think this is the perfect scenario for Blood Diamond, as Big is having some struggles, but Blood Diamond, they're not just playing fine, they're playing really solid today as well.
They certainly are indeed. Big still a very good notable team, and if there was any team who could make a comeback, it's definitely these guys. It's just a matter of, you know, considering the map pool, how well and which team can actually improvise the best coming into this finals. But Lars is still in that right lane. Nadine is looking to try and recover as much as he can. Has recovered. Good way to respond to that last attack, which he had to try and pull back from. Lars trying to do some damage on the side of Blood Diamond, but Lao Yu's taking a fair amount here, but still looking to clean up Lars if he can. But he's now taking a fair amount of damage as Kagamo looking to try and push on up. Will he be able to take down Lars though? It's a bit of a struggle there. Lars almost won that 2v1. Well, we'll see, like, 1v1 back to back, in all fairness. And Nadine and Sugar now just looking to push that right lane.
Yeah, so far a bit more control from Blood Diamond early on, but Big are looking to get some more here as they take down Cube with a nice pull from Sugar, and Big Clan with the opportunity to push up and make something happen. But Layu does have a pull. Lars has a super as well. He's gonna pop it here, trying to get as much ground covered as possible. But Layu with the double suck is gonna get so much value off this one. The pass from Nadine, short shot. Oh, Lars, the ball is gonna bounce, I think. That was a missed pass, I think, from Nadine. Oh no, that is quite a disaster. And now the follow-up pull from Layu as well. And things are looking pretty good for Blood Diamond.
Oh, it really is indeed. One more team wipe should be able to do it. They're playing this very patiently. Don't want to make too many mistakes, but look how weak both... Oh, no. Big, considering how weak two of the members were. They were just trying to hold a setup for Blood Diamond, but Big just came in swinging without any kind of hesitation here, which is different compared to what we saw before. And now Lars just trying to use that cover, use the structure in order to try and keep Cube away from that goal line. And Kagami looking to try and push on through, but they destroy some of the structure on the goal line, and Nadine managed to get the first goal for Big.
Man, that was beautiful team play from Big to close this one out, getting the pull to open up the walls, open the path for that quick goal. 15 seconds left. Nadine pushing up. Charge shot. Kagamu. Oh my god, he almost dashed and caught that one. But it's going to be Big Plan with this game on the board. And so far, on every single mode and map, they've won the first game of the set and proceeded to lose the two next ones. Is this going to happen here for the third? And then if it would happen, potential final set, I don't know. I'm a bit scared for Big. They need to break some... man, they need to break some patterns if they want to win this one. And that's usually not the best sign, is it?
Nah, not really. You know, you need to break the mold at some point. You know, it's taken a mick now. You need to really try and break it here. This is the only time you can do it, unless it's going to be match point. Unless actually what you guys really want, you know, when your back's against the wall so much that, you know, this is the only way you're going to be able to come back from this. We've seen it in previous groups, especially in stage 2, but we'll find out. You know, like I said, Big is still a very, very good team. They are the kind of team I'd expect to put, you know, give the pressure back if they need to. And yeah, they certainly should. You know, that was probably the cleanest game they've actually won so far out of the 3 they've had in the last 3 sets. So, but then again, Blood Diamond are the ones who seem to be able to read their opponents a lot better. So we'll see what changes they make. And it looks like we've got the Rose and the Mortis and the Poco for the sign of Blood Diamond, and the Ems, Max, and Jean still for Big.
Yeah, the Rosa is going to be an interesting one, and the Ems could be a nice way to stop it. A nice attempt from Nadine, but Kagamu and Cube are ready to stop him. Look at that. Solid push that should be going in. Cube maybe a bit slow here, but does manage to slip through the defense. And Blood Diamond with the early goal here into this game.
Yeah, this comp from the sign of Blood Diamond's working much, much better. I think they realise they just need, you know, a tank or something just to consume a little bit more damage. And plus, you know, with the Mortis and the Slaying department, it's going to help them massively. Looking to take that last if he can, but will he be able to, though? Like, we're waiting to get that last shot off, which he does after a amount of time. But now Kagamu and Cube are just looking to push the ball up as far as they possibly can. Nadine just playing it safe, just going on the defense, because as you know with Cube, especially with Rosa as well, with the HP she has, wants to back off as fast as possible in case no one else is on the back line to try and stop this next goal. Kudo still looking to try and put a bit more pressure on here. The super does come up, and Mazza take down 1, but you got to remember he's only on 2k HP anyway. But look, this is going to pass it straight on through. Laoyu does score for the second time with Blood Diamond, and this is a much, much better performance from Blood Diamond.
It's all tied up in a Brawl Ball, but, you know, a 2-set difference does mean that it's match point ahead here for Blood Diamond. 1 win away from going to the winner's match of this group. And yeah, that would be quite a win, right? That would be quite a win. We'll see if they are able to make it happen. It at least saves them from last spot in that group, and makes it a lot more likely for them to place in the top 2 as well. So much better here from Blood Diamond. So far they have looked like the better team today, and Big Clan, yeah, it's looking a bit shaky on there, and the pattern of them winning the first game and then losing both games after in every single set here, that could be the way they lose this third set as well.
Yeah, just not adapting. We saw it in both stages 1 and 2 actually, and it seems to be a repeat. You know, there's obviously something with that team where they struggle to kind of make the changes necessary in order to go through. We know it's not, the set competitive map pool, but at the end of the day, you may have played these maps before a few times and you do need to improvise. So it is very tough and it can be a lot harder and, a little bit more difficult than you can think. But look at the changes already Blood Diamond have made. They've gone for the Tara, Ems and Jean now. Completely different. I think they were hoping that Big would have go for a slightly different comp just in case, maybe to counter for the previous one. We'll have to see how things go as Cube takes down Lars and Nadine's going to go straight in, but it looks like he will get almost taken down. Left on 1162 HP, but the main thing is the push was stopped.
Yeah, that's the important thing for Blood Diamond. This is their match point and their chance to just put an end to this match. Not give Big any chances to push back in some of the next sets. And that is going to be a one-on-one trade with some nice gene pulls. Blood Diamond pushing a bit more forward on the left-hand side. Lars wants to go for the ball, but Nadine got tanked up quite a bit. He's going to go for a charge shot. Oh, Lario just barely manages to catch that one. That was close. Sugar was the follow-up pull, but look at that. We have a push coming forward. Cube not quite going to go for it. I feel like he could have attempted the trick shot with the super, but he's not going to go for it. That is going to be a push diffused by Big Clan. Nice double suck from Lario, and sure, he does go down, but it is going to slow things down just a little bit more.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking maybe he can actually just use his super and tank the damage and pass it in, even though he's only got about just over 2k HP, but you know what Rose's super like anyway. But look at this, I think the first goal could go for Big. Yes, it does. Nadine does score the first one of his third game. So desperately required when they managed to be able to get it. So it looks like the last comp was working a lot better, and I think like Blood Diamond's hoping that Big would switch to something else here. But Sugar is still trying to hide behind that middle structure. Nadine does take down Kagemu in the process. Lars looking to grab that and pull straight down, but the shot comes in. Actually manages to get it from Lars. Well played, brings back into the third set, and now it's still 2-1 to Blood Diamond, but this could be the start of something good for Big.
Yeah, absolutely. It started off a bit scary for Big Clan. They are slowly climbing their way out of trouble. As sure, it is still a set advantage for Blood Diamond, but they closed the gap by half, which is quite significant, and that was just that one game. Beautiful stuff from Big Clan this set. I don't know. I feel like Blood Diamond did play really well here in Brawl as well. It was Big that kind of clutched up and managed to overperform themselves. We'll see if they're able to have those sort of clutches in the next two sets, because they'll need to win both of them if they want to pick up this match.
Do you feel like the Blood Diamond should have stuck with the comp beforehand with the Rosa, the Poco, and the Mortis, considering what Big had? Because it seemed to work a lot better. Maybe Blood Diamond were just overthinking what comp Big could switch to.
That's possible. I mean, the thing was Poco double tank or anything of that extent. And Poco tank Mortis, for example, that's what they were playing with the Rosa. Is that it can get heavy countered as well, right?
Yeah.
So sure, it is going to be a heavy counters to some other stuff. But certain comps will be a big problem for you, and if they were bringing in like a B or even the M's again and played it out maybe a bit better in a different place for a different matchup, it could have been quite detrimental to them. So I don't mind them, just moving away from that comp. Poco double tank in general is something you are gonna want to bring in for just like one game here and there. Try to surprise your opponents. Try to have a switch of momentum. And not really something you want to be running for an entire set.
Yeah, that's understandable. Sadly, Blood Diamond aren't mind readers, are they? They're not going to be able to predict exactly what. I think it was the right move. Even though, okay, fair enough, the comp didn't work out, in the third game, I think it was the right idea, because they're just trying to make sure they stay on top of the mind games of the comp process and making sure that, because Big are so good, they probably look to do the cannon as well. So it was just a matter of, will we get lucky? Will we be able to catch them off, going back to something whilst they try and counter our previous comp? But sadly, it didn't work out for them. It's just one of those things. But, that's in set number 3. Set 4 now, game number 1. It is now 2-1 in favour of Blood Diamond. Big have made a start of their comeback, you could say. But will it continue? That would be another story. Tied Siege straight away, and we're still looking for that second one, but Big do have that one bolt advantage. Better on save that cube, does take down Sugar, looking to take down Lars as well if he can. He's run out of shots, but it doesn't matter as Lao Yu still looking to go for him as well. Will he get the trade though, as he's still pushing through? Sadly, I can't see behind in the team's player cam, but it doesn't matter though, as the bolts now is up 6-5 in favor of Blood Diamond.
Yeah, that is a pretty good position for Blood Diamond as they're getting more and more bolts. Thing is Big. They are quite a bit behind the bolts, but they do have a couple already, which means that they might be able to just get a nice bolt lead for the next bot and try to have a successful defense this time around. I think it's important for Sugar to have his pull so he can just get a bit of an easier defense, because the retake should be quite easy. They have a 10 bolts lead. It's going to be 9 with Q picking this one up. So if they can defend this one off, then they're in a really good position. The pull from Sugar is going to make things a lot more complicated for Blood Diamond. And look at that. They barely get any damage of that big siege bot. And Big Clan, they have a 10 bolt lead. They pretty much just need 1 bolt and then they're chilling. They're getting the final siege bot and they only need 49% damage. That's a really good situation for Big in this game.
Yeah, because I'm not too sure how many bolts. I think you can collect about 10, can't you? Like straight after the first, the last initial push from that last bot. So you are right though. Like it looks like they just have to try and decrease the damage as much as possible. Just try and take as many bolts from them in order for the attack to be not as strong. But let's be real here, as level 17 siege bot is going to be on its way towards Blood Diamond. They need just 48% damage onto that turret, or let's be honest, Big can also just jump the turret anyway straight afterwards if need be, but try and do as much as they can. But the pull does come in, still doing a fair amount of damage to that turret, but look at that though, it's already been taken over and Blood Diamond are going to lose the first game of this set, Teddy.
Yeah, I don't even think it was a bad defense or anything from Blood Diamond. It was just a really big siege bot and maybe not having all the tools they needed to defend this one off. That's going to be game going to Big. And now suddenly we are in a bit of a different perspective, because if they win this next game, then we're going to set 5 and we can kind of forget about those 4 first set, especially since that's going to be the first competitive map in the entire match. And that is where Big are most likely going to be the most ready for as well. So this could really turn around in this next game.
Yeah, you could see they were a lot better and a lot more prepared for this one when compared to what they were in those first 2 sets. The only thing I probably will say now is that Blood Diamond are probably going to be sweating a little bit now, because they know if it goes to set 5 and it's a map which is in the competitive pool, then it's going to make matters even worse for them. You can even see some sloppy plays coming out now, not individually, but just as a team. You know, some players are just overstaying their welcome on the odd occasion. The coordination wasn't as good as it was before. Kind of a little bit too spread out. We saw it again in set 1. They rectified it, but now they've got to try and do it again. But we'll see though. You know, like I said before, the trend always normally is Big win the first game, and then they just like to have, well, I'll say not have a little bit of a laugh, but the fact that they just continue to lose the next 2 anyway. But I don't know if they will do it with this, man. Don't be surprised if Big take this one as well and we do go to a set number 5. So, but yeah, you know, like I said before, what a way to go to set number 5, first series of the day. Can't complain.
Yeah, it could absolutely happen. We'll find out soon enough if it does. Let's see. All right, here we go, guys. That is going to be set point for Big, as they have a chance at moving to set number 5. Lars taking quite a bit of damage. He's going to bolt the bank, which is ultimately the most important, especially with Nadine getting a bolt of his own. A nice pinch on the left-hand side. And so far, a pretty good bolt count for Big. A bit of a miss dash from Nadine. Sugar should be... Oh, nope, he's not going to get that bolt. It's going to be siege bot for Big. Quite a couple of bolts going the way of Blood Diamond. So that's not too bad for them. We'll have to see how clean that defense is.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised actually, because Blood Diamond did get more of the kills there, and especially a lot better players than the coordination. But yeah, the Big was still just focused on those bolts, so that was a little bit of a surprise there. It's Big now with that 2 bolt deficit, and Blood Diamond are looking better individually. But as I say that though, Sugar is trying to pull away from Kagemu, but Kagemu is still so weak, and sadly for him, Sugar is going to be able to stay alive from 368 HP, looking to continue to recover now and wait for the rest of the team to push on that. But look at this, so dead. Blood Diamond again just a little bit too separated after that pull as well, and Lao Yu now 554 HP. That's a team wipe here for Big.
Yeah, good stuff from Big. They will get the Siege Bot, and in the end, they only lead one bolt, right? Which is pretty commendable considering how much early control Blood Diamond had after that retake. But Big Clan gonna look to capitalize a bit more on this one. They could actually close this one out. Look at that, they're gonna make it happen. And Big Clan, they pick up this game and set, tying things up 2-2 and pushing things to set number 5.
I can imagine what Nadine's thinking now. Look what happens when it's a proper map. And not one of the ladder ones. But yeah, Big, literally night and day difference. Much, much, much better. And this is the team we expected to come here today. Not, you know, the one that dilly-dallies about and makes so many mistakes. It's just ridiculous. But it's the same again for Blood Diamond. Just a little bit too spread out. And again, one of the players, you know, overstaying their welcome. We saw it a few times. And it's just a real shame, really. I'm hoping they're not starting to get wet feet and realizing that, you know, this could be, you know, almost game over for them. The fact that they were 1 match point away to now Big doing a remarkable comeback here. It's, you know, we've seen it a couple of times before, but yeah, this is absolute madness. Fit. We did say as well, but Big are the kind of team who could do it. Very few teams who could. 15 kills to 9 of Blood Diamond. Even the damage difference is so small. So small. 182 difference, literally next to nothing. Just shows how much they were level pegging. But Big with the objective control once again, the efficiency was much better. Blood Diamond had a very good start in terms of the kills and the damage, but then they just fell apart. Madness.
Yeah, man, they played it really well in that one, Big. And honestly, the sets that they won just started looking more and more convincing. We'll see if that's going to be the case on Split as well, as we could be seeing a full-on reverse sweep in this match. It did seem like it was a bit of a trend that Blood Diamond were reverse sweeping those individual sets. Now it's the whole match in play, and Big Clan might reverse sweep that one.
They certainly could. If they do, that is going to be definitely a way to start things off today in Group B. We did feel like, you know, we talked a lot about Big earlier and Blood Diamond, the fact that a lot of inconsistencies. We never really tell what kind of performance we're going to expect from Blood Diamond, and it's really annoying as well because consistencies can come, you know, in a manner of ways. You know, sometimes I know they have their on and off days, but you know, the consistency can be fixed with a lot of planning and then a lot of grinding as well, and a lot of time you put into the game. If it's like off and on, you have to de-rust quite a lot, then I know the consistencies can occur from there. Or it could just be the fact that, you know, it's the chemistry of the team, and sometimes some things just don't work out. It's could be a lot of numerous different ways. And Big as well, you know, they've had a few struggles of their own. And we did see elements of that at the start, but it's hard to say really. It's hard to say if it's like more Blood Diamond just being inconsistent, or Big now starting to get, you know, the button heads now and actually realizing that they need to absolutely change things. I would have thought it was going to be 3-0 considering what Big have had to go through the last week, and considering, you know, what they have got to go through now. This is much better from what we've seen in the previous set. So now what I can say from Big now, I do feel like Blood Diamond are getting wet feet. It could be more due to the fact that now Big are getting the competitive maps they've desperately, you know, wanted since the start of this series. They're feeling a lot more confident, and depending on the last map, we'll have to see if Big can continue the trend.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough set for Blood Diamond, particularly also because I think they could kind of see themselves already winning this one. They had so many dominant games earlier on. It was a pretty quick 2-0 in sets, and I think they already just started happening. They got a match point in set 3 as well. I honestly think they were already kind of like halfway there, and then now suddenly it's all tied up. They lost that advantage that they had for the last 4 sets. That's something to take into account, right? They were leading for 4 sets, and now it's all tied up. The whole dynamic is turning around as we are moving on to our 5th and final set right now. Who is gonna take the win here between Blood Diamond and Big Clan in match number 1? Well, this is the first game to kick off that final set.
Oh, well, you know, if we've seen some strange things here and there, last things it's Christmas, that's just great. That's just great. But we can look on the left side now. Sugar is trying to fight this 1v2 against Cuban Lao Yu, but Lars is actually behind him from that right side. But see Kagami coming straight in, trying to clean up Lars if he can. But if Lars recovers, that's going to be absolutely huge, using that Frank to hold that right zone. Sugar pushing in with the Rosa. Lao Yu having to push all the way back here. And this comp seems to be working out really well for Big.
Yeah, this is a really solid position for them. Lars done capturing the left-hand side, Nadine going in for the pinch. And now a big clan only 25% away from match point. Would be their first match point as well. Stun from Lars doesn't find a connection, but Lalia and Cube both low HP. Lars falls, but not before picking up a kill as well. Kagamu trying to apply some nice pressure. Good shots from Lalia. Sugar is low HP. He's gonna fall. 9% left for Big, but now the entire map is under control of Blood Diamond.
Yeah, Kagamu did some great stuff there. Took a few goes to take down Frank, but managed to third time rounds. But Lars has actually been taken down again, and so has Sugar. This could be massive here. I thought this was already going to be a win for Big, but already now Nadine and Lars looking to push up on Kagamu. He's all on his lonesome here, just trying to fight Nadine back if he can, but didn't actually finish him off. So this could be a win for Big, depending on how Blood Diamond's going to push up here. Now he does take down Lars finally, but Kagamu's come to help out. This could be absolutely huge, and it looks like it's going to be too late though, as Big actually does take him down. And Blood Diamond, they just needed one more kill to potentially actually take that. Ridiculous. As Big and now on match point, considering they're about to get knocked out 3-0 into the elimination bracket.
Man, it was looking really rough on Big Clan early on in this match, but we're all tied up now. And in this final set, Big Clan, they picked up the first game. That's match point. That's one win from taking down Blood Diamond and from going to the upper side of the bracket on the winners match. Man, that is quite a turn of events. I honestly expected, this match to get quite close, but I didn't expect a potential whole reverse sweep story.
No, I didn't either. We've seen one, but it didn't actually happen in the end. It was very, very close. I can't remember which match it was on. It was quite a while ago, so, in my memory's definitely damn awful sometimes. But yeah, Big could actually be the ones who do it. They're the ones with the advantage again. I think, yeah, they've had the advantage every single set so far. And, surely it's going to come to a time where, every time this happens, Blood Diamond's adaptability proved us wrong every single time. And then they did really, really well. But that's kind of fallen short now. Now, the question is, are they going to use something to counter their Frank and the Rosa trying to control those zones? Or are they going to continue with the same comp they've had before? Just saw a couple of times where Kagamu would go straight in with his super, almost take down the Frank, and the fact that Lars's Frank actually was dropped down to 1 or 2k in HP is just it really hurts, just due to the fact that they're going to get the additional percentage in that right zone, and they're going to have so much time to recover. Then it's going to be like all that hard work was for nothing. So it's gonna really, really suck for them. But yeah, so are they going to be able to counter comp? Are they going to change something? Are Big actually going to change? This could be, a number of reasons. We've seen them actually stick with the same comp quite often. If they want to change something up now would probably be a good time, because Blood Diamond are the sort of team who like to try and overestimate their opponents as much as they can do. So yeah, it'd be quite curious to see how the comp changes act in the set.
Yeah, that could be quite important. I mean, Big, if they go for it, it's going to be some sort of a mind game, some sort of a risk. Obviously, they do have a comp that can be countered quite a bit. We'll see. It does seem like they're completely turning things around, aren't they? Barley, Nadine, Barley, Ruffs, and Surge on the side of Big Clan. Cold, Carl, and B for Blood Diamond.
Okay, we'll see what's going to happen here. Like Teddy's already mentioned, Big completely changing things up. Still trying to push in with the Surge, as Sugar now just had a few damage inflicted towards him, but Cube still somehow managed to stay alive throughout all of that, which was a little bit surprised. That's going to be almost a team wipe. Sugar's still trying to stay alive without Surge on that right lane. He knows he can't push up any further because Kagamu's, in terms of his HP and everything he wants to do, it's just way too strong. Looking to try and make a difference, but Sugar actually gets cleaned up. Cube is the one who finishes him off, and Cube, I don't know how he's been staying alive in the middle lane for the past minute. It's just been ridiculous, but been good from him as well. Lars looking to try and control that left zone alongside Nadine, but now knows that at some point we're gonna have to make that push, but he's taken way too much damage.
Yeah, so far a bit of a lead for Big, but nothing that Blood Diamond can come back from. Kagamu up close against Sugar, gonna pop the super, pick up the kill as well, but Nadine is still alive on the left hand side, causing some problems. Blood Diamond back in the lead. It's not a big lead, only 3%, but they have control of the left zone right now as well, so they will be banking more and more percentages and putting Big Clan in a dangerous position potentially.
Certainly will indeed. It's Nadine, Sugar, and Lars all focusing on that left lane. Kagami wants to try and peek out, but also doesn't want to lose control of the zone at the same time. But he has to give him a helping hand. I love that though. Kagami could have easily sat in that zone and maybe trying to do some long range angles, but instead decides to come in and help in that 3v3 scenario. But look at this, Blood Diamond only need 3%, Teddy. As Big now have control of both of these zones. Cube, just look at just to slowly just pop in and say hello and get that extra 12%, but it's not going to happen. Still 1% needed. Oh, he's taking it, but now you surely, yes, he will. They were just literally going in for the trades there, not even going in for the trades, just try and get the objective done. Each time one member goes in, just gain a percent and just have done with it. Just, you know, just leave it and go to the next game. So here we go. Another game 3, final set, final game here, Teddy, of the opening match. I think every single set has gone to a game 3 apart from one, which went 2-0 in favour of Big on that Siege game in the last set. So yeah, almost a 15 gamer here, but it's still back and forth. Blood Diamond, well, you know, for the clinch, literally clinched it right at the very end. So great stuff. Just going to see game 3, set 5. Can't complain.
Yeah, that is quite a way to kick things off here today. I mean, both teams are arguably the favorites of this group. So potentially a bit of a final already in the first match. But you love to see it. What a way to open things up, to get things started for group number B, or group letter B, I guess. So yeah, we'll see which team is gonna be able to close this one out. One game, one best of one, gonna decide the fate of this entire match, and that's quite impactful. I mean, it's not the end of the journey if they lose, but it does put them in a position where it could be.
Maybe we'll have to see. You know, you got to remember it's very, very important that both these teams want to try and win this match as well as go through this one, because it means they'll play against the second place team from a different group. So it's going to help them towards that top 4, because I think it is a single elimination to playoffs, if I remember correctly. I'll be surprised if it's double, but we'll double check on that. I'm pretty sure it's single. I'll have to check on that in a little bit. But yeah, it seems to be perfectly fine, because like I said, seeding is still very, very important, because if you come second in this group, okay, great, you made it to top 8, but you could play against SK Gaming, Clash, XO, mate. There's so many different names we could go through. It's just, you know, just ridiculous in the slightest. But yeah, just checking out. Yeah, it is going to be single elimination. So single elimination will just go straight on through and carry on with the same best of 5s. And yeah, we'll be first, second in each group. So nothing really different. And whoever's going to come through here, you know, so who is going to lose? Yeah, sure, they're going to qualify, but against one of those teams I mentioned just now, not gonna have a good start in that top 8. But yeah, anyway, you know, no matter what happens, no matter who you are in this tournament, you have to beat every single team one way or another to get that first place. I'm sure they're not trying to scrape at the bottom of the barrel hoping that they get this kind of seed into play against certain teams. They just want to go straight in, you know, no odds barred, no mucking around here, and try and get every single team broken apart as we go on forward. Still waiting for this last game. If you just joined us, this is the opening match. This is 2-2 between these two teams. It is game number 3, set number 5. I know you guys love it. We love it as well, more than anything else, and it's a great way to start the day. And whoever wins this is going to go to the winners match, and whoever loses this is going to be in the elimination match, waiting for the loser of the opposite team. But not only have we got these two teams today, as well as Blood Diamond and Big, we do have Zero Zone Spain and Unima Gaming, who we've seen plenty of over the last 5 weeks, who've been really, really sweating out to make it this far. And we're going to see, you know, if that journey comes to the end, or they can make a little bit of a statement. We'll have to see, Teddy.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see, man. On the one hand, I hope Blood Diamond win, because, you know, it would be a little bit of an upset, and that is always a compelling story. On the other hand, what is a more exciting story than a reverse sweep? So yeah, my heart is torn. I want both teams here to win this one, but only one will. I mean, potentially both can make it still to the final stage, right? So
Yeah.
it's not like it's the end of the journey for anyone after this match, but it is going to be a bit of a stain coming into the rest of the day, and potentially even the single elimination bracket, which could be a bit dangerous. One of those teams is seated as second. It's going to be a disadvantage.
Certainly will indeed. And, you know, even with this next match, Zero Zone Spain versus Unima Gaming. Unima Gaming have been tested a fair amount leading up to this, and this is going to be their true test. So we've got 3 big teams having to, you know, clash with during this group. And it's going to be quite difficult for them. I was going to say that, the odd group here and there is easier than others, but this and Group A are probably the easiest groups. Like we've seen Group C, and yeah, Jesus, like you've seen some of the heavy hitters in that one, and obviously Group D is still very, very strong, and you can probably tell the fate, kind of similar to Stage 1, where you can kind of predict who's going to, break in first and then go straight through after. But that's enough chatter, Teddy. My throat's getting sore. I want to go straight in to this next game, final set between these two heavy hitters, between Blood Diamond and Big, and it's going to see who's going to go into the winners match.
Yeah, this is what this opener match comes down to. This best of one right now, unless we have a draw, of course, is gonna set one of those teams apart. Cube and Kikamu taking quite a bit of damage here from Sugar, but they're still alive for now. Cube is gonna fall there to a nice shot from Sugar. Sugar going for the TP in, is able to pick up the kill. Oh, he's gonna fall from the pickaxe swinging backwards, but look at that. So far, a bit of an early lead for Big Clan. Sugar able to pick up the kill once more. He does fall, but it does mean that Lars is able to stay in the zone, get some more percentages across the board, and so far things are looking good for Big Clan.
Now he's missed so many shots with that Colt. Like, he's missed most of them, and I'm getting a little bit worried now. Unless Lao Yu starts hitting his shots and get better predictability with his projectile, then he should be okay. This is much better than now. If he's only on 38 HP, he actually still takes him down. That was huge from Lao Yu. Managed to make a big difference. He was really doing badly, like, during this first minute of the game, and was just missing so many shots, but he made a much bigger difference here, as now he's trying to push on through to continue that aggression if he can, to hold that left lane, whilst Kagamu and Cube still on the right side, but now he has been cleaned up by Nadine. Sugar take down Cube. I think this could be it here, Teddy. It's now Kagamu, last man left standing on 376 HP. It will still be able to do the job even with the tick close range. Allow you Steam, see if he can keep out that zone, but it's going to be too little too late. Nadine's going to be pretty damn happy about that, as Big, well, I'm not going to say an upset, but what a change of events here, as they were on match point set 3, losing 3-0, and they brought that back 3-2. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is why, sometimes if you've got a good IGL who just, keeps their heads set together and just makes sure they reset the mentality, you can do a lot of things. But Big, happy for them. Commiserations to Blood Diamonds. I felt like, they could have definitely walked away with that a lot easier than they would like to. A little bit of a shame, a few chokes here and there. The mistakes was, being repeated again from what we saw back in set 1. But they've still got a second chance here, Teddy. It's definitely not out yet.
Yeah, it's not the end of the journey. They do have some fairly decent matchups ahead of them in the elimination match. We'll find out about that a bit later. But it's not the end of the journey for either teams. Obviously, Big Clan getting a good footing into this bracket, into this group, and a nice chance at going through to the final stage. But for Blood Diamond, it's far from being the end either. They still got the elimination match to play later on as we get towards our second semifinal. And so far, both teams looked really, really solid. I feel like things could have gone different in 1,000 different ways in this match, and the results could have been just as volatile.
Yeah, I don't feel like every single second counted and would have made a decisive decision. I think there was just quite large mistakes on both ends, and then they managed to sort it out the following game. It was very back and forth. Enjoyed it quite a lot. I know it didn't look back and forth from the scoreline from the first few sets, but it really, really was. That's why every single set pretty much went to game 3, apart from set number 4. So, Big, very surprised by them. I thought after that 2-0 and what we spoke about in the pre-game, that this is probably going to be it for them. And just to let you guys know as well, that we do have season 2 of Gamestars League, which will be approaching in the future in a few months' time. Of course, this is season 1. We're actually coming towards the end of season 1, but if you guys want to try and qualify by any means, shape or form, make sure you look out for more information regarding this, as season 2 is only announced recently. And if you guys want to get involved all across EU and MENA region, then make sure you do so. Plenty of ways to qualify nationally for your own country, or maybe in wildcard. There is plenty of other ways, as we can have another 32 teams battle it out during the next season. So it should be an absolute banger for all of you who wants to try and get back involved once again. And yeah, it should be pretty good, Teddy.
Yeah, we are definitely looking forward to that. With that being said, we are gonna let our throats rest for a second before we hop into our next match. Let's head towards a quick break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the international finals for the Gamestars League Season 1 for Brawl Stars. Lethal, Teddy, usual. And now we're going to go into our next match between Unima Gaming versus Zero Zone Spain. So we haven't seen much of Zero Zone Spain because, you know, the cheeky buggers, they qualified literally straight away back at stage 1. And now looking at Unima Gaming, they've had a very, very rough ride, but they've managed to get here eventually. But before we talk about that, let's have a look at the standings so far in Group B, as Big managed to do a very nice reverse sweep against Blood Diamond Russia 3-2. And our next focus now is going to be Zero Zone Spain versus Unima Gaming to see who we're playing against Big in the winner match and who's going to be playing against Blood Diamond in the loser match. But before we do any of that, let's have a quick look at Unima Gaming to see how they feel coming into this finals. There we have it. Unima Gaming there, just basically explaining how they feel going into the finals. But they've got, again, someone who's a very big name, Zero Zone Spain. They managed to qualify straight away, getting here in the international finals. And I'm actually just having a quick look to see how they managed and who they actually played against going into this, because they actually did go through in a quite weird fashion here, as they did defeat Bojo's Army 3-1 in their first match and then defeated Sky Blue 3-1. So, still you can tell that, even players like Bojo's Army, they've definitely got some decent players on that team, and definitely gave Zero Zone Spain a little bit of trouble. Not a huge amount, but, it wasn't exactly the hardest group for Zero Zone Spain. But then again, look at some of the names in there, still got Noble Elite, Bojo's Army. It's not like they're walkovers. It's still very good teams. And with a decent scoreline against those, I do feel that Unima Gaming may struggle a fair amount. But look at the popular brawlers here, Teddy, and you can see Reliable, max 15 times. That's a big lull from me, considering he's only got 4 for the other 2. You see there 10 bells there for Ali, and Stu 11 times for Angel. But apart from that, all the others are relatively equal.
Yeah, a bit of a fair matchup here. I mean, overall, Zero Zone Spain, they are the superior team, right? On paper, they have had a lot more results lately, a lot more better performances. But the question is going to be, can they get taken out by Unima? Sure, but it's going to be quite a challenge. On the one side, you have Zero Zone that had an amazing group stage, taking first place in there. Whereas Unima, they did have to fight quite a bit more, so it could mean a bit more to them as well to win this one, just because they had a bit of a longer and tougher journey, and that could be extra motivation. But also, it's still Zero Zone, so we'll find out soon enough. We have our bands ready. That's gonna be Poco on the side of Zero Zone, Stu for Unima. I like it. I mean, Zero Zone clearly, we saw the bell pick rate on their end. They are not going to be banning Bell anytime soon. Stu, really strong brawler at the moment. Really good counter of Carl. So I'm expecting, quite a bit of Carl on their side. We have our maps and modes ready as well. That's going to be Red Herring in Gem Grab, Dueling Beetles for Hot Zone, Purple Paradise in Bounty, Pot Drop in Siege, and then finally Hot Potato in Heist.
Interesting set of maps here going into these two teams. I think Zero Zone Spain are not only the favourite in this match, but they're probably the favourites just overall, alongside Big and the other team, which was Blood Diamond Russia. How would you compare Zero Zone Spain to Big and Blood Diamond Russia? Would you say they're quite similar, or would you say they're just a little bit above the rest? Like, they're not like above in a huge way, but just in terms of like performance you've seen in their recent form over the last month?
I think they're very similar. I think that overall they might be a bit below, but in the last month I would put them maybe just a bit higher. So overall I would say very, very similar. We are ready to hop in though. Zero Zone Spain, which is actually just Zero Zone now, because there's no more other Zero Zone team against Unima Gaming. So yeah, that is gonna be quite an interesting matchup. So far Unima was a slightly better start, but Amy is gonna get the pull into Angel Tens, and that's basically just 3 gems going to his side. I don't know why Fede decided to pick up some of those. That seems like a bit of an odd decision to me, but yeah, that's what they're going for, and so far it is gonna be working out quite all right for Zero Zone.
I'm glad you said that, because I keep forgetting there isn't more than one Zero Zone team anymore. I'd have to say Spain every single time I mention them. And look at this now so far. It's Jamie and Fedi's now pushing on that middle side. Angel looking to see what he can do, but he's going to get taken down eventually. He was overstaying his welcome a little bit here. I'm actually quite surprised, and considering like the position he was in as well, it was just being maybe a little bit greedy, but did get those gems anyway. Zero Zone are up 6-3 now. But how are Unima Gaming going to respond to this, as they do have the mid control? Reliable takes down Jamie there, and now Ali is just looking to see if he can just keep his distance away from Reliable. As I say that though, he's just pushed all the way towards that left lane to try and give Reliable a little bit of trouble, but not enough for him to sway anything here. But now the advantage is as a map control has now gone in the favour of Zero Zone. as Jamie actually takes down Ray. Angel takes down Jamie, and that was a good trade from him. But look at this, Ali's going to be caught off by Reliable, but won't be able to do a huge amount of damage, but enough to try and put the pressure on. But he could actually get taken down in the process here, Teddy, as he just manages to back away.
Yeah, that is going to be the 1 gem difference right now, but Hamey does have a pull available. That could be quite clutch. Can they get the 10th gem here? It is going to spawn, but Raze is aware that if he goes to pick it up, he's 100% going to get pulled. That's going to be 2 gems in a row for 0-0. Now, Unima Gaming need a kill, and it has to be on someone with 1 gem, and to pick it up, maybe that's enough. Yup, 10-10, and that is going to be tying things up. Now, suddenly, they are the ones to get the follow-up countdown. Angel Tons is going to miss the pool, but the next gem is picked up. They need a kill on to pretty much anyone as well. That is going to be that 12 gems now for 0-0. What a back and forth game. Those pools really coming in clutch here.
Yeah, this is ridiculous stuff. Ali's also trying to keep him at bay. He's only got 1 gem, but it's not going to make a difference, and he knows that, so he's going to try and keep away if he can. But Ray's pushed in pretty deep here. But Freddy's taken down Ray, and now the countdown has started once again for 0-0. But look at this, Freddy's on actually the front line, but the rest of his team is as well, but they know that they need to regain map control in order to force the countdown to sway in their favor. They will be picking up 1 more to stop the countdown eventually, and it's going to be so back and forth, Teddy. It's now 20
There's
seconds
only 1 gem
left.
spawning. That's the last gem spawning right now. Who is going to pick it up? It seems like it's Unima right now. They have the lead. Can they close this one out? No kills from 0-0 just yet. Unima, they're going to steal this game away. Beautiful stuff. And oh my, it's not every day that you see a game going all the way to the end of the countdown in gem grab. Man, all 29 gems spawning, but the final one did go the way of Unima, and therefore they pick up that first game.
Yeah, that was actually the first time we've seen it happen, you know, in Gamestars in general. Of course, we've seen it in plenty of other tournaments, but yeah, not see a little bit of a difference, you know, literally back and forth. Both players, both teams, so we are actually, you know, just regaining that map control. It wasn't really too chaotic. It was, you could see, but I kind of feel like Zero Zone did play a little bit better, and again, a lot more positional advantage on many occasions, even if they had to force it to happen. But still, Inima Gaming managed to come out on top there, even towards the end. Some debatable plays, but Zero Zone, you know, now on the back foot. Very. Do you know what? Yesterday was really weird, and I feel like today is just going to be weird again, and it wouldn't happen. Well, it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. It's now Unima Gaming with the advantage here. We're going to see if Zero Zone can respond in a big way and try and get an early lead, which they have done now. 2 gems to 0, not full map control as of yet, but they're going to try and make this happen if possible, as Fed is looking to push in that right lane to take down Ray. That's a good opening for him. Just waiting to recover in case Angel and Reliable do decide to switch and try and finish him off, which they don't. But Ali on that left side still doing a huge amount of damage to the other 2 members of Unima Gaming.
Yeah, so far a bit of a better start from Zero Zone, but Hamey's low HP and he does have that pull, so does Angel Tens. That could be the opener for this middle area. And so far he's looking to go for it onto Reliable. That's going to be an easy kill with the assistance of Ale. Angel Tens still sitting on his pull, maybe waiting for a bit of a more impactful one, at least gem-wise. But look at that, great kill. Raze is going to fall as well. That's going to be all the gems retrieved by Zero Zone. The follow-up pull on Reliable as well. And the countdown starting for Zero Zone. 12 seconds left. Unima, it doesn't really seem like they're in a position to stop that one.
Yeah, this is so much better. Like, the difference from the first game to this one is just absolutely mammoth. As now Zero Zone, very convincing there to take that 11-0 in that second game. That was much, much better. Good adaptation, reading exactly what they've done. And you kind of feel like Unima Gaming were just trying to play the exact same way. And you can't do that, especially at this high level.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, it's 1-1. We had a bit of an interesting first match of the day, going all the way and having super close sets. So far, this is even closer in the first set, man. That first game going all the way to the last gem, that's absolutely insane. And we'll have some more of that, I am sure, in this match, as we are getting to game number 3 in this first set. Now, all being said, Zero Zone did have a pretty convincing win in this game right here, but it's still like it's not like they were dominating either. They just got the kill on the gem carrier, and it had some great openings, a bit of a clutch play. So it was still definitely very much close until then. So I don't know. I really don't know who to favor. I feel like overall, Zero Zone Spain, they should be the better team on paper. So I'm gonna just, if I have to go for prediction, I would go for Zero Zone. But Unima, they're looking pretty solid today as well.
Do you know, it's damn annoying when on paper this should happen and then something different happens, because it just makes zero sense sometimes. Funny enough. But yeah, Zero Zone, up now. Well, not up. They actually managed to tie things up back, but that victory was much, much better. I did still feel like Zero Zone played it better in that last game, and Unima Gaming managed to get some clutch moments. But, you can't just clutch up 24/7 and rely on one person to make the game-changing plays. They just seem to be a lot better as a team, working much better. The sync was on point. And Unima Gaming just a little bit too spaced out on a number of occasions, just trying to win some of the battles and overstaying their welcome once again. But it's good to see that Unima Gaming are putting up a little bit of a fight. We did think it's going to be a little bit more one-sided. It could be now. We don't actually know as of yet, because that was definitely much more one-sided compared to that first game. And Zero Zone are going to be looking to try and grab this third game in the bag and now end the set 1-0 and push them into elimination bracket, hopefully later on for them. But, going into so far, do you kind of feel like Zero Zone now are going to be a little bit more comfortable going into this? Because our second game was, almost a whitewash in comparison.
Yeah, it certainly was. I don't know. I'm really curious to see. I mean, on paper, as we said earlier, Zero Zone should have the advantage. Also, not only if you look in general, but specifically to Gamestar, they had a much more convincing journey so far. Unima, they had to fight, and they had to fight really, really hard to get to where they are right now. That just does favor Zero Zone in every way, except that, yeah, maybe Unima a bit more like warmed up, I guess. But I don't know. I really don't see too many things going their way, except that so far today they have shown some pretty solid stuff, and I think they're going to need to play at their highest level just to stand a slim chance at taking down Zero Zone Spain. But it is definitely possible. It is definitely possible. They've managed to grind their way until this position, which does mean that when the battles are hard, when the battles are tough, they are still able to make things work, and that could be a great asset getting into this match.
Certainly could be indeed, as we go into the first set of game number 3. Neither team is, of course, holding back by any means. Reliable now on that left lane against Ali. Jamie trying to fight off Angel in the middle. Ray's looking to potentially give him a little bit of help here, because you can see their Fed is just being a bit of a pain in the backside on that right lane, looking to see if he can try and take him down. But he literally hit the cover a bit too much there. Ray's opportunity is open, takes advantage, pushed up all the way on that right lane, and is just looking to recover. But Jamie is weary on Ray's whereabouts. He's just trying to be a bit more careful, and he's a little bit worried at the same time here. Does use his super once more just to give him a little bit of cover and be able to fight again without having to back away and having to recover. And still a lot of damage has been taken on the side of Unima Gaming. But Fed is quite weak also, as he's looking to try and put away, but it doesn't matter. He's been pulled. Fed has taken down Ray. Only 2 members of Unima Gaming just trying to hide behind that structure. Ali looking to see if he can clean up Reliable. Both members are so weak here, and Ali was looking to hopefully finish off Reliable, but doesn't get the opportunity to, sadly, as he does pull back.
Yeah, Fede a bit of trouble heading his way on the right-hand side, as Raze is quite aggressive. Nice skill from Unima. They needed that one as well, because gem-wise it's really close from getting to a countdown. I think that they could actually have gone for that here. Zero Zone. There's 2 gems right in front of Hamey. Fede is going to be the one picking them up and starting that countdown for Zero Zone. Unima on the hunt, and they have 2 targets in mind, Fede and Hamey. Can they take them down? Ali is able to stop Reliable. Fede takes down Angel Tense, and there's no more time left. Zero Zone picking up that game pretty convincingly. So far, the most convincing one as well in that match. It just looked to get more and more convincing. And Unima, they took a game in that set. Sure, it was a beautiful game as well. But it was a big struggle once again. They did really need to fight for that one, give it all they had, and yeah, it does seem like afterwards they were maybe getting a bit tired already. As Zero Zone, that pretty smooth games for games number 2 and 3.
You saw Unima Gaming didn't push the advantages again, just playing way too slow. Like, I felt like Ray, on that right lane, when one of the players on Zero Zone actually made quite a big mistake shooting the cover and then not be able to grab him. That was their first kill, so when they put numbers game, they could have pushed on forward and just pushed him all the way back whilst the other member is respawning, and then could have made a start for the map control there. So maybe a little bit of pressure, maybe a little bit of, a little bit out of control. They just didn't really feel like they were in their comfort zone in any way. And look at the kills there, 19 to 12, 7 kill difference. And in terms of damage though, 28,000 more damage. So that's, a fair amount, just, just under 10% there, but still a fair amount to keep them at bay. Julian Beetle's Hot Zone will be next year, Teddy. So I'm sure it's going to be a lot quicker than we've seen in these previous games back on, I almost said Bounty then, on Gem Grab. But now we are going to go to the second set. No mucking about here, Teddy. We've seen how this can be a little bit chaotic at times, and I'm be curious to see how maybe Unima Gaming can respond. But Zero Zone looking absolutely solid.
Yeah, so far some great snipes from Ali and great beams from Fade for the side of Zero Zone. You see how that super from Hamey is gonna go. He's gonna find a connection. That's a lot of damage, picking up the kill as well. And a chance for Zero Zone to get some middle control. Amy is gonna get tagged up a bit, so is Ali Reyes with some great snipes, but how long can he keep that up? As we do have a pretty decent lead for Unima so far, at least capture-wise. Zero Zone, they're just waiting a bit longer to open up the map and have those longer range fights.
Jamie using his amber to the full advantage. Ali has rejoined the fray. Is Fed still trying to hold that left side with the Colt? But Reliable just pushing as quick as possible, just being a little bit of a pain in the backside. Fed, though, only on 500 HP, looking to recover before he re-engages into that fight on the left lane. But still, though, Unima Gaming looking very strong. 58%, going up to 60 and continuing to increase their lead. And Zero Zone are just being very patient. They don't want to give away, unnecessary deaths, which is understandable. But you see, they literally make it so hard for Unima Gaming. But look at this, though. Great stuff from then Ray took down Ali, both using the bell, of course. And Jamie's already taken a fair amount of damage with that Amber. He can't actually re-engage anymore. But this is much better from Unima Gaming. I was saying earlier that when they see one of the members really weak, or at least one of the kills, or one of the members of Zero Zone have been taken down, take advantage of that, push your advantages. Don't just sit back and let them recover, because that's what they want you to do. And Unima Gaming made sure of that. I think they must have realized those last couple of games is what made it so convincing on Gem Grab. And it would have been the same again on that Hot Zone map. But then again, looks like they rectified it. So good stuff from Unima Gaming. Good corrections.
Yeah, I think you were exactly on point here. It's exactly that. They were just not really capitalizing. Like, they were getting more kills early on, which should mean that they have more possibilities at control takes and getting those percentages banked. It just seemed like they didn't really want to capitalize on it too much, maybe playing a bit too safe, not really wanting to go too much forward and get some good positionings. And to be honest, it was hard for them to get good positionings, because they destroyed all the cover on the side of their opponents. It's not like they could use it to their own advantage, which, yeah, usually with that Colt, you're going to be destroying your side of the map first, because, that's the side where your opponents, if they push out, they will have some better control. It did seem like they wanted to play it otherwise and a bit more aggressive, but removing all the cover just didn't really work all that well. Zero Zone, though, this time around playing without that Colt, and it's going much better early on already, as they have a pretty significant lead only a couple seconds into this game.
Let's see now what response we're going to see from the side of Zero Zone. Already a good response, nonetheless. Already up to 50% nearly. As now they're just separating every single member. It's not exactly even a team wipe either. They're leaving one alive a little bit slyly and then taking them out afterwards. So it's always going to be a 3v2 scenario. But Unima Gaming are just, they're going in one at a time. Finally, they're actually regrouping, but now again, it's a 2v1. It's a 3v2, 2v1. They take that numbers advantage every single time. They're just rushing in one by one. They need to be really cautious. They were playing so well before, and Now they haven't got any advantage. Again, look at this, one at a time again. They got the pull in, and then the Amber tried to follow suit. Should have backed away straight after the pull, but not going to happen. Again, look at this. Angel been taken out. Now, already down to, 49%, and now 83% now for Zero Zone. This is going to be a very, very quick game here, Teddy. As now Zero Zone just need to do one more, and this, literally, it was just a question of, the separation. They were separated every single time, and played a numbers game extremely well. Very quick, but very good stuff there from Zero Zone. Good corrections again.
Yeah, that was a nice game for Zero Zone, as they were only one game away from just doubling down on that lead, picking up a second set and going the distance in this match. We'll see if they're able to do that in the next one. It just looked much better, and with some walls in play on their opponent's side, it did mean that they could push up and use that as their own cover to hold on to that middle control, which is really what they were lacking in the previous game. So much better, much more comfortable as well, and overall a pretty convincing game in favor of that Spanish roster.
So it is indeed. We are going to go to game number 3, and Zero Zone just correcting all their mistakes so quickly and playing it so well. It's not even just corrections, it's more they have a completely different game plan overall. But so far, so good for Unima Gaming. Still having a 1v1 in the middle of the map here, waiting for Ray to rejoin him, but he does get taken down in the process. Jamie just got there a little bit too late on the respawn. Ali's now trying to look to control that left lane once again.
Yeah, Unima was a bit of an early lead, but they're a bit too fragile HP-wise to really hold on to that control right now. Maybe some good snipes from Raze could turn things around. He's certainly going to hit a couple of good shots, but Zero Zone are pushing back up. Nice slow as well. Ali, it's so much damage coming through there. The bounces are going to result in 2 kills here for Unima. That is solid as Raze takes down Amy, and the lead has closed down a little bit, but it's still in favor of Unima as they have some more control. The pull connects down to Ali as well. They only gets 1 shot down, and this is looking good for Unima. Nice cleanup. Fade popping off almost with the triple, as Amy is going to be the one to close that one out. And Zero Zone, they're catching up once more, but this time around they needed to hold on to that control a bit longer.
Ali's Bell's looking so good and did so much work, so much damage here. But the only problem is Angel's going to be able to clean up Jamie here. Oh, look at that, 28 HP. That could be the turn of the tide here. Ali and Fed need to try and take him out before it's too late and he recovers, but he's already recovered. They all need to try and regroup. And you can see here that Ali's trying to do as much as he can to clean them both up. But look at this. So Jamie did clean them both up on 99%. They need to stick together, and Unima Gaming need to be careful. They need to just have one member just to walk in. They're all going to come in from all different angles, and they couldn't, of course, stop because the map is so small and the spawn is so close to the middle that surely one of the members were going to grab that 1%. So good stuff from Unima Gaming. Not what we expected, and now the series is tied up 1-1.
Man, I just want to point out, Amy placed, or was it Ali that was playing the bell in the final game? Well, anyways, he was playing the bell, and there was 99% captured by Unima, right? So if someone steps in the zone, it's over. And he placed a trap in the zone, as if like if someone triggers a trap, the game is over. Which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. We might be able to see it in the replay. But I just want to show it. Look at that. He placed it like in the zone. If someone walks there, the game is over. So it's like, why? What's the point? Why didn't you place it a bit further so it would actually like be impactful in any way? Because here it's like, I mean, sure, people don't want to take 500 damage and get slowed down, but if it wins them the game, then they're gonna go for it. And the only way that actually works out is if someone is below 500 HP and dies from it, basically. So I don't know, not exactly convinced by that move. Not that it costs them the game or anything along those lines. Where it does get scary here is that we're moving on to Purple Paradise, and that's that's gonna be quite something. As you can see, the map or lack thereof is gonna be an interesting playing field for our players. Well, we'll see how that one goes. I think the last time we saw quite a couple of healers being played and Crow, and it seems like here they're going for a bit more of a different meta, and it makes sense because Bell is available, so going for healers that, you know, have to stick close to each other is going to be a bit tough. And that is going to be Zero Zone with 2 quick kills off the bat to take the lead.
Well, if you like maps where it has no structure and it's about as plain as my personality, then this is the map for you on Purple Paradise. As Zero Zone is now coming out 5-3, do have the blue star as well in hand. So if one of the members do get taken down, it won't be too much of an issue as they can still keep that defensive stance. But this is what we expected though, and oh, as we can see there, Zero Zone do extend their lead, but not before Angel takes down Jamie's Bell. And we're going to see what they can do here. Fed looking to push up ever so slightly, but it's just really, it's very difficult to decide who's going to take this sometimes, because it's not like you need a massive amount of awareness on this map, you know. It's just a few small bits of small talk here and there to then capitalize, then that should be it. And then as soon as one's taken down, you just go on full force and try and take out another, which is exactly what Zero Zone's doing. You know, Zero Zone do this more than Unima Gaming. They respond to their advantages a lot quicker, a lot faster. And Unima Gaming do have that potential. Maybe that last game type was just more in their favor because the map being so small and a lot more agile, and you know, you have to be a lot more cautious. But in this one, yeah, it's purely just teamwork, fundamentals and mechanics, and you know, you can kind of tell who's the better team sometimes. It's not really too much strategy towards it. It's just responding to different scenarios a little bit quicker than your opponent.
Now, only 20 seconds left. That's going to be the final stretch, and so far it's going to be favoring Zero Zone as they have a 5-star lead. Now, Unima, they do have the blue stars, so if they can get 2 quick kills or just a kill on Fade, that could be enough to take this one home already. They're going to find the 1 kill, just another one would be it, but they can't make it happen. That's going to be Zero Zone picking up the first game of Purple Paradise.
Yeah, it just shows that their mechanics was a lot better than theirs. As soon as one's taken down, they put not really too much to digest here, Teddy. You know, it's a very, very straightforward map. You get a kill, you're trying to kill the other 2. If you don't win the numbers game, you know, within the next 5-6 seconds of the respawn, then you just leave it and just go back to stalemate. You know, it's a very, very stale map, and you know, I don't want to talk too much into it because I'll end up falling asleep otherwise. So we're now going to go to game number 2. Zero Zone does have the advantage now, and rightly so. You know, they are the better team, like Teddy said earlier, on paper, absolutely 100%. Compositions will probably be very similar, you know, having the Piper and the Bell, etc. And it shouldn't really be too much of a hassle. Will Zero Zone take this 2-0? They should do, really, considering they are the better players individually. But you never know. In the game, we have done some really weird stuff in the past and currently the present. But we'll have a look now, as the only difference I kind of see, I suppose it is still technically a mirror matchup. And we're going to find out if Unima Gaming can make any kind of changes, as Zero Zone does take down 1, but also have the blue star to their name as well.
Yeah, that is a nice start, as Ale is going to get a nice homemade recipe onto Angel tends to close out that kill. Fade taking down Raze as well, and Zero Zone so far with a nice 5-star lead, even more convincing than in the previous game. But Fade is just looking to keep that up as he takes down Raze, and the lead just keeps expanding in favor of Zero Zone so far.
Something I've done indeed. 10-1
I love
now,
that, man.
Huge.
I love the
Huge
Piper
margin.
going for the shot onto the Nani, so that the Nani would lose his return to sender, and that Fade would be able to easily pick up the kill with his peep. That was beautiful team play.
Let's see if they're going to do any more. Jamie now must get another Fed, takes down Ray, just making matters worse, really. Just adding, you know, salt to the wound now, as already 40 seconds left. And they're going to have to do, like, you know, not just a team wipe, but maybe a little bit extra afterwards. That's even if they get the chance. But how do you just stop him reliable? Fed's taking down Ray again. It's only Angel's Piper left standing in that left lane. He can't go for this. He has to back away, but he gets taken down in the process. But just look at the star count so far. As you can see, it's going to be at least a team wipe and plus 1 or 2 kills afterwards at the bare minimum. But yeah, way too little too late now. I'm just trying to work out what they can do, but it's now mathematically impossible. And then they've got 10 seconds left. Zero Zone looking much, much better. This is what we expected from them from the get-go. And you can see there, Angel's just trying to work out what it could have, Havoc could have done. And there we have it. Zero Zone, very, very clean. 26-9, a lot better than that last game. And now it is 2-1 in the series in favour of Zero Zone.
Yeah, the mechanics here making the difference, as it is going to be Zero Zone getting that next set, and we'll be moving on to set number 4 now. Um, Possibly the set where this ends, honestly. I feel like Zero Zone have just been looking more and more convincing as we've been moving forward. That was the play, by the way, with the Piper just getting the shot down on the Nani, so he would lose his return to center, and the Peep would finish off the job. Yeah, look, stat-wise, I think that doesn't need a whole lot of explaining, does it? A lot more
No.
going the way of Zero Zone. 3 times the amount of kills, and actually even more than 3 times. And therefore, quite a lot more stars as well. Bot Drop is going to be up next. Bot Drop that just went out of the competitive map pool to be replaced with Factory Rush. So teams still have it freshly in memory and how to play it. It is a pretty straightforward map. You're going to see a lot of healers often in towards the center, some sharpshooters as well, some crow action too. And I'm expecting to see maybe a bit less healers just because Bella's here. And first of all, Bella is going to be strong to be played, but also it's going to counter those healers because, you know, if you're playing like a Jean or a Poco, you're going to be bunching up next to each other, and the Bella is just going to have a fun time of bouncing her shots and murdering you for the entire game if that's the case.
Yeah, it's not something you want, is it, Telly? Let's be real. And yeah, well, like you said, even though it's only been out of competitive pool for not too long now, I'm sure Zero Zone Spain. I still keep saying Zero Zone Spain. Zero Zone, just in general, should be okay here. They'll be a lot more prepared than they have done for some of the other maps not in the pool. But let's have a look into it anyway. I can hear them all going back and forth already. The first siege is going to be up in the next 12 seconds. And Unima Gaming do have a slight bolt advantage, but not before Jamie says no to that and actually picks one for himself. This could be tied, but Fade is looking to see if he can be able to keep that one. Yes, he does. A level 2 siege bot will be heading up north, towards the side of Unima Gaming. And let's see how well they can defend this.
All right, so far so good for Zero Zone. Defense is all right from Unima. They're not really committing whatsoever here, Zero Zone. I do feel like they could have. It's not like there's really like a gene or something that can really punish them for overextending when the bot is tanking that damage. But anywho, Zero Zone, they still have some pretty good control. Not really just looking to give them any chances at going for a retake, as every single bolt in this preparation phase went the way of Zero Zone. Unima, they have 2 bolts, but they're still from the first bolt. And so far, it's not looking like they will get any out of this one. Angel Tens may be able to snag off the one. A bit of a mistake from Zero Zone to leave those so easily accessible, because they just went from having the bolt lead to giving it to Unima. Now, they keep control, right, after the siege bot, so it's not the end of the world, but they didn't find a whole lot of value out of this one either, which means that they absolutely need that 3rd and final siege bot.
That's right. Only took about 2%, then an additional 25% with the second one. So you're right, not enough value. And Zero Zone have realised that. And Unima Gaming also know that, they can get this 3rd siege bot and then make a mammoth difference. Maybe not by a huge amount of bolts, but look at this again. Fed takes down Reliable. Bolt lead, though, does go in favour of Unima Gaming. Not if Jamie picks up this next one. If he does, that'd be huge, but it doesn't matter. It is already going to be on the side of Zero Zone again. Level 7 siege bot heads north here, Teddy, and it looks like Unima Gaming will be losing game number 1, and Zero Zone will be on match point.
Yeah, Fade had a really clutch kill towards the end, able to take down, I think it was Angel Tens that had literally the bolt that would have given them the siege bot, but because he lost it, well, not only doesn't he get that bolt, it's going to Zero Zone, and it changed the gap quite a bit and made it so that Zero Zone could catch up bolt-wise. With that being said, match point ahead of us. It's looking pretty good for Zero Zone. They had a bit of a tough start of the match. It does seem like they really warmed up afterwards, and now they're pretty much on fire.
Yeah, they found their groove, I think is probably the best way to describe it so far. I think that hot zone match was just a little bit of a hitch, it can happen sometimes. But yeah, Unima Gaming are kind of looking where we expect them, sadly. Zero Zone, I'll be surprised if they lose this one as well, because they're going to realise, even though they got all 3 siege bots, even with the deficit in terms of bolts, they just didn't really lose map control at all in the slightest. So they're still looking very, very good. So don't be surprised if Zero Zone do 3-0 this, or sorry, 3-1 this. Apologies, I keep thinking that Unima Gaming did actually lose that Hot Zone game, but obviously they didn't. And yeah, it looks like Unima Gaming could or may well be heading into that elimination match against Blood Diamond Russia afterwards, and it could be Zero Zone versus Big. So that should be awesome to watch if this pattern that does occur. As we are going to go to game number 2 in set 4, and this is going to be match points for Zero Zone.
Yeah, first ball in the center. Hamey is going to pick it up. He is going to fall, but Angel gets traded out. Unable to get the next bolt. Reliable. Can he bank it? Oh my god, he barely will. And that is going to be tying things up. Second bolt for Zero Zone, and therefore the lead, the siege bot, secured as well. Another bolt gonna get banked by Unima. Actually, they are gonna drop it, and that does mean that Zero Zone can just catch up a little bit more bolt-wise for the next siege already.
Unima Gaming actually have very good defense, and they've shown it on a number of occasions. I know they only took 2% from the first one. This one's taken a little bit more. On average, it's like 0 to 30% from the first siege bot anyway, so I don't think they're going to be too worried about that. It's all about that bolt deficit. They want to make sure to close up every single time. But look at this, a full-on team wipe here. And Unima Gaming need to try and regroup and try and restack again. And the bolt now lead going in favour of Zero Zone. 5 seconds until this next siege comes in. It will be for Zero Zone, and this is going to be the second bot. And the question is, you know, they've been defending really well so far. And the worrying thing is now for Unima Gaming, they haven't won one siege yet.
Yeah, that is not exactly ideal, as Zero Zone is just gonna get a little bit more value here, get them a bit lower HP as well, try to slow down that retake, but it is coming true. And now Zero Zone looking to stop that from giving them enough bolts to get that final siege bot. Angel Tense is gonna get the ball, but it's a 2-on-1, and that's not an ideal scenario, as Ali does miss a shot. Nice knockback from Amy into the Ike, and the final siege bot is gonna go the way of Zero Zone, getting every single siege bot in this set, and therefore picking up the win here as well. Zero Zone taking down the Unima Gaming 3-1, sorry, in sets.
So greedy of Zero Zone to not give one siege bot in 2 games. So greedy. It's awful. You know, they're not sort of people, you know, who are definitely going to share things, but it don't matter. Unima Gaming, it's a shame that you see Unima Gaming who have good defense and siege, but just couldn't get any map control to even get one siege for their own. I think that's the first time we've seen 6 sieges in a row. We've seen 3 or 4, but that's because the game goes so quick. We don't actually get the chance to see all the others, which proves why Unima Gaming have good defense. So Zero Zone, they will be the team which will be going into the winners match against Big, and then Blood Diamond Russia will be playing against Unima Gaming in the elimination match later on. So should be good to see. I think we'll be starting off with the elimination match after the break later, which we'll talk about a little bit later as well. But just talk about this game a little bit. I kind of feel like, Teddy, it's just a matter of time. Zero Zone did find their groove and were able to, you know, but basically punish really hard some of the small mistakes that Unima Gaming kept on creating throughout the course of the series.
Yeah, I think so too, you know. I think it took a bit of time for them to really warm up and feel comfortable into this match. The earlier we were into the match, the stronger Unima was looking, and I think that to a certain extent, it was Unima that kind of got, like, you know, maybe a big hit on their morale after losing a couple of games and sets here and there. So they started playing off less and less well towards the end. Whereas Zero Zone Spain, they just, you know, started off a bit weak, but got more and more comfortable, more and more confident as the games went on, and towards the end, just looking like the much clear favorite and winner of that match.
Yeah, look at that, 171,000 more damage. That's a huge amount in comparison. But look at the kills though, my god, literally 57 more kills. That's over double over the entire course of the series. It didn't feel like that, in all fairness. There was a few games where I was quite surprised and it just didn't feel like it went that way. But I think there was the odd game modes here and there which really did settle the score in terms of difference, like the bounty game earlier, where it's purely just mechanics and call outs and some other bits and pieces here and there. So, yeah, still just surprised that they've had 57 more kills. That's a huge margin. But we know I was going to talk about the next game and talk a little bit about it, Teddy. But let's have a little break first before we do any of that. We've got some highlights for you from that last series, but don't go anywhere as we do have the elimination match coming up next. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Gamestars League for Brawl Stars. It is Season 1 and make sure you guys register for Season 2 and you will see it. Even in Nightbot chat, just click on the link on the side or you can head over to brawlstars.gamestars.com to find out more and get ready and prepared to go for Season 2. Because it's not too long now and registration is now open. But let's focus on Season 1 so far. We're looking at Group B. This is the International Finals. And Big are going to be playing against Zero Zone later on today. But first, we're going to put our focus on Blood Diamond versus Unima Gaming. And we're going to see what they can do here. Now, you mentioned earlier, Teddy, is the fact that, we're going to talk about it a little bit more and talk a little bit further after. But got a little video for you guys to see what they think about coming through into the International Finals. And there we have it, Lao Yu just giving his insight on how he feels coming into this. They've put in a lot of work. They wanted to try and find their groove going into this, and they did find their groove, just not in the other the other 3 sets, which is a bit of a shame against Big. But hopefully they can find their groove in this one, because if they don't, I'm going to tell you now, Teddy, that is literally it done for them here in Unima Gaming. I'm sure these two know each other, both in the same region as well, as we've got Lao Yu, Kagamu, Cube, Adriel, Ray, and Reliable. And look at first thing I've noticed, Teddy, 20 maxes. That's a fair amount for Reliable, but pretty consistent across the board apart from that. 20. Loves his max.
How much I would love to see a max ban right now coming in. That would be quite insane. But it seems like they are quick on the trigger, at least for the play button, as we are ready to hop in. That was almost a goal as well, but Angel Tense is able to stop that from happening. I think we can keep our insights and stuff for after this opening game, but so far pretty back and forth, pretty chaotic as well. Keep gonna get the pull onto Angel Tense. It's gonna be close, but he picks up the kill eventually as well.
Yeah, good stuff from them. Just to let you know, actually, Teddy, because you're probably picking your brain, wondering exactly who they banned. So Blood Diamond actually banned Bell, and Unima Gaming actually banned Stu. So yeah, Blood Diamond didn't decide to go for the maxi here. So, well, I bet I wish they did now after this. But that was just on the goal line. Ray just managed to intercept that before he got into any trouble. Cube is taking down Angel. And now just trying to stay up on the other side. Good stuff from him. Reliable's going to get cleaned up momentarily. But as I say, now you could actually get finished up as the trying to do a little bit of damage. Reliable's taken down Lao Yu finally. And Unima Gaming, it took him a while, but finally got off the spawn as Kagamu looking to push back left side. We've seen a lot of his individual ability firsthand in the previous series. Cube now does take down Ray. They have the numbers. But what they're going to do with it here, they actually pass it down to Cube. I think they're hoping Cube can just push on through and just see if he can try and absorb as much damage as possible. I don't know if he would have been able to get away with that. I think he's just playing this super, super safe and just waiting for the rest of his teammates to regroup.
Yeah, this is so far a bit of a stalemate. Both teams struggling to find a good opening. That pool could be what they're looking for, but it's gonna get matched by another pool. Cube somehow though surviving quite comfortably off that pool. The push coming through. Kagamu trying to tank it in, but it's not gonna happen here. Cube, oh, that is a very nice gadget from Ray, just making sure he can't hit that pull and a shot, and that is gonna be overtime, slowly but surely heading the way of this first game. 12 seconds left. I doubt we'll have an opening by then. 10 seconds now, and the map is going to be opening up very, very soon, which will give a big advantage to Blood Diamond that are in the better positioning. I think that shot was maybe a bit of a waste. Could have maybe passed it towards a teammate. That would have been a goal, but we'll see how they are able to capitalize on that nice positioning here. Blood Diamond. Raze is going to go for the pull, does miss it onto Cube. And this is quite big, actually, because now Blood Diamond, they get to keep some of that positioning, and they do have that pull available on both sides of the Genes, but Angel Tense is going to get pulled. This is good for Blood Diamond.
Certainly is indeed. They're still looking to push up momentarily, kicking the ball into the corner, so Reliable can delay not only this push, but the potential of actually being able to score. This could be tied there, 25 seconds, and Blood Diamond have been looking like the better team, but Unima Gaming have a slightly solid defense, been a little bit messy at times, but they know now that they need to make a push now, and they know that Unima Gaming do not have time to even come back from it. This is good for them. He's trying to bring up if he can. Now he does manage to get it past it to Cube. Will he be able to do it though, as he does still have it? Should be able to, but he actually doesn't. Oh no, Reliable actually managed to grab it before any of the other two members of Blood Diamonds. And there we have it. It was still Unima Gaming. It was pretty sloppy, but just managed to be able to, stick to that defense. I'm a little bit surprised actually.
Yeah, I honestly, I mean, good job from Unima to hold on for that long in overtime while constantly having to defend. But it did feel like maybe a bit of a sloppier attack from Blood Diamond. They had some chances of closing that one out, and then they went for some weird moves. Like, they were in a 3 versus 2, I think. There was only one guy holding on to the goal. Overtime was like 1 second away, and they passed it like very aggressively in a way that no one could capitalize on it. And that the opponents could just like on a respawn corner the ball up. It just felt like, why? You know, it's such a struggle in overtime when the ball is cornered to get it out of that position. Why do you just give it to your opponents to corner it? Just keep the ball.
It was a little bit strange. I'm glad you said it and not me. But we're going to look now and see Ray is in the centre. And as he got past the ball by Cube, Lao Yu was able to clean him up on the side. So good teamwork there from both his players. Kagamu trying to back off Reliable if he can. Beautifully done. And that's an entire team wipe for Unima Gaming. And this next push is going to be vital, as it almost got past him, but sadly, Ray once again was the one to be able to intercept and be able to stop it. So still no goals over the last literally over 3 minutes now. And I suppose if it's overtime, it's been at least 4 or 5 minutes. And it's just been absolute madness. You know, they've been getting the kills and the damage, but not being able to get the objective done. It's been a real struggle. But before I was going to pass it to you, Ted, it looks like Reliable is looking to try and sneak it in around that right lane. But Cube is there, ready and waiting.
Yeah, the pull from Cube finds a connection as well to just deny the man advantage from Unima. As Kagamu goes in for a peek, Reliable gonna pump his super as well, but he's gonna take a lot of damage. Good gadget from Kagamu. Once again, this game seems to be a bit of a stalemate so far. We have some chances though here and there. Kagamu pushing up, has the charge shot, gonna go for it. Oh my god, it's gonna go in. Blood Diamond taking the lead.
Well, we've had about 6 or 7 shots, but finally got a cheeky one there, as that's the first goal in literally 5 minutes so far. Good stuff from Blood Diamond. They've been looking for that for a while now, Teddy, so it's good that they've been able to. But Unima Gaming already putting a huge amount of pressure on Kagamu, just trying to keep them back. He was actually trying to get the ball away as well, but this could be horrendous for Blood Diamond. Oh, it did slip in just past one of the players, and also Cube, you know, I think as actually was taken down, so didn't go past him, but Cube couldn't get it in time on the respawn. So Kagamu is on that right lane. Cube looking to try and get an early start with that ball to try and kick it to the side. Doesn't get the chance, gets the pull. Lao Yu and Cube, good teamwork from them. Kagamu holding that right lane like an absolute champion and is looking to try and push up ever so slightly. So this time it's going to be another sudden death here, Teddy.
Yeah, but look at that. We have a strong pusher early on from Blood Diamond, picking up 1 kill as well. The kick and pull from Cube, and that is going to be Blood Diamond picking up the first game here, or technically second game, but also technically first, I guess, since we didn't have a draw before that, but taking the lead in that Brawl set.
Yeah, that was perfect timing. Passed it in, literally took the shot as the pull came in, like you said before. So that means that, you know, there won't be anyone to defend it. Perfectly timed. So where we saw 3 goals instead of 0 that time round, and it was just a lot better from the side of Blood Diamond. It's what we expected from them going forward. So finally, we get the first game out the way for Blood Diamond. They managed to take that beautifully. Still got a couple more to go yet to see if Unima Gaming can respond back. But Blood Diamond, you know, yeah, it did seem like another team. They had the advantages and didn't just take it quick enough. They need to learn to try and speed up the tempo if possible. They know the mistakes they're making. They realise, like, you know, what they need to rectify. I think it's just been a little bit of a struggle because Unima Gaming's defense has been pretty good and pretty on the mark. But I think both of them have, yeah, like you said earlier, sloppy attack, sloppy defense as well. And it's like, you know, it's kind of like reason why it was evening things out the first time round. But yeah, so far so good for Blood Diamond, and good first shot earlier on in that game.
Yeah, I think so too. On paper, they should be pretty heavy favorites into this one, just because Unima is really not the most like consistent team. But we'll find out if it's going to be good enough as we are getting into our next game. It was a pretty close game in game number 1 earlier, so we'll see. Cube gonna pass the ball forward. I don't think that Kagamu can really capitalize on that, but the pass back, this could be an opportunity though. Kagamu is gonna go for the kill. I don't think he can get the reset on Angel's 10's heals. Cube pushing up it and pull, and once again making that play work. That is absolutely nuts. He's done it twice in 2 games, and that's going to give the lead to Blood Diamond into this one as well.
Yeah, you need some speedy preparation in order to do something like that, and I've done it every time. And Kagamu's just going to, well, that was anticlimactic, Teddy, so there you have it. So there we go. Set 1 goes to Blood Diamonds. What, that was so anticlimactic. That was ridiculous. I was expecting another, maybe a long-winded game. I don't know, but yeah, you could kind of tell that it's like, right, yeah, let's just get this over and done with, because we don't want Unima Gaming to, you know, retaliate in some ridiculous way. But very good, very clean. they realised that the pull shot combo does work out well, and it's not exactly easy as it sounds. You are right though, like it needs to be really well in sync and be a lot more prepared. It's about both your players have been able to use your initiative at that moment in time, and they did. It was very well played. So Blood Diamond with the early lead, now up 1-0, and Unima Gaming now looking to be a little bit worried now here going into these future sets, as you can see there from the stats, 11 more kills. And looking at the damage is going to be 49,000 more damage, which is quite a large margin considering.
Yeah, so it was pretty convincing, especially that last game. Really getting a bit warmed up here, Blood Diamond. The first game, a bit of a stalemate. Second game, a bit of the same, but with quite a bit more action. And then in the third one, just a convincing win. That does set up a nice a way for them into our second set. Magnetic fields, quite a map as well. Teleporters to make things a bit more confusing. You can go for some pretty wide flanks because of that, especially when Sandy was very meta. She's still a really good brawler, but not quite as strong as he used to be. Sorry. He could definitely still be quite viable in this one. Go for some nice flanks, getting a lot of control of the super. But yeah, we're seeing some other brawlers really shine. Jean here, as we can see, the Lou. I really like the Lou pick. M's on both sides, Max and Jesse as well on Unima. And so far, damage-wise, it's going to be favoring Blood Diamond, as they do pick up the first kill as well. Angel 10's able to find the trade, but he's so low HP. Cube is going to hit the pool, remove some of those walls, remove some of that cover for Unima, as Cube goes maybe a bit aggressive on that one, but Raze is quite low HP as well, going to get taken out, and Blood Diamond have the early lead.
These teams aren't really giving us a chance to even try and analyse the, potentially our prediction in terms of what could actually happen. Just going straight into these matches so quick. And Ray does manage to take down Lao Yu as he was portaling through. Kagami is actually sitting there waiting in that right lane for him. And he is actually still there so far. Cube looking to push into the middle. Lao Yu trying to play support for him if he can, whilst he's waiting for the other teammate to regroup. But Cube actually could get finished up here. And that was brilliant stuff there from Cube to clean that up. And Lao Yu actually takes down Ray. 3v1. Will he be able to try and get away and regroup? Yes, he does. He actually didn't take as much damage as I expected. I thought it was going to be a little bit more. Took around half. And Ray is still on that left lane as he portaled around through. Kagami was actually ready for him, but sadly for him, Angel was actually behind as well. So we got sandwiched in between both Ray and Angel. Ray's actually gone back behind Lao Yu again. And this Ray just being a real nuisance, just going back and forth through the portals and actually be able to get behind some of the players of Blood Diamond. But still though, Blood Diamond did almost win that engagement until the last member, being reliable, being able to finish things up. But it doesn't matter. Blood Diamond, first game in their hands, set 2, and now almost potentially up 2-0 if we take this next one.
Yeah, it just keeps looking better and better for Blood Diamond. Obviously, a hot zone, a game where that can take a bit of time to get started. But yeah, they really nailed it here. So far, so good for Blood Diamond. Unima are going to have to catch up. And I don't really see it happening too much. I feel like so far, from game to game, they've been just not really looking any better. It's just been going kind of downhill as well, especially as Blood Diamond started shining more and more with time. So yeah, I don't know. It's looking good for Blood Diamond. I feel like we need a lot more from Unima, and so far they haven't really been able to provide that.
Yeah, they haven't really been providing much. Like, even towards the end there, during the last 30 seconds to a minute, I thought, the portal abuse from Ray was very good. Angel was able to sync up with him in that right lane, so there's some good pincering, but it's sometimes a little bit too late, because by the time he's done all that work, going back and forth through the portal, trying to pincer the play on the right and left lane, you see there that Blood Diamond has already won, a 2v1 scenario in mid and actually waiting for him to portal through. So, yeah, sure, he gets the kill, but, when he's going back and forth, there's that small amount of seconds, delay, and that gives them a chance to win some of the numbers games. And if they do it again, then it's weird, because I kind of feel like Ray did so much, but also at the same time, it took a bit too long to actually execute some of those pushes. But we'll see what happens. That was a convincing win again from the side of Blood Diamond, and now I have to see how Unima Gaming can once again have to try and retaliate. So it's not looking good so far. If they become another set down, then I think they could be knocking on death's door here, maybe out of the competition.
Yeah, I think so too. We'll find out soon enough. Blood Diamond so far in a pretty dominant position, whereas Unima has been just kind of reacting to whatever Blood Diamond was throwing at them, and they haven't really reacted all that well so far. I've struggled a bit to find the right answers to some of the problems they've been facing. Honestly, it's a bit tough to like say what they should do different on this map, because it's a bit of an interesting map that I haven't seen played in competitive a whole lot. I have genuinely no clue who that is behind the spike mask, but it's
Lao
both
you maybe.
cute and very, yeah, maybe actually could be. It's pretty creepy.
And I think that's Angel. I could be wrong, but yeah, I think that was Lao Yu. I assume it is because we've been seeing it from this point of view the entire time. But yeah, both teams just having a bit of a natter, bit of a chat, just to try and see what they want to do next coming forward. And you know, you could call this a tactical timeout. And if there was any team that needs that tactical timeout right this second, it is definitely going to be the side of Unima Gaming. But we are back into it. It's set 2, game 2. Already Blood Diamond are up the first game in this set, and we're going to see if they're going to be able to push on through and take this series 2-0. And already now an early advantage for Blood Diamond. Already taken 2 members of Unima Gaming out. Ray is left on his Larry on that right lane. Reliable looking to push the left lane now to see if he can push Lao Yu back. But what doesn't change is the fact that they've still got that mid control, has positional advantage with it. And Angel just kind of trying to continue to be a nuisance in that middle section. But yeah, I was right. Oh, yeah, it was Lao Yu. Okay, just double checking.
Yeah, I think we got confirmation for that. But Diamond was an amazing start into that game, but Unima Gaming able to get a nice double kill to open things up a bit more and start catching up. But with that ice in the center, they haven't really been able to get much capture time from that. Nice pull from Cube as well, only leaving Raze left alive. And yeah, this is looking strong for Blood Diamond. I'm not so sure what Unima is supposed to do at this point.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm not gonna lie to you though, mate. Like literally, when I see someone playing, you know, fancy dress or putting some kind of prop on in the background, it's basically gonna be a 3-0. It's happened every single time. It's common sense, really, at this point. Angel looking to push up in that right lane. Ray and looking to push with him and try and play that support. Reliable looking to go forward. Lao Yu takes down Ray. And don't forget that Angel has taken down Q, but Kagamu is looking to see if he can push up and regroup with Lao Yu. Lao Yu still getting a little bit of time in that zone. All 3 members of Unima Gaming trying to hold their positions, but it's not going to happen. Angel's going to get cleaned up momentarily. Yes, he does. 10% more. Unima Gaming do have time, but they're not going to team wipe 4 or 5 times straight afterwards. And as you see, Cube just having a bit of a giggle as he was going up. And there we have it. Set 2 goes to Blood Diamonds, Russia, and now up 2-0. And Unima Gaming with their backs against the wall.
Yeah, Unima are gonna have to clutch up this set. They need to win it, otherwise it's gonna be the end of their journey, as this is the elimination match for our second group, for Group B. And yeah, there's no going back from here. If they take if they don't take this the set here, it's pretty much just the end here, and they really need to start performing here against Blood Diamond. Otherwise, Blood Diamond is going to run away with this one.
Certainly will do indeed. There's nothing really too much to say. I think it's a shame. I feel like Unima Gaming are just a little bit out their depth now, and they have realised that. And with Lao Yu putting props on like that, you kind of know it's pretty much said and done here. 7 more kills for Blood Diamond Russia. 26,000 more damage, which is exponential considering the position you've got to put yourself to actually collect all the percentage in the zone. You know, you're in a very, very open spot and still able to out damage your opponent. It's a big worry, big question mark, a red flag, you name it. And Blood Diamond, that's probably why they're starting the game so quick. They're like, right, let's get this series out of the way. Let's save our stamina for the decider match, and then let's focus on the match between Zero Zone and Big, so they can pick up exactly what necessary information we need to require in order to take with them into the next matchup, such as the potential bans, what they do, and the strengths and weaknesses, and then they can go from there. But it will be on Mortuary next. It will be Heist as well, and a lot of your fundamentals and mechanics does come into play massively here. And this is where I'm going to feel a little bit more worried for Unima Gaming here.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy task as GG Mortuary was in the competitive map pool for a long time, is not anymore, but that does mean that the teams are quite aware of it. It was still competitive with this current meta, so it's not like, there's any like huge new strategies available. I mean, we'll see how this goes down, but it's not looking too good for Unima, especially those longer fights that were taking a very long time before we had openings. The openings, they were just going to Blood Diamond eventually. They would be the ones to pick up the first kill or get enough damage to push them back, and I feel like this is what we should expect here on GG Mortuary as well.
Yeah, I kind of just feel like Blood Diamond's pretty much banter from now. They're just having a bit of a giggle and know that, this is a team standing for Unima Gaming a little bit out of their depth in terms of skill. Cube has already taken down Angel's Piper, like literally back-to-back shots, and took him down both times. And already you can see the Colt on the left side, Reliable, almost being cleaned up. Cube's got a very good Piper here. Not really hitting hitting almost all his shots, and you could say it's more about predictability with the projectile, but at the same time, if you're being predictable with your movement, what do you actually expect? As Angel now trying to back away if he can. Cube's pushed up pretty damn far, uses his super anyway, and of course, yeah, Reliable by any means should take him down. I'd be surprised if he didn't then. As Lao Yu does look to see what he can do. He's just looking to get a little bit of ground on that left lane. Cube is going to be backing him up here. Kagamu looking to push that right lane now, but Blood Diamonds have only taken 13% in terms of the safe, and Unima Gaming done a little bit more now.
Yeah, nice tags from Layu. Angel 10 low HP as well is going to fall. That's going to be some more damage on that save. Cube going for the jump back to stay alive and help his teammates keep some control if there's a push from Unima heading their way. Raze has the super available. He wants that on the save, but he's so far away that he's probably going to have to use it to close out a kill. Layu is going to fall, and this is going to be his chance to get that on the save. 35% difference, still a good position for Blood Diamond, but so far it does seem like Unima, they're able to just catch up quite quickly. Only a 22% difference now.
Yeah, Unima Gaming could have done a bit more damage to that safe there. They were just way too worried about losing map control. But sometimes you've got to give up that map control and actually be able to regroup afterwards and then just try and regain it back. They're just a little bit worried about and a little bit skeptical about what they should do. But this is why their objective efficiency has dropped a little bit here. Unima Gaming safe dropping down to 33%. Cube has backed away, and so has Angel a little bit, managed to take out Kagamu's Colt. And Kudo taking a lot of damage from Angel here, as a fair amount of damage now being inflicted onto the safe. But I assume that they may go for the base trade due to the fact that their position is just so much better. And, even though they've already taken a lot of damage, one of the players wasn't even on the respawn. I think it was Ray at the time with his collect, and he would not have done too much afterwards anyway. So there we have it. The game does go to Blood Diamond. And now it's going to be match point for Blood Diamond as well. It's I'm not going to give I'm not going to tell everyone here, but yeah, I'll give you a bit of optimism and expect Unima Gaming to come back here. But the chances are it's like under 1%. I know you meant to buy on the dip, but not this dip. This dip's just gone way too under.
Yeah, it's gone quite down already, and it seems like it's only gonna get even worse as Blood Diamond. Yeah, one game is all they needed to close this one out, and if they don't close it out in the next one, it's going to be the one after that. You know what I mean? Like it's just looking really good. They have some very high chances on their side to close this one out. And Unima, they have their backs against the wall. They need to start performing right now. They've already struggled enough, and it would be a tough loss, after such a complicated group stage to just end up last in your group for the playoffs. But it's just what it is, right? Like you gotta move from there, and obviously it's not set in stone just yet, as we do have one more game at least still to be played. But match point is starting right now in favor of Blood Diamond.
Absolutely right. What is going to happen here? What changes are going to be made? And I don't think it's going to make too much here, especially with this a complete team wipe already. They're just going to go straight in. And now a lot of damage as well. Not a lot, but about 10% has been inflicted onto Unima Gaming's safe. So Cube now trying to back away from Reliable if he can. That shouldn't be a problem. Ray looking to see if he can keep do something to Kagemu, but Cube is right next to him, but doesn't want to do too much damage here because it will get taken down here with him. Still done a fair amount to the safe Lao Yu. I'm not sure what he's trying to do here. He's trying to have a bit of a gargle whilst he's actually on the respawn. Kagemu doing a fair amount of damage. Cube cleans him up. Beautiful stuff from him now. You know when it gets to a point where you're in so much of the groove, but you just feel like you don't really need to call out too much. The teamwork is just literally natural and the chemistry's just there. This is literally the instance they're in now. But I don't even need to do any kind of communication, let alone small talk. And I don't know, Lao Yu's just, what tricks is he going to do next? I think he's trying to do something, but yeah, okay. Well played by Lao Yu, been able to... Yeah. Well, congratulations to Lao Yu to being able to actually have a drink whilst playing at the same time, and also congratulations to them winning 3-0 in the series. This is what I'm talking about. As soon as you see a bit of fancy dress, a bit of prop, or having a little bit of banter with the cam, it's pretty much a 3-0. That's, you know, you can see it from there. But Unima Gaming, commiserations to them. They are out of the tournament in to top 16. Well, a little bit of prize money, but not a huge amount. But, you know, commiserations to them again. They played very well. It's been a real struggle and played so many games, so many matches to make it to this moment. But it's the end of the line for them, the end of the road. And Blood Diamond will be playing against either Big or Zero Zone for the decider match into the top 8.
Yeah, this has been quite a journey for Unima, but it's gonna end today, at least for, you know, Gamestars Season 1. Gamestars Season 2 registrations are open, Unima, so if you want to register again for the next one, well, make sure you guys do that, and maybe you'll get an even better performance as you have already gotten in Season 1. Stats-wise, there's not much to say, right? It's pretty much a stomp here in favor of Blood Diamond. Not much of a chance for Unima, as Blood Diamond will be securing their spot, at least, you know, until their next match, where they will be playing the loser of the winner matchup. So they're not out yet, but they're also not out of their misery yet, because, yeah, there's still going to be a tough match ahead of them, and I wish them good luck for that one. But before we move on to our winners match, guys, we got some highlights from this one for you guys while we rest up our voices real quick.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Gamestars League. Season 1 is the international finals. It is Group B. I am Lethal, joined with Teddy as always. We've got 2 matches left for you guys, and it's the 2 important ones, the 2 big ones. It's going to be the winners match and the decider match. I think we're going to do the winners match first between Zero Zone and Big. And as you can see here from the standings, sadly for Unima Gaming, they are out of the competition. They finished last in the group, top 16 overall. As Blood Diamond did just 3-0 them in that last series in elimination match, and Zero Zone did take him out from one of the open matches earlier on. So we've only got 3 teams left in this group, and it's going to be between Big and Zero Zone to decide who is going to have one of the better seeds going into the top 8, as well, as these are the popular brawlers for all these players. I think, well, do I even, I don't know if you guys can count here, but I think we can see some of the standouts already. Bell, 15 times for Ali, 17 maxes for Nadine, and Sugar, 19 Jeans.
Yeah, 19 is quite an amount. We haven't had a lot of people picking one brawler quite as much, but it does seem to be one of his favorites. I saw him playing some, let me think. Yeah, yesterday I saw him in another event. He was playing a lot of Byron, and he was insane on that Byron. So maybe we'll get to see some of that, a bit of a comparison as well. A lot of trophies on Sugar Snort, actually. I usually don't point it out, but 45k is quite impressive. Stats-wise, he did seem to have played quite a bit more, because they didn't go through directly to the playoffs. They had to go through the second group stage, so that explains why they played more, and also why the stats are maybe a bit worse on the side of Sugar, because they lost more matches in that initial group stage. We do have our bans ready. Let's give them a quick look. It's going to be Stu on the side of Big Clan, Jean for Zero Zone Spain. They did seem to be ready at countering Sugar's Jean.
Yeah, they're not mucking around here. They made sure of that absolutely going into this matchup. But yeah, even with Fed, like, his KD was almost 2.0. That's ridiculous. And even though he hasn't played as much, it's definitely a good representation of what he can do in games. So we'll have to see if he can continue that, especially against this team coming up next. So maps and modes, what we're going to start with. So we're going to have a little bit of fun on high, so central traffic, center stage, snake shop, split, and quick skip for bounty right at the very end. And I'm sure Zero Zone don't really want to do a game mode like bounty as the final set if it does go that far. But what are your thoughts, Teddy? I'm curious to know what you think about this Big and Zero Zone matchup, and how you feel if it could sway to maybe one team or the other.
Well, if you asked me like a month ago, I would probably have said Big Clan. But right now, with, seeing some of the struggles that they've been having, I feel like Zero Zone is gonna be the advantageous team in this matchup. So I'm gonna go for Zero Zone. If I had to predict, a winner just like that, I would probably just say Zero Zone. They've been quite solid lately, and I think that, linking that with the current weaknesses of Big Clan, just everything lining up for a victory for Zero Zone here, at least on paper.
Yeah, you'd think so on paper. Like, yesterday was just madness on paper. This one, yeah, it's getting a little bit better now. It's what should be happening, not like it's on paper and it's the wrong answer. It's madness. But yeah, we'll see. Zero Zone have been looking very, very good. I think they're starting to find their groove a little bit better compared to what we've seen at the early stages of their matches early on. But I feel sorry for Big, really, because I feel like, they are the team who should be, like you said, if it was a month ago, it might be a little bit different. I feel like they should be the team who win this group, like, in all fairness, from compared to like just such a small time frame, which is a little bit annoying. Like, if we saw Big on form and playing how they normally should be playing, yeah, it would be fine. And I think, I don't know how they're going to change going into this. I know, fair enough, they just done a reverse sweep against the likes of Blood Diamond Russia early on, but I don't think it's going to change their mentality going into this. It's to them, it's just another match. Let's just try and get it done. But I hope not, for them, because you got to remember, there's a fair amount of money on the line here, and even with the prize pool going from top 12 like to top 8, even if you make it in the top 8, there's some decent prize pool going through. And I was going to just double check. So of course, you know, if you come top 8, if you come out of this group just in general, that's guaranteed $1,200. And of course, you know, first place 10K, then it goes 5,600, 2,400, and then 1,200 for all the teams in 5th to 8th position. So, you know, still a fair amount here and there. And it's, you know, it's not really, you know, a massive, obviously it's a massive amount of money, but it's, you want to put your, you know, differences aside to just to, you know, make up for this and continue as business as usual. But yeah, Zero Zone, I do feel like you are right though. If they did win this, I think they'll literally edge it out though, probably like 3-2, maybe 3-1, something like that. I'd be surprised if either team even sweep each other.
Yeah, I would be surprised too. I mean, if it were to go that way, I would expect Zero Zone to be the ones getting the sweep. But once again, with a lot of non-competitive maps in the map pool right now, it is going to be a bit more complicated to predict the results of this match. But we are hopping in. We have Lars on the M's mid. That is going to be really strong early game against Max until she starts getting some supers where she might start being a lot more impactful. We have the Spike as well, which is going to be an interesting pick from Sugar. We'll see how that comes to play. He is looking to push forward. Look, he sneaked up on them. He's going to get towards that save. That could be massive amounts of damage. Look at that. He's going to find 40% damage just by himself in just like a second.
That was ridiculous. Sved now stuck in that right lane, waiting for Nadine just to push up, and he's just going to chill there whilst Lars actually cleans him up anyway. Sugar takes down Ali, and Lars takes down Jamie. So already now, all of them have been pretty much team wiped here. They could do a little bit down to the safe if they can. Zero Zone dropped down to 52, 51% now on that save. Very good start from Big. Very methodical and calculated as Ali takes down Sugar. And Jamie's trying to spin round to see if he can take down Nadine. But Nadine's like, okay, well, do you know what? I'm not going to be able to regroup the rest of my team. Let's just try and do as much damage as I can to this safe. And you saw there as well, you know, even with Jamie's Amber, he had to really wait and bide his time because he could just push in straight away just due to the fact that he was already weak from the last engagement. So look at this though, Teddy, down to 25% and a minute left remaining for Big to either continue or Zero Zone to respond.
Yeah, and so far things just looking really good for Big. Lars takes down Hamey. Nadine coming in to help out as Fede is going to get taken out by Lars. So much damage on to that red safe, and Zero Zone in just a world of trouble for this game. Nice snipes from Nadine. He's going to hit all 3 in a row, taking him down, getting some other shots to connect onto Fede as well. This could be the finishing blow. One more shot will do, and Nadine is going to hit a Big Clan with a big win here in game number 1.
Something I've done indeed. That was definitely a big moment for them. It was a little bit surprising here, and it just seems that it's funny that Big are playing a lot more methodical and calculated compared to what they did in that last series. So Zero Zone have to see what they can do to continue this on. So, you know, a lot of our predictions are going out the window here, Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy for it, you know, especially when it's a team that is struggling. I want them to see succeed. So I'm really happy to see them playing this well. And honestly, every single one of them playing really well in that first game. Like, they all had their pop-off moments. Lars maybe a tiny bit more than the others in the middle area, just able to get so many kills onto that Max. But, you know, also is going to be linked to having a bit of a favorable matchup. But, you know, Nadine with some insane snipes across the board, some really good shots and plays from Sugarsword on the left-hand side, being able to kind of sneak up on that save and getting like 40% damage head start. That was just, yeah, really helping out a lot to get that solid start that they needed. And so far, first game, already quite impressive from Big Clan.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this series goes. Of course, it has only the first game. If they still see that continue for consistency, then yeah, my goodness, like, you know, Big could be looking to actually come top of their group, and I don't think many people would have expected this. I'm interested to see how Zero Zone retaliate. They have been the kind of team where, you know, they respond very, very well for any kind of setups or pressure that they've done in the following game. We've seen it a little bit against Inward Gaming, but that's a slightly weaker team. We'll see what they can do against Big now, and if there's any kind of changes they can make to their gameplay to then maybe even tie this set.
All right, we have the Ems mirror matchup in the center, but Lars just really comfortably wins that one. Gonna go for the pinch onto Ale, and it means that now he's in the possibility to just go for some damage as he gets a nice super down onto Fade just to keep him out of position. It's only going to be a 4% lead. I think he missed a couple of shots there on the save, Lars. Otherwise, it would have been quite a lot more. Amy going to go for the super. It is going to connect right onto Lars' face, as now they have information of his whereabouts. And even then, he's still getting some pretty nice damage. He's going to be low HP, but Fade is going to get caught by that super from Lars, and suddenly Big Clan was a lot more middle controlled, and Nadine is getting tagged from so far away. Look at that. Oh, almost went down to that one as well. Amy is one shot, and the meta on this map is just really interesting. The spikes coming in play, as Amy decided to copy that matchup as well from the previous one. The M's in the center. I mean, it's just really interesting how weird the picks are for this specific map.
Yeah, neither team really getting any kind of control. You could say Zero Zone is edging it just slightly, even though they've dropped by 4% on that save. Not really too much in all fairness. They're still looking to see that keep their map controlled, but one white ball definitely do it, and Nadine was left on 87 HP, but as he was trying to recover, finally Ali was able to take him down. This is their opportunity now to maybe even do some damage towards their safe, and they're looking to see if they can, but haven't done a lot, but neither did Big early on. Still trying to bring it down to 89%, down to 88. Thanks to Jamie on that left lane. And now Lars still trying to take that damage away from the safe, but still they're being on the back foot. They can't push this setup back here, Teddy. I was already now, Ali's still looking back on that right side, but they need to push. They realise now that they can't just sit back and have this passive setup. They need to try and wait for each other if they can. Nadine is trying to recover, but both players are so weak. It's only Sugar who can really make any kind of difference, but you can see their Fed's already waiting for him, and I think it's pretty much as said and done here, Teddy. As a very slow game, a lot more calculated once more, and Zero Zone responded very well and actually take this game and tie the set.
Yeah, they are gonna tie things up here. It was a pretty strong performance. It was a very slow paced game, much more methodical, as you were saying, on both sides, whereas Big was not really able to find as much value this time around. I mean, they didn't get any damage on save until the last like 5 seconds or something. So well played by Zero Zone. They got a lot more control, and it was a good defense from Big, but when you're constantly defending, at some point something is gonna fall apart, and there is gonna be some damage connecting onto the safe, and that's exactly what happened. Zero Zone at some point just able to kind of break through, get a couple of shots down. That's a 20% lead. You get out of there and defend, and yeah, at some point if Big they can't really get anywhere close and get some more damage, it's gonna go as quick as that.
Yeah, coordination and setup was much better. I would say, yeah, Zero Zone was very patient towards a lot of that. Maybe it's just because of the map. It's very difficult to reach the safe, and you can see that there's just have to do a little sprinkle of damage here and there. I assume that's one of the reasons why they didn't want to push up too far, because they've had such a good job keeping the map control, and it must just be, I think it's just with all the choke points, it's very difficult to reclaim it back, even if you work together so well. But to see what Big can do. Zero Zone, great way to respond. It seems to be kind of the tradition here for Big. They win the first one, and the other team just wins the second one, no matter what the situation occurs. Always going to game 3 in every single set. And now, yeah, you know, Zero Zone may be able to help with our prediction here. We are going to go into game number 3 of this first set, still to see who's actually going to take this first set of the series. The comps are almost the same, you know, there's a few changes. Only part of it is the fact that the Sprout and the Cole from Nadine, and we'll see what Big can do here, as Lars does take down Fed straight away. Lars is just going to back away now, and Nadine's pushing really quickly on that left lane.
All right. So far, just a tiny little bit of a lead for Big, but nothing too substantial. As the spikes did switch around lanes. Nice shots from Sugar, and he's gonna pick up the kill with that as well. Nadine was a nice super of his own, takes down Fade, and that's gonna be a lot of damage raining upon Zero Zone safe. 46% lead now in favor of Big. As Sugar gets a nice tag onto Amy. Can he get the follow-up? He will, and he's gonna survive as well, unless Ali can get a nice snipe. But look at that double kill coming through from Nadine. Was a nice slow from Lars to assist him. And Lars doing a really good job at dodging those spike shots. Will get tagged towards the end. But Dean takes down Hamey with one nice shot. Lars just gonna dive in. He doesn't even care if he goes down as long as he can get as much damage as he can before that. Nice kill from Dean. He doesn't quite go down. The follow-up shot from Jamie will make sure he does, and we have a 69% lead in favor of Big Clan right now.
Yeah, this is much better from Big. After that second game, we had a few worries. 45 seconds left now for Zero Zone to try and bring this back, but still, both teams are trying to find some kind of positional advantage as Fed is trying to push up in that middle, but Nadine takes out Jamie in the process in that left lane, and you can see out the top, Nadine still trying to take down Fed, which he has done. They might even be able to take out the safe entirely here. Only a couple % left, and there we have it. Nadine manages to finish it up nicely. Good pushes and very clean compared to what we've seen in the previous 2 games, as Big now up 1-0.
Yeah, good stuff from Big. So far, you know, the most one-sided game of that set, and good for them that it goes their way, because they definitely needed that one. I mean, a nice early lead here. It's looking pretty good for Big Clan. We'll see how it holds up in the other sets and game modes. But yeah, so far I'm pretty convinced by that start. Definitely stronger than what I expected. Obviously, you know, some of those maps, some teams may not be super aware with them, so that is something to take into account as well. Maybe Zero Zone just weren't very comfortable in this one. If you remember the first game, the picks were a bit questionable with the max mid. Don't remember what was on the left lane, but it just wasn't working at all. So we'll see if maybe they just didn't really know this map too well. Maybe they just struggled a bit mechanically, or went just from some kind of odd picks. But yeah, we'll find out soon enough if, you know, their comps are more on point on the other ones.
Certainly may do indeed. Zero Zone looked pretty remarkable in the series beforehand, but this is a completely different scenario. Both teams are in a similar tier. But look at that though. Big, actually, in terms of kills, it didn't look like it was this big of a difference. 11 more kills compared to Zero Zone. Damage, even then, it was only 9,000 damage more. The flanks just came out better for Big, but bit of Brawl Ball here on center stage. I think we're not mucking around here, Teddy. We are going to get straight to it. They've already started. Kickoff hasn't now started, and already pushing all the way up. Fed is directly behind them though, as Lars manages to do a little bit of damage there, but even with that tick, it's not going to do too much damage. Just have the Rico there on the coal line, and I think it could be just a matter of time, but we'll have to see if they can actually carry on pushing up. But yes, it should be fine. Lars gets the first goal for Big.
Yeah, it's strong start from Big. When in doubt, play Poco double tank. That is definitely the strategy to go for, it seems. Nice dickhead. Fede going in. Pass to Lars. I don't know if Lars can do a whole lot here. He's going to get knocked back. Will be falling down as Sugar is in between the ball. Oh my god, that could have been a disaster. It was a bit of a mispass from Ale, but it's going to get dealt with. And now we have a bit more of a reset with a minute and a half on the clock. But Nadine is going to pump his super. Lars just keeps pushing up, getting tons of value to kills as well. Going to go for a trick shot pass to Nadine. Nadine should just be able to tank it in, but he's going to shoot into Hamey. That is not exactly what he intended to do, I think. And now we have a team wipe in favor of Zero Zone, as they are going to be looking to take back some of that positioning.
Yeah, that was a little bit strange. I thought he was also just going to dribble it in as well, but never mind. It's Big. We can see if they can carry on forward. They know they've got the better comp in this situation. It's just a matter of what some people may think that Zero Zone is just a lane lettable. Sugar is just going to pass it in nice and easy, and will win this first game 2-0 now. And then we're going to see what's going to happen as the response will come in. And yeah, like you said, Poco double tank. It's pretty standard. We're sitting down again. It does get counted. Sometimes it doesn't. And that's where, you know, a lot of my games come in with these comps on Brawl Ball. We've seen it quite often, and we're just going to see if I stick with it or just go to a normal composition, really, and then see how things will play out differently. But so far, Big responded pretty well. Now up 1-0 in the second set. Zero Zone might be too happy how that panned out, how it played out as well. Considering as a not BM, but mucking around a little bit, knowing that they've got full advantage going into this. So we'll see what happens if Zero Zone can get some kind of revenge against them.
Yeah, that was honestly a pretty convincing game. I think the comp was really on point for Big Clan, especially since Carl is very meta at the moment. And it is true that he does counter Frank, but he does also kind of struggle, especially before he gets his super, to stop those tanks from moving upwards, because it's hard to really get both shots to connect, or one shot to connect twice, and to really, he doesn't really have a lot of stuff to stop people from pushing forward. You know what I mean? Even his super is really nice because it deals a lot of damage, some nice mobility, but it does mean that he can't catch the ball during that time. So there's a lot of positions where he can't really use it either, and then whoever has the ball can just shoot it through him as if he wasn't there. So it was a strong comp from Big Clan in this scenario, especially with facing something like a Tick as well. The Rico was kind of the only danger, and they were able to play around him very, very well. Thing is, I don't know if that just, means they can hold on playing that, because Zero Zone, they're going to be a bit more ready this time around, probably have at least one of the brawlers having a bit more of a anti-tank kit available to try to stop those pushes.
Certainly could do indeed. It's still finding a bit strange, but yeah, I think that's purely due to combat last game. There's no going about it at all. Zero Zone, there is a lot of elements in the gameplay. I do feel like they are the better team. Big, I do feel like Zero Zone have better coordination in sync in terms of how they want to push up and go forward with their communication. Big, it seems to be slightly more different. They rely more on their mechanics in a lot of these matches, and then if they do see something happen, then they'll go by instinct individually. So we are going to go to game number 2. So this is the second set. If Big win this, that means they'll be up 2 sets to 0. As Fed is already pushing all the way up, and I think he's trying to use those bushes to his advantage to be a bit unpredictable. And he did actually inflict a huge amount of damage, but they couldn't really capitalize on that, as a couple of teammates were still sitting back or were already taken down on the respawn. And Sugar, though, is just pulling back. While Lars is just sitting in that left side, waiting for one of them to come up in that left lane, and he's waiting for Fed for so long, and he may be able to just do it here, but Sugar actually backs Fed up nicely, as Jamie is now still got the ball. He's on that right side, passes it to Nadine, and this is an opportunity to push on all the way up. And will they even have time to even dribble it in? No, they won't. They passed it towards them, not until pass it back to Lars. So if they get this team wipe here, they could be in Zero Zone could be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, they need to be careful moving on, as Nadine and Sugar are looking for some longer range fights. Trying to snipe someone down from afar. Lars pushing up. Oh, that is a big opening from Zero Zone in their defense, and that gap is certainly going to get exploited by Lars as Big Clan find the first goal. Big mistakes here from Zero Zone.
Yeah, objectively, Lars has been doing very, very well. He's been able to find these openings, all these gaps, not just in Brawl Ball, just overall in the past couple of series. Lars is just trying to stay alive here. He's in that middle area. He needs to try to set up if he can. 598 HP, just manages to get away from Ali. Just trying to regroup with Nadine and Sugar. Nadine just still looking to blast a little bit of damage from that range. He's quite weak himself, but once he reckons he can inflict more than he can actually take. So Sugar has taken down Jamie. Fade could actually get cleaned up as well if Nadine manages to... Oh, he actually hit that shot on the wall and misses the last one. But at least he cleans up anyway, a little bit longer than necessary. But the main thing is he did manage to trade him out, as Jamie's still in the middle. Nadine has been so weak for so long, but finally does get taken down. 20 seconds left. Big is up 1-0, and time's running out for Zero Zone.
Yeah, they might still have some chances, but Lars is going to get some really good damage down on those players pushing from Zero Zone. Ball picked up by Sugar. He can just pass it to Lars, and Lars is gonna corner it back. Doesn't really matter too much ultimately, as Big has the 1-0 lead in this game. Take the set, and therefore are 2-0 in sets right now against Zero Zone. Honestly, not the start we expected. I mean, in one of our previous matches, we also had a start we didn't expect. That was for Unima, and somehow they did lose 3-2 to Big. So it's gonna be possible. Thing is, Big, they're looking pretty solid so far, which I did not expect to see them playing at this level today.
Yeah, I am pretty surprised. I know Big are consistent, but after the problems they've had the past couple of weeks, they could come first in this group. And do you know what? If they're playing against one of the other teams, the second place in the other groups, and obviously it's not like a ridiculously strong team, top 4 is possible, and they should be pretty pleased about that. Zero Zone 60. Sometimes I look at these stats and I wonder if it's the opposite way around. It's madness. 60,000 more damage. But Big did have 10 more kills. So you kind of feel like Zero Zone, the map presence was always fair. Never really, pushed their advantages, as in, never sped up the tempo to try and, get some quick goals, or at least try and get some additional kills. But it's just a matter of Big. The players on that team are just very, very good at being able to stay alive. And we will be playing Gem Grab next here, Teddy. We'll be on Snake Shop. Could be the final set, which is, I find it quite weird saying that, especially for Big actually being up 2-0. But if things get a little bit out of hand and Zero Zone do actually take this, we will go to Split for some Hot Zone and also Quick Skip for some bounties. So some big maps coming up here, and some big gains for these players. Is both teams want to try and come in first in their group to have a nice, not easy path, but easier path, shall we say, going into that single elimination bracket in the playoffs on the Saturday and Sunday. And also it gives them plenty of time as well to try and see exactly what needs to be repaired, fixed, rectified, etc. So do you feel like Zero Zone will be able to respond to this? Because it's looking pretty bleak so far. Big, even though what we spoke about previously, they're looking very, very good.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. I don't know. I feel like
Don't think you're the only one.
When you were asking me earlier who I thought would win, I was thinking like, I know it's gonna be Zero Zone, but if I say it, it's gonna be Big. And I was just ready for that to be happening, and it seems like it did. That's genuinely what I was believing as well. As a caster, whenever you say something, somehow you get the miracle run from the other team, and they make it work. It's just how it's gonna be. And honestly, I mean, I'm all down for it. I really like Big. I hope they can keep performing like that. In the end, the most important for those teams is going to be qualifying for the top 8. So even the team that loses here, they still got some really good chances, as they would probably be the favorites in the decider match.
Yeah, I think they will be. There's no doubt about that. Don't get me wrong, like Blood Diamond Russia are still quite a solid team, especially in their region alone, always becoming like at least in that top 3 kind of area. But yeah, Zero Zone is completely different. So I don't think they're going to be too frustrated or flustered in any way if this series doesn't go their way. I think considering the advantage they've got going into this, they won't be too happy. And I think, was it Zero Zone you mentioned earlier that they sometimes the on form, some have had their like inconsistencies? I can't remember. I think maybe that was Blood Diamond Russia. I might be mixing those two teams up. But we are going to go into set number 3, game 1. Big is up 2-0 in the series, and we're going to see if they can continue their path of destruction and actually get a clean sweep over the likes of Zero Zone.
Yeah, well, they're going to be doing that with a Poco Rosa Mortis comp. We have something probably a bit more classical on the side of Zero Zone, with the Carl, the Sprout, and the Surge. And the Gene pick is just so impactful, because Gene would be a go-to on this map, and therefore you would probably see like some Max and some Sandy or stuff along those lines. And now it's just not even available. Nadine taking a lot of damage is going to fall, which does mean that Zero Zone have a pretty healthy gem lead early on in this game.
The thing, see, Big didn't even need to push up onto them, just needs to literally just chill back and just let them come to you whilst they collect the gems. But so far Big were looking pretty good, but Zero Zone are the one with the lead, picking up those gems afterwards. Ali takes down Sugar, and Nadine's just trying to get his backside out of there, but not before anything else occurs. Lars is going to get taken down almost. That would have been such an important kill, but Sugar's looking to push all the way up here. So as you see so far, Lars still trying to recover, but you saw there Nadine just doing so much damage with that Mortis, but it's just a little bit too late now. 7-5 now, 7-2, just trying to pick up the gems and get away if he can. Sugar now looking to push all the way up with Rose's super, and we know how good that is, especially at close ranges. Nadine looking to trying to back away, having to attack back just to being able to survive, because I didn't want to have the countdown so early on. But Sugar's been taken down. This is awful now, as Zero Zone has the numbers, and you see Nadine with that mortar looking to try and push up if he can. I think it's going to be too much, Teddy, as Lars has just been taken down. They just need to pull all the way back if need be, and there we have it. Nadine has been cleaned up as well. So that is going to be the first game going to Zero Zone. Big having a nice early lead, but didn't have enough time to delay the inevitable with Zero Zone taking that game.
Yeah, thing is, with the come from big, sure you do have a lot of healing, a lot of sustain, a lot of tanking, but you don't really have a lot of utility, and that's what made a big difference here for Zero Zone. They really approached this as a control situation towards the center, really just wanted to take it in, take it out constantly, and I think that they just had a lot more utility in their comp to deal with that kind of stuff. To get those advantageous fights, get some really nice situations building up, and that was really just lacking from big with their comp. They had no utility whatsoever. It was very much just like healing, 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 getting into your opponent's face, and the clutch factor was just a bit better for Zero Zone. Look at that, we have a comp change from Zero Zone. They just copy pasted the comp from big, and now Big Clan, they went for something completely different themselves.
Yeah, they certainly have done. It's now Zero Zone looking to try and bring this back if they can. Lars has taken down Ali. It's going to be a 1v1 between Lars and Fed, but looks like both of them are just going to stand at their ground in a gentleman's agreement and just wait for each other to see what they can do. But Fed's already done a fair amount of damage to Nadine. Nadine can't really do much here. It's just a matter of time before Fed actually gets his shot back and be able to go on through. Sugar down to 420 HP, manages to survive that back up to 1920. Fed's done a good job just being a real pain with that Mortis, being able to take his time and actually being able to choose the right times to push in on some of the members of Big. But Zero Zone up 8 gems to 1 here. Big are struggling.
Yeah, this is good for Zero Zone. It seems like they're mastering the comp from Big a whole lot better than Big were. Ale is holding on to 6 gems. He's quite low HP, but it's still going to be a struggle to take him out. Nadine opening up the walls, which is going to be an advantage for his opponents. Not entirely sure if that was the move, and that is going to be set going the way of Zero Zone. We're now 2-1, and Zero Zone starting a bit of a comeback here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was the map geometry or whatever, but Zero Zone just looked much, much better. This is what we expected from them. It's the only time we saw some life from Big was at the start of that first game, but I kind of felt like just watching exactly how that actually played out. Just a lot of individual plays being made and just not enough teamwork occurring.
Yeah, I think so too. It was a solid performance from Zero Zone. They said Big Clan, I don't know, their comps falling a bit short, and afterwards it does get copied by Zero Zone, and somehow Zero Zone plays it perfectly fine. I think that the Sprout was a bit of a struggle for Big Clan to deal with any of those tanks. They just have too much HP. They're in your face, especially Mortis. So that is going to give them a bit of a disadvantage, and enough, to be honest, for Zero Zone to pick up the win.
Absolutely, 100%. Look at the kill difference as well. That is huge. 23 to the 4 kills of Big. That's just absolutely. Do you know? I'm actually pretty gobsmacked by that. 89,000 more damage as well. And yeah, just everything was just hitting the right spot in the right place. Zero Zone, I don't know if they're just absolute masters of gem grab in this kind of tier, but yeah, very, very good. And we're going to go to a 4th set. So I feel like Big, they're going to know exactly what went wrong and why, and want it to be rectified. They just better hope that this next game mode is definitely going to work more in their favor. I think, if I remember from the top of my head, I think it was split for Hot Zone. If we look at the games, so the maps and modes. Okay, I was right. So I wasn't just having a little bit of a daze. And lastly but not means least, it will be a bit of a quick skip. It will be on Bounty. We've seen how good that Zero Zone were on Bounty before, but it wasn't Purple Hazy. We know what maps like. We try and ignore that if we can. But we've seen split a few times now, and so far, how do you feel about Zero Zone now that they've won that last set? I think they're going to be a lot more comfortable, and that was very, very convincing compared to what we've seen in the previous sets.
Yeah, it looked really, really solid. I am very impressed with how nicely they came back, considering, the 2 first sets going in a pretty convincing way to Big Clan. We'll see if that's enough to come back. Split is definitely a tough map to be playing. Big have been very inconsistent there as well, sometimes taking down really, really big teams. Other times, kind of struggling even against some teams that they should be winning against. So it could be quite a good map for comeback for Zero Zone, and to head towards the 5th set and just, close it out.
Yes, and it could do indeed. And this is definitely a way to do it as well. and it's been a great performance. You know, both games were convincing. They should be a lot happy about that. I wouldn't say the momentum's in their favour, but Big are definitely going to be sweating a little bit considering the circumstance of what happened previously. It was just weird how everything was just, you know, their coordination was in sync. They were, you know, it was just natural to them pretty much. And then it just like flew out the window completely. Like, you know, some people overstayed their welcome. I just don't think they could deal with the Mortis properly. Sorry. If you're in that position where as a team you're quite spread out and the Mortis just comes in like that, you know, it's a real struggle to, you know, at least try and do as much DPS as you can and try and finish him off or take him down, or at least trade. Even a trade against him is better than nothing. But yeah, it's just a little bit of a shame. They kind of got away with way too much there. But I look forward to see what Zero Zone can do if they can now continue this this little win streak of theirs. I say win streak, it's only like 2 games in a row, but it's better than one.
It's better than none, yeah. That's for sure. I mean, it's definitely possible. I think that Split is a good opportunity to make that happen. I don't know how good Zero Zone is on Split or in, you know, in Hot Zone in general, but we will find out. We have a Poco BB on the left-hand side to be facing the Surge, whereas on the right-hand side we have a Sprout. Going to be a solo holding from afar for Zero Zone, as Big Clan are going to be rocking the thick mid, as well as the Ruffs on the right-hand side. And so far it's going pretty alright for Big, I would say. I feel like Sugar has some more opportunities to push up so far, but he is going to go down, and now we got a pinch from Fade coming through on the bottom right side.
You can see Lars, oh, actually does get taken down. Excuse me, ignore that, as he's trying to push all the way to the back right lane of Zero Zone, as Sugar's just trying to stay alive in that left zone. But Zero Zone looking very good here. 66% so far, both zones in control, and this is getting way too out of hand here. Both Lars and Nadine is actually, you know, not even going to bother with Sugar, because Sugar's now going to push towards that left lane. Good attack from him, but is it going to be enough? They've still got a huge deficit to catch up on, and especially these 2 zones being separated in such an awful angle. It's going to be difficult for them to even be able to reclaim both, especially with the comp as well. Zero Zone, 5% more required to end this. It's going to be a 2v1 on Lars. Lars, see you later. He will be backing out and knows that it's just too much for him to handle. And there we have it. Zero Zone, another convincing game. 3 games in a row now, and needs 1 more to tie the series.
Yeah, they are getting close to catching up here. Comp-wise, I'm expecting potentially the Cold B on the side of Big Clan. I've seen them do that a couple of times, that if they're losing the first game of Split, they just go for the full destruction with the Cold, and they have the B just getting some nice snipes from afar. So we'll find out. Maybe my prediction is not gonna be happening, as it is gonna be, you know, a bit of a like specific prediction as well. But Zero Zone was only 1 game to catch up, tie things up, and push things to set number 5.
Certainly, it's not the first time we've seen it. Big Nova, they're the ones who actually did it, and now it's going to be done to them. And yeah, they're going to be so mad, I think, if they do end up only going to set 5 and lose this. We'll see. So yeah, Zero Zone looking much better. You know, they've found their groove against Unima Gaming around set 3, and they've actually started doing it again. You know, set 3, they've done the exact same thing, so they could be super happy. I think they're just like relieved that, you know, they're going to take it, you know, to possibly 2-2. I feel like, you know, even if they lose this series, they haven't really got any pressure, because then they've got to play against Blood Diamond Russia straight afterwards. So, you know, they may feel like the better team, they may not. We're not really too sure here. But I think Blood Diamond Russia are going to want Big to win this series, just due to the fact that after what happened in the previous series in the opening match, they don't want to have a complete replica of what happens earlier on. And I don't think really too much is going to change. I said that, but 3T Gaming came out swinging last time, so I'm not going to count my chickens just yet. So far, Big, I don't know. Do you know what? I do feel like this is going to be another set 5 today. I won't be surprised. Zero Zone just look way too good here. And I'm going to see, you know, what they can see, what changes they can make going into this. But already the structure on that left zone completely decimated, with Nadine in the middle taking a fair amount of damage. Has backed away, has managed to survive to fight another day. And Jamie just in that right zone, all on his low, so being able to collect up and rack up the percentage. And look at this though, already almost a team wipe. Lars is the last one left standing. Jamie decided to, you know, drop into the middle and clean him up, which he does, and already on 50% here, Teddy. Madness.
Yeah, good stuff from Zero Zone. Only need about 30% more. And Lars is able to get the kill on the right-hand side, which is going to slow down the capture process just a little bit, but things are still looking really solid overall from Zero Zone. 20 more percent, and they are done with the set, and we're going to set 5. But is that going to be happening, though? Amy, sorry, taking quite a bit of damage. Nice bunch from Fade as well. The kill from Amy, right-hand side. Lars trying to take down Ale, but he's taking a really long time at making that work. Ale looking to just walk in and get some more percentages across the board. Ale was a really good dodge. He picks up the kill on Lars, and that is gonna be almost a victory. Ale just needs to walk in enemy territory, or anyone does for Zero Zone. Just a second, just a frame is gonna be enough, but Big Clan, they're holding on to control quite well.
Certainly are. As Fed actually got taken down as he was trying to walk in. Ali's looking to try and do the same finally. It's a little bit close there, considering, but yeah, it was just a matter of time, really. It doesn't matter if it's straight away or a little bit in the late run. You know, I've still got hold over 20%, which is still pretty difficult nonetheless. So there we have it, though, Teddy. Okay, Zero Zone have shown a breath of life, showing that there is light at the end of a tunnel, down 2-0, and you know, every game wasn't convincing from Big and in the previous matchups. For Zero Zone, it has been convincing. They've shown a real good amount of stamina going into this. They've reset their mindset and gone, okay, right, let's try and sort our lives out a bit. This is kind of taking the mick a little bit. And yeah, this is in very good fashion. It wasn't even close. Like, okay, yeah, sure, fair enough. They managed to catch up, but Zero Zone knew that they didn't need to do some crazy push or anything like that in order to come back from this. It was just a matter of time before Big delayed the inevitable and be able to close this out. But no, this is going to be on bounty. It can be a bit of a dodgy game mode at times, especially considering, you know, what map it could be. And I don't know what your thoughts are on this, considering, you know, what map is going to be played and the fact it's actually bounty.
Yeah, I think it was Quick Skip, if I remember correctly. Quite an interesting map for sure. I don't know it too well. It's not in competitive, never been either. Stats-wise, it wasn't that far away, to be honest, but Zero Zone Spain were really able to just get more important kills and were more successful at closing out those kills.
Certainly have done indeed. Yeah, 17 kills. Definitely made every kill count. Most of it was a team wipe as well, which is in this situation even worse. And there we have it. Zero Zone Spain, or was this just Zero Zone? Now tied things up to...
Why don't we have to close things out? This is going to be terrifying.
No matter what happens, whoever loses is going to be mad. Like, there's no doubt about it. Like you said, considering the map as well, it's just going to be ridiculous. I'm interested to see how the comps are going to play out and which comps are going to actually select here. Have you got any thoughts on that, Teddy?
I genuinely have no idea. I have no idea. Like,
I've never heard you say that yet.
I don't even want to just start thinking about it because it's gonna hurt my brain, you know. Like, I'm used to a couple of specific maps where I'm there like, okay, this is what is played here, encounters this, and it's already complicated enough, you know, to have like all the matchups in your head and what's going to be having a comp advantage against what else. And here, man, on this one, like, I'm not gonna bother. I'm honestly not. I think that we might have, you know, maybe something like an Ember could be kind of fun, although you don't see it a lot on Bounty. This could be a map where she can do quite well. Sandy is really good here. What else? Well, Gene, but he is banned. Bell also banned, I believe, right?
Yes, I think so.
Is Bell banned? I think so,
is
right?
it Bell and Gene? I think it was Bell and Gene. I could be wrong. Actually, I could probably double check for us here.
I remember Gene. That's what shocked me. I think Bell is probably the other one. But then we haven't seen a lot of Stu, you know what I mean? Which would be interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I think we saw the bans because Zero Zone make quite particular bans, don't they? They don't just ban, you know, the standard ballers anyway. So I'm trying to think that actually
but they
Zero
banned
Zone did ban
Gene.
Gene, but yeah,
Yeah,
I know they did.
I don't remember who Big banned, but I'm guessing it's Bell since we haven't seen her. But then we also haven't seen Stu, which leaves a bit of a mystery, doesn't it? But anyways, maybe we will never find out which one it was. But honestly, this is going to be tough for Big, man. Zero Zone, they're coming in hot. They're coming in with a lot of momentum as well, because they just won 2 sets in a row and 4 games in a row. So Yeah, a big momentum shift in favor of Zero Zone. And, sticking to what I said earlier, I feel like that is one of the ways to justify why they would win this match.
Well, at least you're sticking. You're not being that guy to back off from his predictions straight afterwards. I've seen that quite a few times. And yeah, we're still waiting for this set to happen. Thank you for joining us. If you've only just joined us recently, we've still got 2 series left in Group B of the International Finals. One of the teams in Unima Gaming have been knocked out of the group, and we've still got 3 teams left remaining, 2 matches to win a match and decide a match. This is the winner's match, and it's currently set number 5. It's 2-2 between the likes of Big and Zero Zone. Zero Zone were down 2-0 in the series. It was looking pretty bleak, almost on match points. And now they've come back and gone, yeah, we're not having that. We're going to try and sweep this under the carpet and try and come back if we can, which they have done. So Blood Diamond Russia are just waiting for one of these teams to actually get knocked into the decider match. And then between those 2 as well, we'll decide who will make it into the playoffs for the top 8 on Saturday and Sunday. So we are still waiting for the players. I think they're just bickering a little bit to try and decide what they're going to do and how they're going to go about things. So bear with us just for a little bit here, as we will get this final set underway very shortly.
Yeah, it should not be a matter of a long time before we can get towards our I'm saying third, but really 5th and final set. And here we go, Big Clan versus Zero Zone, the last set of this matchup. They're gonna go for some more tanky stuff on the side of Zero Zone, and look at that, already the first 2 kills going their way, a 3-star lead for Zero Zone Spain.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. What an early lead, and what a time to have it. And they've got the blue star as well, so it won't matter too much until maybe towards the end of the game when it actually matters. Fed, they're still looking to push up even more. Like, I kind of feel like Zero Zone know, but as a team, Big are just falling apart here, and they're just taking advantage of that. And why not? Might as well, increase your lead rather than just sitting back and hoping for the best during the last, dying seconds of, a potential engagement which may not go their way. So might as well crack on here. It's already up 8 stars to 1, which is pretty big considering what could have happened earlier on. Nadine just using that super to try and back Fed away, but Fed is just after blood, isn't he? He's trying to take at least one of these down. Does actually take down Nadine, backs away, didn't take too much damage in the process anyway, and now have increased their lead from 8 to 10 to 1.
Yeah, nice dash in from Ale. He's gonna go down though by Nadine, but star-wise, it's still very much in favor of Zero Zone. 10-star lead, not even that many stars on the playing field, and things are looking a bit shaky on the side of Big Clan. They are in trouble, they are struggling. Lars is gonna fall faded with another kill, leaving Sugar alive, and a 14-star lead in favor of Zero Zone.
This is absolutely ridiculous. They're definitely taking advantage of their mindset right now. As Nadine, Sugar on that left lane, Lars going to push up in the middle. It's way too little too late though. Even if they take them all down, then they get 13 stars, but they need to do a complete team wipe without taking any deaths. And it looks like it's going to be highly unlikely. Sugar's realised that, yeah, this is pretty much done. 26-7. So, they had 13 stars total. They could have definitely done a team wipe without taking any deaths and be able to edge it out 21-20, but yeah, weren't going to happen. It looks like they were way out of position, and it looks like they weren't working together enough in order to, make some kind of miracle happen. But here we go. So Zero Zone match point compared to what we saw from the beginning of this series going forward. Teddy, this is just ridiculous again. I kind of feel like, yeah, Big's done now. They're almost done. They're knocking on death's door here.
I feel so too. I mean, they could still make it happen, but it would be quite poetic though for them to get the reverse sweep earlier, and then in this one to reverse sweep or to get reverse sweeped. That would be an interesting way to go through this group for Big Clan. We have to keep in mind Blood Diamond Russia is waiting on the bottom side of the bracket in their loser match, and the loser of this specific match right now between Big and Zero Zone is going to be facing them in a decider, basically another elimination match, except that if you win this time around, you're going through to the next stage of the playoffs.
Yeah, this is going to be a late night, Teddy. I think this is, already going to set 5. I think the next one, when it'll be at least a set 4 or 5. Like all these teams are absolutely swinging today, which is brilliant to see. And now, yeah, it's just, that game over button has almost been pressed for Big here. I feel a little bit sorry for him, what they've had to, deal with as a team. But Zero Zone, looking like flawless, looking well polished here. Literally just following suit from what just taking advantage of every kind of situation now. And that's the thing, like Zero Zone now. They know that Big are down in the dumps about the situation they're in, and they're just thinking, "Oh, what do you know? What? Let's just make matters worse." And they've just exploited their weaknesses. Basically, they've seen how separated a lot of the players are. They're feeling way too pressured, way too suffocated. You can see that they're not really thinking outside the box, or even thinking in the box, just sticking together, making sure they can make some coordinated pushes. And it's pretty much said and done here. And that Mortis was just packed an absolute wallop here. I think it was Nadine on the Mortis, so not Nadine. Sorry, Nadine was on the Rosa, wasn't he? I was just trying to think who it was on the side of Zero Zone. But whoever it is, we'll find out in a second if they do keep or do stick to those same comps. What changes can be made here? But 5 games in a row could be 6, and it's a big ask for Big here. I didn't think I'd say that, considering they almost won that series.
Yeah, they had a solid 2 first sets. But they weren't even nearly as convincing as the 2 sets we had afterwards that went the way of Zero Zone. So, yeah, it's a bit of a tough one getting into this next game. As Zero Zone, all they need is 1 win, and they are gone to the next stage of the playoffs. Big Clan, yeah, they'll need 2 in a row, and they can't drop a single one, or it's going to be it. For them, at least on the upper side of the brackets, because they will still stand a chance against Blood Diamond to still secure a spot to the next part of the playoffs. So, yeah, it's gonna be hard, right? It's gonna be really hard for them. I don't see tons of ways for them to get through this one just intact, but it's gonna be the challenge for them. It's gonna be the challenge.
And then Blood Diamond just going to take advantage with whoever loses. This is the thing you see. Going through so many games, so many sets, and then knowing that you was on the brink of having, one of the best seeds in the playoffs, and then having to get dropped down again. It's a real killer on the mood, Teddy. A real killer. But so, guys, we are still waiting for the next game coming up in set number 5 of this series between the 2 teams of Big and Zero Zone. Just waiting to see exactly what's going on. I think we may be waiting for some of the players, maybe wants to disconnect, and we're not really too sure. But typical, Teddy, typical. As soon as I start talking about it, it looks like we are going to go straight into it and see what differences could be made. It was actually Fed on the Mortis. Sorry, Fed. I didn't actually realise that he was on the Mortis that entire time. But even though I mentioned your name so many times as you was pushing up. But it doesn't matter, though. We can see what's going to happen. Zero Zone with a nice early lead with the blue star as well, Teddy.
Yeah, this is solid from Zero Zone. Big Clan, they need to clutch up here. They had chances. That is going to be a great kill from Lars, but they still need to get that blue star. Sugar with the kill. That's going to be Big Clan with the 2-star lead, and the comeback is possible. Fede gets melted down by Lars. Great combination of his gadget and his super to just get so much damage in one burst. Big Clan now with a 4-star lead, and that means that as soon as Lars gets pushed, they need to make sure he stays alive. Fate is still in an aggressive position, but he's going to get taken out by Nadine. There was a kill from Shura as well on the left-hand side, and Big, they are leading by 8 stars now.
Okay, Big could be proving us wrong here. They've obviously pulled a finger out and decided to, try and make this work. Fed not having as much luck as he did before. He's already taken half damage going into that push. And Ali, look at that though, he didn't really get all the damage he would like from that super. And Lars is trying to back away from Fed's Mortis. He's done the damage now, and it's a little bit of a shame. They have actually clawed back slightly, but Sugar managed to take down Jamie in that left lane. And look at Sugar, very, very good.
He has 6 stars already. He's a stage 4 surge, and he's been absolutely popping off so far. Fede was a great kill. Fede was a nice play. Fede, he can't quite pick up the kill on Sugar, and that is gonna keep that lead on the side of Big Clan. Some nice snipes as well from Nadine to seal the deal. It's gonna be double match points, Lethal. It's gonna be double match points. Whoever wins this next game is going to top 8. The other one, it's not the end of the journey yet, but it is going to be a lot more dangerous than, just winning this one game here.
No, I'm not swinging my head thinking like, what, like, it's annoying. It's more the fact that like I just can't believe what's happening. Like, Big absolutely turned that around. Sugar just stayed alive pretty much for the majority of that game. And yeah, you were right. He was doing God's work. Just literally just outranging his opponents, doing a nice amount of damage. Feddy rather, like literally, you saw that he did try to make some unorthodox pushes, you could say, but even then he just got in terms of damage, he literally took so much damage and inflicted so much from the side of Big as he was coming across into the middle and even some of the choke points. So yeah, it was just strange. Fed didn't really have as much room as he would like. Did get some of the kills in the process, but not enough to make a huge differences. So yeah, here we go. Match point, like you said, double match point for Zero Zone. Match point also, well, for both teams really. And this next game is going to absolutely decide. Oh, we are going to go to another set 5, almost a final game again. And yeah, Zero Zone are going to be scratching, thinking, what on earth happened? Like, they did continue with their aggressive play style, from start to finish in that game in particular, which is fair enough. It's not like they started, wetting themselves a little bit and thinking, oh God, like, what on earth is going on here? They just continue trying to play the same approach, but yeah, it just didn't work out for them, sadly. So they're going to have to either change comps, change style, or maybe just change everything. There's a lot of things they need to discuss going into this next game, and it wouldn't surprise me we have to wait a little bit longer before we go into this.
Yeah, I'm expecting some comp changes, to be honest. I think that right now, their comp worked, but now that there is a counter that is also as versatile as the counter that Big brought in, they need to be really careful with what they pick. I feel like Big, they can afford to play the same comp no matter what Zero Zone is facing. So I'm expecting maybe a mirror matchup to come from Zero Zone, just copy paste that comp from Big, or Big maybe to even go with the comp from Zero Zone. The risk with that is if Zero Zone are also going for the copy paste, then they are gonna put them maybe at an advantage. So they need to be careful on both sides. Go for something quite versatile. I mean, they could take a risk, they could go for a gamble. This is the kind of moment where you don't expect a gamble, so it can pay off big time. But if you go for a gamble in double match point and you lose, then it is quite hurtful.
Oh, it really is, yeah. It's basically, we hear high risk, high reward all the time, but this is like a mammoth change if they do really make any. And funny enough, they're using the exact same comps. It's going to be a mirror match. So it's going to be a bet of who's got the better fundamentals, mechanics, the aim, everything in between as well, in terms of the teamwork and coordination. And this is going to be a great matchup to see. I think it's going to be a lot more of a stalemate and more of a standard bounty game we're normally used to here, Teddy.
Yeah, we will find out soon enough. Lars, I know he's looking at that blue star, but he's going to get tagged up. The TP on the tick head will get defused, but Lars does get the blue star, and that means that there is going to be a very slight early lead in favor of Big Clan. The thing is, in bounty, a 1-star lead is already enough to give you quite a positional advantage. Sugar quite aggressive on the left-hand side, but he wants to get leveled up, wants to get that level 2 at least for the movement speed. Level 3 just gives him some extra range so he can start competing in fights with a Bell, for example. But he's not there quite yet. And yeah, once again, a bit of a stalemate, but Big Clan was the blue star lead. Look at that, Sugar spots the opportunity, nice TP, and he's gonna take that kill. 3 stars now on Big, none for Zero Zone. 35 seconds left, and it looks like they might actually close this one out. Zero Zone are gonna need to clutch up. Amy trying it, but Sugar is able to pick up the kill.
Oh, it was so weak as well, and we knew this was going to happen, so we saw a tick and a bell on both sides. But last takes down Alex Tick, funny enough, is now fed. He's pushed all the way through down into the middle. He's not going to be able to do too much here. Jamie is with him for the support, but it's just not going to be enough here, Teddy. 9-0. What a difference. We mean every time we count out one of these teams, they just seem to be able to, bring it back no problem. So I think Nadine and the boys on Big are going to be very happy about that. Zero Zone did get a couple of kills at the end, but it's way too late. And there we have it. So Big, very close. I have to take it to set 5 once again, but opposite end of the spectrum. And they will be going through first position in the group, and we'll see them on the playoffs on Saturday.
Yeah, congratulations to them for securing their spot. It was a bit of a tedious journey for them today, but they make it happen. 2 matches that go down to double match point. I mean, why not, right? Why not? But they make it work in both. Ice cold blood, man. Literally ice in their veins here for Big Clan to be able to perform so well with such high pressure. And huge congratulations to them once more. Zero Zone, it's not the end of their journey. They will be facing Blood Diamond Russia in the decider match, which is technically the second elimination match, right? Because the loser team is going to go home until at least next season, whereas the winner will be going to the playoffs as well, or to the next part of the playoffs, the top 8. So great stuff from both teams. Big just slightly able to outshine Zero Zone Spain towards the end and just, you know, make it first through the finish line. It is a marathon after all. And yeah, Zero Zone, they ran quite fast for a while, but Big Clan just, you know, saved some energy for the last couple of games.
I don't know if you saw that last set as well. They massively out-damaged Zero Zone, but overall, Zero Zone were the one doing the damage and the kills. Only 8 kills. You can see 56,000 more damage as well. So it was pretty good from both these teams. Quite a variety of ballers there as now. Not normally, you know, not the same usual ones we normally see in most of these. But there we have it though. Big takes first place position. And we're going to see Zero Zone again. They will be playing against Blood Diamond Russia in our next series. Also, the final series of the day. This is going to be decider. The winner will go into second in the group and play in the playoffs. The other will go home. So make sure you join us soon. But first, we can see some highlights from that last series. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Gamestars League for Brawl Stars Season 1. Lethal, Teddy, we're still here. We're still literally chattering and going on with this final series of the day between Blood Diamond Russia and Zero Zone. And yeah, it was pretty devastating defeat. The fact that they had 5 games back-to-back and be able to bring it back from, a 2-0 deficit, 2-all match point, twice actually, like you mentioned, rightly so. And Big just go, we're going to have this now. We can't be asked messing around too much. And this is the path they took. So Big managed to squeeze out 2 3-2 victories to be able to place first in their group. So they're through to the international finals in the playoffs. And Unima Gaming, sadly for them, they are knocked out. So we've got 2 teams left. One's going home. One is going to continue on into the top 8, into the playoffs on Saturday and Sunday. And it is between Zero Zone and Blood Diamond Russia. Now, what do you think about these 2 teams? I know you said that before between the last 2, Zero Zone should really take it. But they took a lot of those games, a lot of those modes very convincingly. But Blood Diamond Russia is going to be a little bit more different. They also had a good game against Big as well. So wouldn't be surprised if we saw another set 4, set 5 jobby.
That's absolutely possible. Honestly, those teams are really hard to compare. Probably one of the tougher ones of the entire day, just because both are in a pretty alright form. They're not the most consistent teams. They have been able to get really big wins in their respective regions, but also sometimes kind of choke in some matches. They should not really be losing. So yeah, both teams did seem on point today. They played pretty well, but both did fall to Big earlier on. And exactly with the same amounts of sets won on both sides. Both teams, they lost to Big in the last game of the last set, right? Double match point in both cases. Dude, I don't know what to make out of this one, to be completely honest. I think I would maybe slightly favor Zero Zone Spain, just because they have maybe had some better results in Europe in general. But it's just really, really tough to say, man. It's really, really tough to say.
Yeah, I agree. I would say Zero Zone statistically, but Blood Diamond are playing a lot better than usual. Almost made a takedown Big early on. But the only problem is now is the fact that the reason why I think it's going to be a lot more even than we expected. But Zero Zone just came so close, and I don't think there's going to be too much pressure on them now. They know they've got 2 chances to make it to the top 8. They've had their first chance. This is now their last chance. And I really think they're going to give it all they've got. And it was just a little bit of a shame because that last game, we saw in set number 5 was, one of those standard stalemate bounty games we normally see. So it can normally go either way. Sadly for them, that blue star advantage for Big is what managed to change things going forward. Looking at the bans, though, let's have a look and see which team bans what and why. And looks like the Poco again for Zero Zone and the Bell once again for Blood Diamond. So sticking to the bans here.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff, to be completely honest. I think that's 2 available is going to be an interesting one for sure. Also something interesting because Bell has 48% win rate, and if you're not too into competitive, you might wonder, well, that's not all that good, right? That means that Bell most of the time loses. Thing is, Bell most of the time when it's picked, you have it on both sides, so there's always going to be one Bell losing. So it does, kind of get that win rate very much, just very, very close to 50% no matter what. And it's very rare that you see it being played only on one side. And often when it is because there is a better brawler to be played that might counter or just be more appropriate to the map. With that being said, we do have our maps in front of us. It's going to be GG Mortuary for Heist, Undermine in Jam Grab, Dueling Beetles in Hot Zone, Quick Skip for Bounty, and finally Factory Rush for Siege. Obviously sets 4 and 5, we're not sure if we will get there, but it does seem like a real possibility between those 2 teams.
Yeah, we haven't really seen a set 5 Siege as of yet. It's been, well, actually, do you know what? We haven't seen enough set 5s to see a Siege on set 5 yet. So I do hope it goes to another set 5. 2 of these teams are great teams, very well deserving in terms of deserving the spot in this top 8. But both these teams are guaranteed top 12. And, they want to try and hit that top 4 spot in the playoffs, because that's where, the money gets proper serious here, in terms of the prize pool and everything which is going on. I described the prize pool earlier on. And also, just to let you guys know, if you just joined us, this is the final series of the evening. Either team either goes home or will just play on forward to the playoffs later on the week, on the Saturday and the Sunday. And if you guys do want to compete as well, the registration is now open for Season 2. Just head over to brawlstars.gamestars.com and you'll find all the information there on their website to find out how you can register for Season 2, as we're currently in Season 1. And also don't forget as well, if you're not too sure about the website or you do forget, normally the link will be posted in the chat as well, so don't worry, we've got you completely covered. If you still can't find it, then it's tough. That's all I can do for you guys. I'm sorry. So literally, as we go on forward, this is going to be Start of Zero Zone versus Blood Diamond Russia, and we're going to find out exactly who's going to go through between the two. Blood Diamond Russia, they seem like they had a very good run against Big. They looked very, very strong, much stronger than we anticipated due to big circumstances, but we're not going to talk about it anymore. They're through, they can be happy. They may even get top 4 at this point, and now we're going to see what Zero Zone can do, because both of them have had a similar margin in terms of games and sets played and one loss. The only difference is that Zero Zone looked a little bit better in some of them. That's literally all we can go by so far.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I don't remember those guys playing against each other pretty much ever, so it's really hard to make something out of that. Obviously it's going to be a tough one. Both teams at a very similar level right now. They are in different competitive regions for the Brawl Stars Championship, so that also takes into account who they are scrimming, or what kind of practice they get. And this is one of the reasons why I would be citing slightly more for Zero Zone Spain, just because they are in EMEA, which is the more competitive region, and that means better scrims, better practice, and tougher opponents. So I just feel like overall that could be giving them just a slight edge. Although Blood Diamond, they're a really solid team as well, just maybe a bit less consistent. And I feel like if they don't perform at their best, because that's the minimum they will need, and it's not every day that they do. They gave their all against Big Clan earlier. It wasn't enough. They did have a pretty strong win, in the decider match, but the elimination match, but still, maybe not quite as convincing as what we saw from Zero Zone today. We'll find out though, as we are hopping into game number 1. Some GG Mortuary action to open things up. And so far, it's just about that initial first fight, opening the map a bit more, trying to get some snipes from afar before you really start engaging toward those saves.
Yeah, just talking about prediction, it's difficult. I probably would say Zero Zone, I would lean on them like only by 55%, 60% to the 45, 40. It's very difficult to kind of like grasp what they're going through here. And like I said, there's not really much of a historic past between the two in terms of their previous matchups. And this is why it's going to be even better, because they don't know what they're going to expect, especially with the map pool in the Gamestars League. So now, Ali just looking to see the push on through. Sorry, Jamie's still trying to at least try and get a bit of damage done on Cube, but doesn't actually manage it in the end. But Cube looking very, very solid. Going to push all the way up to see if he can inflict a little bit more damage, but just a little bit of a tickle here, Teddy, and then heads all the way back.
Yeah, it's not a whole lot of damage on either sides, but it is Zero Zone with a bit of a lead so far. We have to keep in mind until the last second. Oh, nice beams though, actually, from Fede. Hamey with some good snipes. That's going to be some more damage pouring down on that red save, down to 64% now. But yeah, as I was going to say, until the last second, if there is a team wipe, that can absolutely turn around, especially with a Colette and a Piper, a Cold. They deal so much damage in burst. Alice gonna go for the jump in, picks up the kill. That's a great opportunity. Hamey low HP, does fall, but look at the amounts of damage. 37% left, and Blood Diamond safe is in a pretty bad state right now.
Yeah, it certainly is indeed. 25 seconds they need to make up. Literally a huge amount of percentage. Literally 59% need to try and make up for, but yeah, it's going to be very difficult already. And they're just inflicting more now. I don't think they even have the DPS, even if it was a completely clear map and they just run down south. Going to make matters worse here. Ali is going to do the final bit. Yep, he does. He's going to save us 9 seconds on the clock to crack on with game number 2. There we have it. Zero Zone looks very, very strong indeed.
Yeah, that was a really strong performance from them. I mean, they only took 5% damage, right? That's just very convincing, especially on this map where once it's a bit more opened up, which it never really got to either, by the way. Like, it took forever for the Colt to destroy the wall in front of the save from Zero Zone. So, yeah, it was just really hard for them to capitalize on any kills they would get. Because I think that kills-wise, I mean, it was in favor of Zero Zone, but I don't think it was, like, the biggest difference either.
Yeah.
And the difference is that they were able to capitalize because the walls were gone and they would just get a couple of snipes here and there onto that safe. Whereas Blood Diamond, until like maybe 30 seconds left, there was still a wall in front of the safe. So even if they did get a couple of nice kills, they would just not be able to deal any damage, following up to that.
Yeah, it was a little bit balmy. It's a little bit weird. I think that's just, what we've seen from a lot of teams in the past. They have an advantage, they don't take it, or if they do take it, it's too late. And with Heist, you've got to be so fast and on the mark before they even come off from the respawn, because then they can just shield it off with their immunity, or just shield it just full stop, can't they? So there's a lot of reasons why you've got to be super quick on the mark, and that's why Heist is so good as well. And a lot of the teams do tend to enjoy it, of course, depending on which map it's on. But we are going to go into game number 2 0 zone. We're going to see if they're going to continue this good progression so far and see if they actually be able to bring us a more of a convincing victory in comparison. And I look forward to it, because hopefully Blood Diamond Russia won't I think they do feel like they got bullied a little bit in some of the lanes here and there, but I don't see why they can't come back from this.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's definitely possible. We have to keep in mind as well, it's a best of 5 in sets, right? So they can lose up to 2 sets before it gets towards the end. So they have a bit of space. Yeah, exactly. They have a bit of space. If they lose if they have a couple of game modes they don't really like, it's on the end of the world. If this map is not something they want to play, Fede is going to miss that gadget onto the wall. Let's just not talk about that. It could be worse, at least the important part is open. It just makes it a bit more predictable where the players from Zero Zone are going to be coming from, which leaves less angles and easier pre-fires from Blood Diamond, or for Blood Diamond. We'll see how that works out in the end. We do have a bit of an opening onto that wall from Zero Zone. This time around, Blood Diamond not going to wait for the last 30 seconds to get that. Hamey is going to go down. Low HP onto Fede as well. The poison doesn't finish Cube off, and he's going to get sniped off by Cube here, Ale. As so far, it's a bit of a stalemate, but the fights have been going a bit better for Blood Diamond this time around.
What I do like from Zero Zone is the fact that even though that Blood Diamond have been winning some of these bouts here and there, they push up instantly just to make Blood Diamond assume that they've already got full map control here, and already the percentages was lined up, but Blood Diamond are now up by 7%. But they do it quite a lot. They just, instead of letting them push up and have a defensive structure or defensive setup on the safe, instead they push up straight into the middle and just make them think that they're already prepared and ready for the next attack, when actually they're not. It's only 1, maybe 2 players just trying to catch up to the middle and then push it on forward. But Cube been looking very good with that Piper over the last minute, doing a nice decent amount of damage, but Lowry takes down Annie. There's the Crows trying to jump onto him. He's left on 616 HP. Jamie's after him. He's definitely after Blood, but Cube's shots have been so good in comparison to the last game.
Yeah, much better from Cube. Gonna get a couple more snipes down. Actually, Hamey able to tank it with his still respawn invincibility being active. Good snipes from Hamey. He's starting to pump off here, and Zero Zone, they actually still have a bit of a lead. It's only 7%, but that dickhead gonna get tanked by Fede. Really important as well. 12 seconds left. A couple of shots could make the difference, but they gotta get them. And we got the jump in from Ale. Gonna get a couple more percentages down. 12% difference. Can we get a final burst from Blood Diamond? They're gonna... No, not gonna be happening. Zero Zone, they pick up this first set. A lot of a closer game here, but still going the way of Zero Zone as they secured our first set, and we'll be moving on to our second one. It was a better performance from Blood Diamond, but just not quite good enough.
Yeah, I was saying there's some hesitation on the side of Blood Diamond. I think you saw, who was it playing the Colt on the side of Blood Diamond at the time? We'll check it out in a second in the highlights. But there was times where you could see he wanted to push up, but he wasn't sure, like, because with Fed as well, like he was the one actually playing the cult in the right lane. He would do a lot of work, and Cube was doing so well with the Piper in that second game. But he was going to push, and when he wasn't sure, and you saw it a couple of times. But as soon as Zero Zone pushed all the way into the middle on the spawn, they were literally faking out and pretending that they got full setup ready and waiting for the next attack. When actually they won. You know, they always have only 1 or 2 people, and they could have won that numbers game on so many occasions, or at least inflict some kind of damage. May even give up the map control, but at least you're doing enough damage to the safe to then be able to, you know, have a passive setup of yourself and try and break Zero Zones. But that's the first set. Zero Zone did that quite, you know, it wasn't like comfortable, but it was quite clean nonetheless, as they talk a little bit more in game number 2. So we will do a bit of gem grab on Undermine, and we're going to see what they can do here. And it'll be Julian Beetles on set 3 for Hot Zone once that's obviously passed as well. So from what we've seen so far, do you kind of feel like that, not for Zero Zone, but on the side of Blood Diamond, they are looking good, but they're just not quick enough, like in terms of like they need to increase the pace in order to force Zero Zone back a bit more?
Yeah, I think so. I think they need to capitalize a bit more on the kills they get, on the control they get, try to find a bit more of the objective from that. It could be a very much a heist thing, you know, that where they were struggling up, or just a very specific GG mortuary problem they have. But they need to make sure that it's not the case in the other game modes, because, you know, if you're getting some great value here and there, except for Bounty, where you capitalize just by getting a kill, you need to complete the objectives, and that means, you know, committing to your pushes, having a clear direction as well from the team of like, okay, we just got 2 entry kills, we need to push forward, we need to get some damage on the save. That's the kind of stuff that needs to be not even just like, you know, a decision they need to talk about. That should be just how it works. It should just be either someone just saying, like, calling it, or they should already know that that's what they're supposed to be doing. We will find out how that applies in Gem Grab. Undermine, I believe, is the name of this map, and that is gonna be Zero Zone with the 2 first gems. I like this 2 pick. I think it can do really well on this map. We'll find out, as they did pick up a couple of kills. Amy is going to get caught off guard. I think Amy might have been lagging. I've seen him so many times just stopping in the middle of his movement. Hopefully he can sort that out, or whatever is going on. Nice pinch from Kagamu there. Ale is going to be so low HP. He's going to fall and basically give a couple of gems here to Blood Diamond.
Okay, things have changed a little bit here, so that's interesting. I do agree that Stu pick has been very useful at the start. They're looking to push up as well, but Blood Diamond still 8 gems to 0. They got to go on the offensive momentarily, just waiting for Jen to regroup with the rest of them. And looks like Kagamu actually took down Ali in the end, and Fed has taken down Kagamu. And this is not looking too good. It is already going to push all the way up, looking to see exactly where the player is with all those gems, but it could be too little too late here, depending on the circumstances. Ali's trying to hopefully take him down in order to reset the countdown, but yeah, that's not going to happen. There's Blood Diamond, quite a convincing win there in comparison.
I think Sprout was like a terrible idea, to be completely honest, from Zero Zone. I don't understand it. It is like there's no reason you would want to go for it. I'm assuming they forgot that Gene wasn't banned, because earlier they played and it was banned. So maybe they just forgot about it existing, which seems to be the only viable reason for me, because they knew that Gene is the best mid on this map, and you don't want to be facing the best brawler on the lane with a brawler that gets countered by that brawler, because, you know, Gene, he's going to be really strong against a Sprout. So it just doesn't make any sense to me, to be completely honest. You know, I can understand you going for a bit of an off-meta pick if it counters the best brawler in a specific position, because then sure, you're not technically not the best option, but you are countering the best option, which makes you, in that matchup, the better brawler. In this case, it was just both not true. It was not the best brawler, and it was getting hard countered by the best brawler, so it just leaves a lot of weak gaps into that defense from Zero Zone. And yeah, I really did not like that. I really did not like that. I mean, we'll see. Maybe they'll adapt. It could just be a silly mistake, right? They just played a very long best of 5 where Gene was banned, so they didn't have to think too much about what happens if Gene is getting played, but it is also a bit of a maybe a bit of a awareness not being there, or just maybe they're a bit in their heads. It's been a long day for them as well, so they will have to take that into account. We'll see how they adapt comp-wise. They had a decent start, but that's logical against the Gene, right? The problem is once they start getting those pulls, and yeah, they were paying off. Kagamo doing really well on the M's as well, able to get some really nice pinches and create a lot of space for Blood Diamond. We'll see how this one goes, and we have the Sprout again. Okay, I don't understand that. Honestly, we did lose it too. We have an Amber now, but Amber does kind of get countered by us too. So this is just a really good situation overall for Blood Diamond. And the only aspect where I would say that I understand the Sprout over the Gene is that it's going to be better against the Tara, because those shadows are just really annoying as a Gene to take care of. But that's pretty much all. Fade playing a lot more aggressive right now. There's a pool available, and he's going to go for it to open up the walls a bit more as well. Here, Cube on 4 gems. There's 2 picked up by Ale for Zero Zone as well, but Blood Diamond, at least they have the gems on their gem carrier, which does seem like the ideal scenario.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. You know, you were talking about that last game as well. A few question marks. A lot of instances, especially the Sprout, debatable. Definitely debatable nonetheless. Looks like they are going to continue to try and make it work. Blood Diamond up 6-4. Zero Zone putting on a much better performance than they did in that previous game. And that's the thing as well with the Sprout, is the fact that it's not only that with what you mentioned earlier, but you know, it decreases the lack of aggression as well. They can't go on a full-scale attack due to the DPS and, you know, the movement as well. It's just, you know, it's very, very difficult. As Kagamo now on that left lane being slaughtered by Ali here. Ali looking to try and push up and clean him up, but Kagamo has just been able to stay alive. And Cube is also just trying to push up, picks up that last gem, and now the countdown has started, as now Jamie's trying to recover as soon as possible. But look at this, they're already taking down one. They do have the numbers, and if they want to push up, then now's going to be the opportunity, as they're going to see if they can make anything happen. But already got the gems back. Blood Diamond looking for that countdown again, which they managed to grab. So now, what are they going to be able to do here? But you know, if they just try and hold on a little bit more, they should be okay. But Jamie has been taken down. They've got the numbers once more. Still trying to use that super to take down Cube, which they have done. And now they're the ones with the countdown, but it's going to go back in fourth here, Teddy. As now Blood Diamond have got the countdown themselves. Jamie's going to push up in that left lane. They're trying to stop this early push now before anything else occurs. Cube just trying to stay alive. Still got 7 seconds left. Now they have, Blood Diamond have the early advantage. And it looks like Blood Diamond are going to walk away with the victory in this set. And the series is going to be 1-1. And I think Teddy's still going to continue scratching his head about the comps.
I'm angry. I am angry. I don't understand. When something clearly doesn't work because the Sprout was not at all the right decision in the center, why do you play it again? I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand. It was clear that it wasn't working out and that the Gene was a huge problem for the Sprout, and they just decided to do it again, and it worked just as badly. I mean, they did stop the countdown like 3 times, which is impressive, but it just feels like they... I don't know, man. It just seems pretty straightforward to me, and extra to that, like it's not just like it's in theory it doesn't work. In practice it clearly didn't work twice in a row. So going for the same thing again, I don't know. It just seems like a very odd decision. And this was one moment there Ali almost clutched up, but he had no more flying hooks, which meant that he had no way to get out of that position with those gems. It was a good attempt. But I just feel like Zero Zone Spain, they were maybe a bit stubborn with that Sprout pick, because it just wasn't working out whatsoever. Like the Sprout did nothing. Like, I'm not blaming it on the player, I'm blaming it on the decision to play Sprout, because I mean, obviously it's not going to do anything because he's facing a Gene, and that's how it's supposed to be. I just don't understand that decision. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I think that when something doesn't work out for you, you need to be able to see what it is and adapt to that. So I'm very curious regarding why they didn't decide to change anything about it. But Dueling Beetles is going to be up next. A map where Sprout is a decent brawler, so maybe they'll pull the Sprout here. But now that I said it, I'm sure they won't. And we'll just have to see what they decide to play. But yeah, I don't know, man. That was pretty worrying for me because I felt like it was quite straightforward in the first place that Sprout was a bad idea. Because I thought about it as well, because it used to be pretty meta on that map. So I thought about it as well before we started the set, like, oh, Sprout maybe, and then I thought, oh yeah, Gene is not banned, they should definitely not go for Sprout, and then they went for it, you know. So in the first place, it already felt odd, and then afterwards that they just doubled down on it after getting absolutely destroyed. I just, like, I don't know, that's a bit of a red flag for me, you know. That makes me think, like, is it a lack of like awareness? Is it, did they just really think that would work? I don't know. But hopefully that is behind them and we can get a bit more focus getting into set number 3. I mean, it's none of my business, right? I'm just complaining as an esports enthusiast, and I love Sprout as well. It's one of my favorite brawlers too, so I don't like seeing it shining under a bad light because it's not played in the right circumstances. No, but for real, I think they need to be a bit more on point picks wise. I think they were doing a pretty good job overall today with that. To be fair, it was big. It did feel like a couple of times they were behind in the picks and they kind of just had to follow with whatever Big was playing. So maybe a bit of a trend, maybe something they need to work on in the future as well. Just make sure those comps are solid. We will have the Sprouts. So this time around, I mean...
So it's literally, it's just been, I don't even need to be here. You don't even need to solo cast this. You could literally just go on about how much Sprout should not have been played in that map. And it just should not have. I didn't even need to be here. I could have gone and get a brew or something whilst you just cracked on. I actually should have done that because I was looking and I was like, Teddy's proper going in on this about this Sprout. And then at the very, very end, after slating the border for the last few minutes, you just turned around and went, I like him though, I do like him, but it just wasn't right for that composition. Honestly, mate, you need to, if you create your own podcast, I reckon you can have an episode for each brawler and have like just nearly 100 episodes, because you probably go back to that podcast and then go on further about some of them. But that's something for another day. Let's go back into this game. Set 3, game number 1. I did enjoy it though. I didn't phase out in the slightest. I listened to every single word about it as well, because it's just brilliant. As Blood Diamond do have the early lead, and they're now just fighting back and forth for the control. As Jamie does take down 2, does have a teamwork. Actually takes in all 3 with the support of the rest of his teammates, and now gets that teamwork they're so desperately needed. And Zero Zone are now playing a catch-up game for that zone.
I love how Blood Diamond tried to have 2 players tank the same tick head, which just meant they both took damage, which kind of removed the point of tanking it. But yeah, so far Zero Zone able to catch up quite a bit. This is a much better map for Sprout, to be completely honest, especially against a Gene, just because there's a lot of more safer angles to be playing around with. So I do I'm okay with Sprout being played here. I still feel like there are probably some better options, as they are all burning down here for Zero Zone on the left side. Amy will remain alive, but Fede, not really much he can do there without any bushes or any walls. Nice pull as well. Blood Diamond should be able to close it out. And once again, lesson on why you don't want to be playing Sprout with the team mid. For the 3rd time in a row, at this point, I'm just expecting to see it every time, you know? I don't understand, man. I think they should go for a bit of a pause, just watch the stream, watch what I'm saying, listen, and just, like, you know, stop playing Sprout. I really do love Sprout. I really like Sprout, but right now it's not his moment. Like, Gene is... No, but that's the thing. Gene is, like, when Gene was not buffed, like before the last balance changes, Sprout was really, really strong. But right now, you know, Gene counters Sprout, and Gene is the best mid. Gene is the go-to mid on almost every map where Gene is playable, you know? So it's like, no, it just doesn't make sense, you know? I mean, it's like if Mortis was really, really meta and everyone was playing Mortis, you're not going to be playing triple thrower, right? That just doesn't make sense. That's just like starting with a handicap. And for some reason, Blood Diamond, Zero Zone, they're just loving it. They're just doing it every single game. And it's never worked. It's not like it's working. It's never worked so far. Every time they played Sprout, they lost. Now, we'll see how that goes for this next game if they decide to go for it again. I do respect them going for it on this map more than Undermine, because I do feel like there's more options here to work around with the Sprout. But it's still like I don't know, man. I'm expecting better from Zero Zone, to be completely honest.
Surely this is a meme. Like, if you can make a montage of you just saying Sprout like the last 10 minutes, I'd say, and there's me just chuckling in the background, just thinking like, okay, we get it, mate. He's not doing enough DPS with the Sprout, and every time he could have been the aggressor to make a move, he can't because he's using the damn Sprout, like, literally the entire time. But it makes sense. I completely. Do you know what? I actually thought the same even before you went on that massive rant. So I completely agree. Finally, Fed is turned around and gone, right, we're giving up the Sprout. We're going to switch to the Max now. So, okay, a slightly better comp, and now we're going to find out. Finally, if Zero Zone are going to, get back onto the table in this set. So, game 2, set 3, Blood Diamond are coming up 1-0 in this set. And they've been pushed all the way back again. So, using the Amber very well. Cube finally managed to clean him up nicely. Kagamu just trying to stay in that zone, but doesn't get the chance, as now it's been cleaned up as well. But Cube, though, I must say, earlier his aim skill was very, very good, but that was back with the Piper early on. We haven't seen too much of him since then. But Cube, they're still looking to do the objective and hold it on as much as he can. Still trying to catch up in terms of percentage. Not really too much he can do. Apart from that, though, he does take down Fed in the meantime. Kagamu trying to stay alive using Rosa and using that super as well. Just consuming all that damage as the others are trying to inflict as much as possible. And now use now to see if he can get, and we'll try and catch up to Jamie here. Doesn't, but maybe have to take him out still. We'll have to see. He's left on 56 HP. Ali does clean him up. Zero Zone making the comeback here, gains the lead, and this could be it here depending on the circumstances of this next attack from Blood Diamond.
Yeah, it's looking complicated for Blood Diamond. Cube pushing up as well. Can't quite get a shot off, and Zero Zone take this game, tying things up once again. And interestingly enough, no Sprout, and then suddenly everything is going better for Zero. It's as if we were aware of that, It's as if people could have thought about that 3 games ago. But yeah, man, this was much better overall. I do want to point out that like that comp, if there was still this, would have gone like terrible for Zero Zone with so much tanks, so much stuff. Like that would not have been something they could handle. So at least we escaped that tragedy. But yeah, it's looking better. It's looking better.
Yeah,
I'm happy again. I'm happy again. If they go for the Sprout the next game, I'm done. I'm just disconnecting. Like.
Yeah, I'll solo cast
I
the rest
doubt
of it. I'll solo cast the rest of it. I don't want your veins popping out your skull trying to work out what on earth people. Just go and coach Zero Zone. Do you know what? You don't need to be a caster. Actually, no, just do both. You can probably coach him whilst you're casting, because at least that way, with the small amount of time window they watch this and from us casting it, they can probably hear what you're saying at the exact same time. And you're not really saying anything too in depth. You're just saying switch out of the damn Sprout and use a brawler which has a bit more speed and can actually deploy some or inflict some damn damage. It's not hard to make that change, which is completely understandable. But Teddy has had his thought-provoking discussion by himself about the Sprout. He's done that now. It's been at least 10 minutes. He's now happy now that they switched to the Max and be able to recuperate a little bit. Yeah, he feels like it's a brand new day, and it is day and night compared to what we've seen compared to that last game. As Zero Zone has timed things up, they're going to try and go up 2-1 in the series. He's sticking with the Max. He's clearly listened to you here. Maybe he was just baiting you into an argument and he's watching this back. And now Zero Zone, they're going to look to see if they can, well, both teams looking to see if they can edge each other out in this series by taking this set. It's definitely a big game here.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting difference here. The only difference actually is going to be the Amber and the Jessie. So I'm curious to see how that plays out. Well, Ale picking up a nice kill mid is going to apply a bit more pressure closer on, but Fede is going to take a couple of Jessie shots with will bounce on his allies as well, and it means that HP wise they know they have to fall back, and Blood Diamond have just a little bit of an advantage. Nice pull there onto Hamey. Really necessary pull as well, because otherwise things would have opened up in favor of Zero Zone and they would have been able to control the middle much sooner. Fede takes down Laoyu. Nice pull onto Cube. Cube just not able to get a single shot off before he gets taken out, and Zero Zone retake control with a chance to catch up in percentages.
Absolutely, still tied up, and Zero Zone more in the open, but still back and forth. As I don't know how Fed is even still alive with that. Max finally gets cleaned up, got a lot of value from that last death, but Ali gets taken out as well. So Blood Diamond just trying to hold on to this zone, and Kakamu's pushed up really deep onto their side, a lot further than we anticipated. And now it's that numbers game, 3v2. Cube, Jamie didn't last that long. Cube made sure to take him out straight away, and that's why he's pretty much giggling at himself. And now looking to get back full control here, 87%. And this needs to be at least 2 team wipes if I want to try and make this work. And I think they've already realised it's too little too late. And Blood Diamonds here, Teddy, almost winning the series. Now 2-1 up. And it's probably going to be another set 5, isn't it? It probably is. I'm not even going to talk about it. So, we did say it's going to go to a 4th or 5th set, but it wouldn't be too much of a surprise if it goes to the last one.
Yeah, it's very much possible, man. I wouldn't be surprised either. I mean, we knew it coming into this match, right?
Yeah.
It did seem like a very likely option. That at least it would be close. Maybe it's going to be 3-1. That's still a pretty close matchup overall. We had some very back and forth games. This was definitely one of them. But Blood Diamond just able to get to the finish line just a bit faster as they take Hot Zone home. Good stuff on their end, important as one. Honestly, I don't want to be talking about Sprout anymore, right? But it does kind of show how some silly comp mistakes can really start a strong comeback. Because it could have been 3-0 right now for Zero Zone, in my opinion. Just some poor decisions in comps here and there, and suddenly it's 2-1 for their opponents, and things are looking a lot more blurry on their end. So I don't know. I'm still. I would still blame so far the scoreline on that, and I feel like otherwise it could have been a 3-0 for Zero Zone. So I don't know. Seems a bit like an interesting match so far, but we will have some more chances here for Zero Zone to catch up in sets. They only need one, and then it's all tied up, right? So it's not that big of a difference. But Blood Diamond, they want to make sure they win this first game of our 4th set, just so they can get to match point, have a bit more breathing room to close things out quickly, and then maybe they could actually take down Zero Zone.
That was really strange. I don't know if you saw the stats as well. Zero Zone actually had 15 more kills and 102,000 more damage, which is a little bit bizarre, as we will go to quick skip for a bit of bounty. And yeah, Zero Zone on a back foot. And oh my god, I just realised this is the same map they lost for final set on against Big. So I hope they do manage to change things up again and Fed's come back to Sprout.
Well, yeah. That's pretty much all I gotta say to you. Fede going for an aggressive TP. Oh, nice dodge from Layu. It is gonna result in a trade, and Zero Zone are able to take the lead. Well, could go worse so far. Surge is also a good counter to throwers, so that's a bit dangerous, but he's gonna choke a bit in that fight. Ale gonna get pulled, only a 1-star difference. Amy taking quite a bit of damage as well, down to 280, but still alive, and that's what matters ultimately for Zero Zone, as they do keep that 1-star lead, but it's a fragile lead. 1 kill and it's gone.
Certainly indeed, as now they're trying to still try and push up here. They want to extend their lead. They don't want to have that passive set up and risk it all. Still, Kagamu's taking a fair amount of damage into the middle part of that map. Cube is just waiting, daring for his opportunity to push around to Jamie and see if he can inflict some damage. But Jamie's ready for him there. He's still waiting to see if he's going to come across. He's only on 862 HP, but you can see there Laoyu was looking for blood there as he was pushing on through. Fed actually takes down Laoyu with the Sprouts, and Cube takes down Jamie. It's back and forth. The trades are coming in. Cube's still been able to stay alive until Ali finally takes him down. And it looks like Kagami is still looking to stay alive. He won't be able to much longer. And Zero Zone, unless they get some kind of team wipe, I doubt it, as already Laoyu's taken way too much damage. They can back off here if they want, but it doesn't really matter too much. It's only Ali who needs to pull back, really, in all fairness. And they're just separate each other, so it takes too long for them to even be able to take either player down on the side of Zero Zone. So Zero Zone are up on the first game of this set, and maybe even the second game. I feel like they've learned a lot from their previous matchup against Big and realised the mistakes they've had to make. And I think it's just the fact that the side of sorry, on the side of Blood Diamond, they're going to be a little bit annoyed as well because they know that they've played this map and game mode already. So they've already rectified what could have happened maybe on the previous matchup against Big. And now it's just working towards now taking down Blood Diamond in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it was a solid game from Zero Zone Spain. I think that, to me, the matchup was in favor of Blood Diamond, like comp-wise. I do feel like they did choke quite a couple of opportunities, which led them to be constantly on the back foot, especially early on. I think there was a TP from Lalyu as a surge on the Sprout that he lost, which is not really a fight you're supposed to be losing, you know? It does happen, obviously, you know, very well played from Lalyu to get a one-on-one trade, I think, on that one. But ultimately, it did give the early lead to Zero Zone Spain, and Blood Diamond were just never really able to catch up to that one. The only moment where they got a couple of kills, it took a very long time for them to get the kills, and it was on enemy spawn, so they had people respawning on them afterwards. Just a bit of a massacre afterwards, and the lead just staying on the side of Zero Zone Spain.
Yeah, we've seen that quite a lot now, and we did see a lot of different comps, a lot of variety of comps on this map for the side of Zero Zone. I don't know if Blood Diamonds maybe made any note of that at all going into this. We're going to see if there's going to be any changes, and yeah, actually a huge change, switching to the Gene, Carl, and the Max now instead. And now you can see Blood Diamond have gone for the Mortis, Max, and BB to see if that's going to make any difference. So Blood Diamond on the back foot here, but they're still a set up, so it could go to a set 5 depending on how well Zero Zone play this. As Kagemu already taken way too much damage, as Lalyu didn't do too well with that Mortis. He tried to back away as quick as possible, but just not going to happen, as now Cube is still in that right lane. Pretty trapped here, and Jamie actually managed to take down Kagemu there, as Fed also took down Lalyu, and this is looking pretty bleak for Blood Diamond at the start of this game.
Yeah, Fede gonna TP back to safety. Ale, I don't think that was on purpose. I think he just meant to walk back and accidentally got a bit too close to the teleporter and got TP'd instantly into enemy base, but Blood Diamond couldn't quite capitalize on that nice pull onto Cube. He does go down. And now Blood Diamond are going to be looking for some more opportunities because they need them. They need 7 stars just to tie things up again. Now you pushing in, but against a spinning Carl, that's not a matchup you're going to be winning, as Zero Zone just widen up that lead for them more. Pull onto Kagemu as well. Amy picks up the kill, and it's an 11-star lead. Make it 13 right now, as Cube is going to TP back to safety. But honestly, I don't know what that's going to help for.
Honestly, mate, I do feel like Zero Zone playing this map and game mode earlier has helped them massively. They've learned all their mistakes from against Big earlier. And it's not even just that, it's the fact that they've already played it. They know it quite well. So now they can just pressure on. So Blood Diamond must realise this, surely, in this, because I think Cube was actually watching this series between Big and Zero Zone earlier on. But we've got 10 seconds left. They require 17 more stars. It's just not going to happen. They can just chill. Let the countdown, let the timer go to 0, and that is going to be it. So another set 5 here, back and forth between all these teams here, Teddy. And now Zero Zone have done the right thing. We expected them to kind of bring this back somehow, some way. But yeah, imagine Blood Diamond come through. That would be ridiculous. And actually, no, that's probably been a little bit harsh. It wouldn't be ridiculous, but it would definitely put a lot of pressure on Zero Zone here, because they're clearly not too happy with how they've been performing so far against Blood Diamond. But this definitely quite a decent upset if Blood Diamond do take the series.
Yeah, man, today so far has been just absolute madness. We had 3 matches go to a 5th set, is that correct?
I think we've had at least 3. Like, I know that for a fact. Yeah, I think we've had at least
insane.
3 so
out of 5 matches, that is ridiculous, man. That is absolutely crazy. Well, I mean, you know, you got days like that. Tomorrow is gonna be crazy as well. It's like just as stacked, but like with even better teams, but that are also like really close to each other in skill. It's gonna be a bit of a nightmare for some of those guys, as I don't really see how they will win. You know, there's no predictions to be made. That's just the fun part of it. This group was literally the same as well. I didn't expect Big to go on top of it all. I mean, I didn't expect them to have such good synergy and such, knowing that, you know, everything that's going on with them. But right now, Zero Zone Spain against Blood Diamond, I have no clue, man. I mean, Zero Zone, they're coming into the final set with a bit more momentum, perhaps, which could go in their favor. But both teams from today, we've seen that they're, you know, a bit of a final set chokers, right? They played both in set 5 against Big Clan, and both teams here lost against them. So we'll see which one is the better at sealing the deal, as we have so far a slight bolt advantage for Zero Zone, I believe, but Cube should be able to tie the bolt count up, and that would mean a draw for Siegebot number 1.
Yeah, we're also going to find out who's the biggest choker out of the two, so I'm looking forward more to that. I'd rather see it like that. But the Siege has tied. Zero Zone did get a bolt only slightly later after that Siege was going to commence. But still, though, very back and forth still. Ali takes down Kagemu. Jamie's 320 HP. He's going to try and get back if he can. Just barely manages to dodge Lao Yu. But look at this bolt advantage from Zero Zone here, looking really, really solid. And if they keep up with the amount of bolts they're collecting, they won't have to worry too much about a large deficit going into the last Siege bot. So already going to be 10, nearly 11 bolts now compared to the 5 of Blood Diamond. It's completely been thrown out the window. Fed's struggling a little bit on that right lane as he was trying to take down Kagemu, but Kagemu take down one. He was looking to take down Ali there, 492 HP, but didn't want to get any damage inflicted from the turret. As now the bot heads north here, Teddy, and Levinos he's pretty big here, but we've got to remember as well, Blood Diamond do have 11 bolts to their name afterwards, so it's going to be even more of a struggle for them to try and survive this deficit.
Yeah, the defense is just perfect. They're not going to take any damage off that one. They took 0%. They dealt more damage without a Siege bot to Zero Zone's Ike than they have taken. This is pretty much a safe win. Like, there's nothing at this point that Zero Zone can do. They're not going to get enough bolts. I mean, they can try, but I don't think they will, especially if Cube just gets the one bolt and it's 100% over. There's just no shot. And Zero Zone, yeah, that was a bit of a choke. And in the comp as well, the fact that there is a Barley on Blood Diamond just helps them out so much, because it means that if they get a Siege bot, they can secure damage. And the problem with the comp from Zero Zone is it's a comp that doesn't do any damage. The Carl, I mean, his best damage is if he's spinning on the Ike, but that means he takes damage. Max needs to have like an angle to get the shots, and same for Gene. They had no way to get, you know, as a Barley, like shoot above the wall or anything like that. So yeah, that was a bit of a disaster for Zero Zone Spain, as we are going to head towards match point in favor of Blood Diamond.
Yeah, that was a huge bolt deficit. When you're in that position, you know it's going to be a loss, but the only thing you can do is ease the blow. But how can you? Because you haven't taken any damage onto their turret anyway, so that's it. You're pretty much stuffed. It is already game over, even before it's even started. When you've got at least a 10 bolt lead and you've got the third Siege bot and you've done no damage, that's it. You know, that's pretty much job done. And that's like, you know, just got to wait for the countdown to finish off, and then finish off for the next game and just prepare for what you're going to do. So Zero Zone now on the back foot. It is going to be match points again for Blood Diamonds. And still, I think people are going to be pretty surprised. I know these two teams are quite close in terms of skill gap, but I still think Zero Zone coming in third is going to be a little bit of a shocker, as we do have the Gene, Carl, Max left side, and then on the right of Blood Diamond we do have Max, Carl and Barley. Let's see if it makes any kind of difference. Barley can be quite good to do some extra initial damage onto if you do pick up that Siege bot at any time. Zero Zone do have that one bolt. It's a tied bolt game between both teams, and it looks like the level 2 Siege bot will be in favor of Blood Diamond, so this is going to be a good start from them.
Yeah, Kagemu taking a bit of damage is able to pick up the kill onto Fede as well. Level 2 Siege bot pushing up. The defense so far is pretty alright, but they are going to take quite a bit of damage on their players. Quite a bit on the Ike as well. I didn't really pick on it, but yeah, obviously Cube on the party was able to get so many shots down from afar. Nice slow onto Ali as well. Cube low HP, but still alive. And we do have a couple of bolts picked up by Zero Zone. They will get another couple in the middle area as well. Only Cube left alive, and he's in a bit of trouble here against a Gene. He does pick up the kill. Oh, can he find Ali as well? Not quite yet. That would have been quite insane. But Fede falls, and right before the Siege bot spawns, we have a couple of bolts getting picked up by Blood Diamond. Hamey able to steal one away. So yeah, this is not the best scenario for Blood Diamond, as they are going to be behind by 2 bolts. Or only have a 2-bolt lead, sorry, and they are in a defense. But it is a clean defense. We'll see how the retake is. It's not going to be the easiest retake, especially with Hamey having that gene super available. Ale also was a super available. But yeah, it is definitely still possible for Blood Diamond. We'll see how that retake is. Oh, Cube barely takes down Ale. That was close, but he's going to get pulled by Hamey, and I think that is going to be a difference maker, as Zero Zone have the bold lead already, and I don't really see how Blood Diamond can catch up at this point. That's going to be a siege bot for Zero Zone, level 7, and there is some damage coming through. Cube going for a bit of a dive as well. We'll get another shot down, get it exactly at 50%, but it's going to be hard to defend this one off here. They need a flawless defense here, Blood Diamond. It's pretty decent so far, but it's not exactly flawless. And Zero Zone find enough damage to pick up this game. It's gonna be double match point coming up. Whoever wins this next game is going to the top 8. The losing team is gonna be out of the playoffs.
I didn't actually see what happened whilst the siege bot was coming across. I assume whoever's playing Barley, Cube was trying to inflict some damage onto their turret just so that he can come back on the respawn and then try and help the rest of his team. I assume that's what happened because I couldn't actually see it for myself. But yeah, like I said, double match point again, another set 5, another game 3. I'm not going to repeat myself because you guys can see it, we can see it, and we're going to see who's actually going to go through. So one game is going to decide whoever's going to go through and who's going to go home between Zero Zone and Blood Diamond Russia. Both teams, like Teddy mentioned before, have actually choked a game 5 against Big. And yeah, who is going to be the biggest choker? Well, here we go. We're going to see between these two. And I think, in terms of comp changes, I don't think it's going to be too much. The Barley did make a little bit of a difference, but not a huge amount where it make a massive detriment or impact against Zero Zone. But yeah, I hope this is going to be a great finale to finish things off. I don't want it to be one of those siege games where they've already won and they get the next siege, but that would just be like the worst thing. That's not what I want to see, and I'm sure that's not what Teddy or you guys at home want to see either. But yeah, I'm excited for this. We've had so many 3-2s, and so many set 5s, game 3s. I'm trying to think exactly how many we've had. I'm pretty sure you're right. We have had at least 3. I think the two we haven't had is the Unima Gaming. They might have lost like 3-0 or 3-1, but that's literally about. I think they lost 3-0 earlier, and then they may have lost like 3-1 or 3-0 or something like that.
I think 3-1. 3-1. Yeah. 3-1 and 3-0 maybe. I don't. Or 3-1 and 3-1. I don't know. We'll see at the end of the day, anyways, with our results. But a lot of close matches, a lot of sets today being picked up by every single team, so impressive stuff. Definitely a really tough and competitive group, but here we go. I believe we have the same comp from Zero Zone. Blood Diamond gonna remove the Barney and go for the Surge instead. That is definitely gonna be an interesting decision. We'll see how that plays out. As so far, Blood Diamond maybe a bit behind in control, and look at that, 2 bolts already picked up by Zero Zone, only the 1 for Blood Diamond, and that means that the first siege bot is going to go the way of Zero Zone Spain.
Yeah, maybe with the Barney he felt like he couldn't put enough pressure on his opponents, but can obviously inflict a bit more damage onto the turret. But the defense of Blood Diamond has been very, very good. I know it takes a little bit longer for the bot to actually get to the turret on this map, but still, though, nonetheless, sometimes they don't really take much damage at all. And you can see there, on average, 0 to 30% is normally the average you see for the first siege bot, no matter which map it's on. Only taking 10, which is perfectly fine. And it's all about getting this next siege bot here, as the bolts are already being collected for Zero Zone. They've already got 3 bolts, 4 now to the 1 of Blood Diamond. And this is where the pressure is going to be on. Lowry is going to see if he can push anyone back on the side of Zero Zone. Kagamu is trying to stay alive or try and inflict a little bit before he gets taken down. And this is definitely going to be on the side of Zero Zone. Even then, though, even if they only inflict a little bit of damage, they haven't really got much of a deficit to deal with. 4 bolts, that should be fine, considering the map control they've had for the majority of this game. As this bot does come in, Teddy, and we're going to see how much damage it's going to do. As Fed managed to take down 1, and Laoyu actually been cleaned up here. And you can see one of the players was only on 56 HP, but do you know what? That was not a bad defense there, Teddy.
No, it definitely wasn't. Cube going for the dash in, gonna get some solid shots off, but gonna get the finishing Blow though, no, but Fede takes down Kagamu, double kill for Zero Zone. That's absolutely huge, only Cube left alive, and he needs to clutch up here. He's gonna pick up 1 kill, almost finds the double, but Zero Zone Spain have the bold lead. Can Blood Diamond catch up? I don't think so anymore. That's gonna be Zero Zone Spain with the third and final Siege bot clutching up and securing this match after all. What a day, what a couple of matches we've had. But Zero Zone sealed the deal and secured their spot in top 8 for this first season of Gamestars.
Oh, such a shame. You can see from Laoyu's face, he's not mad or angry, just devastated, really disappointed. That could have gone either way. Just the fact that it could have been just between a couple of bolts, that one bot could have actually made the difference. And sadly for them, it just wasn't. Commiserations to them. They were Diamond Russia, a very, very good team. The fact that they went out because of the fact that they lost, a couple of set 5s, game 5s, is just heartbreaking. They are the bigger choker out of the two teams, and Zero Zone do, go on through. They will play second in the group, and they will play against the first place team of one of the other teams in one of the other groups at the playoffs on Saturday. But yeah, real commiserations to Blood Diamond Russia. They're a very, very good team. It's just a shame that it ended the way it did for them. If it was a bit more one-sided, then it's understandable, but they've come so close so many times, and it's just a real shame to see, because their defense was very, very good. They just couldn't get any kind of map possession back after each bot came their way. So yeah, it was just good defense, but not very good at attacking their opponents afterwards, and we've seen it a few times in the past. So Zero Zone, they're going to be very relieved. They're going to be grateful with having been able to survive such a such a back and forth series, and now we've finalised exactly what teams are going to be going forward. So Big Clan and Zero Zone will be going fourth, and sadly for them, Blood Diamond Russia and Unima Gaming, I'm getting Yuchia Clan and Unima Gaming mixed as though they're fused. Unima Gaming will be out of the competition.
Yeah, it was a fair attempt, but not quite good enough from them, as Zero Zone Spain as well as Big Clan are joining the playoffs. Yeah, honestly, what a day, man. Those matches have been insanely close, insanely competitive, and super exciting to watch. Stats-wise, Zero Zone, a lot more kills, oddly enough. I do think it's because one of the games was very one-sided, the first one of the set. So it did kind of like skew the average a little bit compared to the others. But it doesn't stop the fact that, they very much deserved this final set. It was a close affair, but it just, when they were looking at damage-wise, it's 1,000 damage difference, which is very, very little, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Like 1,000, it's just nothing considering what we saw during that game. But the kills was just mammoth. And actually, do you know, in terms of KD again, plus 44, definitely almost hit 1 million damage overall. We've seen so many games, I'm not really surprised, but we haven't really seen 1 million plus damage yet throughout this whole point of the competition at Gamestars. But yeah, still very, very close. Went all the way. Blood Diamond, they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit. Best brawlers, pretty standard, seeing the Carl. We've seen a lot more Carl since the patch, and the Max and the Gene. And a little bit understandable, with the projectile speed as well. So good stuff from Zero Zone. They will be through into the next round. They will be playing in the playoffs on Saturday alongside Big. And of course, the other two teams from Group A, which I believe is Kozaki and Na'Vi. So congratulations to them. But we may see Blood Diamond again in Season 2, depending on if they compete. But if you guys have not registered for Season 2 yet of GameStars, make sure you head over to brawlstars.gamestars.com and make sure you register there, because registration is open. So it will be a national or maybe a wildcard qualification, and then you go on from there. So make sure you do so. And these are the standings from Group B overall. I'm just going to go over it very quickly because we've already mentioned it once before. Big, first place, clutched it both times, on the back foot almost both times, and still managed to clutch up Big, and then Zero Zone, even though they dropped from the winners match, finally they actually be able to come on through, and like I already mentioned, Na'Vi, Kozaki, Big and Zero Zone Spain. But tomorrow is going to be really, really good here, Teddy, as we've got SK Gaming, Bojo's Barmy Army, Tea Drinkers and Reply Totem. Very excited to see exactly what's going to come up between those teams.
Yeah, man, we got quite a couple of groups in those playoffs to behind us, two still yet to be played out. Group C tomorrow, Group D the day after. Man, this has been quite an exciting season so far. That group stage is just unbelievably stacked, and there is going to be some damage on some top tier teams. I can't wait to see who is going to be in trouble tomorrow. But yeah, guys, this is already gonna be it for today as we went through Group B. Some unexpected results for sure, and some very close matches as well. Liesel, do you have any closing words?
Yeah, just great series all round. Seeing a lot of 3-2s, seeing the matchups getting much closer. Understandable because we're getting deep into the competition, and a few upsets almost here and there, but it's looking very good. Especially what we've seen from yesterday's games. These games were just as good, if not better. It was just ridiculous nonetheless, and now to see a lot more variety of compositions, and of course with the maps it's going to affect that massively. But no, it's been very good all round. But from me and from Teddy, we're going to have to say goodbye to you all because we are now all done and dusted. We are tired and we need to get ready, refreshed and energized, ready for tomorrow. But apart from that, we're just going to close it here. Thank you everyone for watching, and thank you to production as always for being the knight in shining armor, helping us throughout the whole way. And Teddy, of course, have been with me throughout the entire process. And we'll see you same time, same place tomorrow for Group C.